It was replied by the Enforcement Directorate that they had authentic proofs of the Hawala operators, WhatsApp chats between Chanpreet Singh and Arvind Kejriwal. It was also the transaction copy that was presented in front of the court where Arvind Kejriwal stayed in a 7-star hotel in Goa and the money was paid by Chanpreet Singh. And this particular money that we are talking about had come from Hawala operators in cash. 45 crore rupees of transaction had been showcased by the Enforcement Directorate till now in front of the High Court, and both the rejoinders were submitted in a written reply to the High Court judge. On the other side, remember, it was the Sessions Court which clearly had given a sort of relief to Arvind Kejriwal, but the rejoinders were not filed. When the Enforcement Directorate reached to the High Court, they clearly stated that the time was not given to them to file a reply. There was no arguments that took place on the merits, and therefore the reason perhaps they approached the Delhi High Court, the stay that the relief that Arvind Kejriwal got should not have gotten, because he, according to the Enforcement Directorate, is the kingpin of the case, and he asked the bribe of rupees 100 crores from the South Group lobbies. It was also stated by Arvind Kejriwal's counsel to the Delhi High Court in a written reply that those accused who turned approvers had been given a sort of a sort of lollipop in the form that they will get relief from the Tihar jail and they will get bail, and that's why where they have written in a long reply to the Delhi High Court that these are the reasons that we are asking for a relief, and the relief that they got from the Delhi Rouse Avenue Court, but a setback from the Delhi High Court is something that Arvind Kejriwal has faced, and the legal team now is all preparing for the documents to appeal in the Supreme Court tomorrow.
Right, Aishwarya, stay with us. We also have Harish Khurana, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, also joining us on the broadcast. Harish Khurana, a big setback is coming in for the Aam Aadmi Party as the Delhi High Court has junked the trial court's relief that was given to Arvind Kejriwal.
See, as far as BJP is concerned, law is taking their own course in the matters of now in the Supreme Court, so we'll not speak much on that. But today, again, as usual, double standard of Aam Aadmi Party has been visualized in front of public today. I mean, you remember when in trial court had given a bail to Arvind Kejriwal, what were they saying? Satyamev Jayate, and it's a victory to democracy, and it's a victory to us. Now, when Honorable High Court has given a stay on the release, on the release of Arvind Kejriwal, now they are saying they have been. I've been heard that Aam Aadmi Party is saying that court is biased, or these kind of statements which are coming in, which should not be endorsed in any sense. So this shows the double standard of the Aam Aadmi Party. One hand, when they get the relief, they say it's a Satyamev Jayate, but when they don't get the relief, there's an ED which is doing a controversy, or vendetta politics is going on. These kind of statements should be avoided.
But sir, clearly Aam Aadmi Party is saying that it is the BJP who is behind this whole fabricated case. When
they say this, they dishonor the honorable court today. I mean, we should understand if the ED has filed the case, but end of the day, if Manish Sisodia is in jail by the order of whom? By the Honorable Supreme Court. He is in jail since last almost 24 months now. I mean, Vijay Nair is in jail since a year now. On the order of whom? Arvind, on the order of, not from the ED, but from the Honorable Courts. And now today, if Honorable Courts had not given them the relief, Honorable Courts they have given it, not the ED. I mean, this is not being done. That when you get the relief, it's a victory to the democracy. But when you don't get the relief, it's a vendetta politics going on.
Right, sir. The Aam Aadmi Party has been maintaining this stand that Arvind Kejriwal should come out, and again, when the lower court's order came out, as you said, the Aam Aadmi Party was celebrating it, saying that Satyamev Jayate, the truth has finally triumphed. And now when they are trying also to fight the case further in Supreme Court.
I mean, they have a full right to go to Supreme Court. They have a full right to present their case, and now the Honorable Supreme Court will decide the merits of the case. Hello.
Okay, so that was the BJP's reaction coming in, saying that the Aam Aadmi Party is spreading lies when it says that it is the BJP who is behind this vendetta politics, and hence now the courts are giving a setback to Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party. We also have Aishwarya on the broadcast with us. Aishwarya, we heard the Bharatiya Janata Party. They're saying that, you know, this is what the truth is. The courts are fair, and now it's not just the political vendetta, but even the courts are saying the same, that Arvind Kejriwal should not step out.
Well, certainly, we all saw what happened on that particular evening when the Rouse Avenue Court gave Arvind Kejriwal a relief. It was a big celebration on the part of Aam Aadmi Party workers, and also, a march was planned to Rajghat. Permissions were sought for Arvind Kejriwal to go there along with top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, which was summoned to Delhi. But it was unfortunate incident as being alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. They stated that the Enforcement Directorate just early in the morning reached out to the Delhi High Court to put a stay on the release orders of Arvind Kejriwal, just because it was in the night when the bail conditions needs to be fulfilled, and soon after that the Enforcement Directorate stated the Delhi High Court that a long hearing should take place in the cases, and also it is both the sides that should hear. The Rouse Avenue Court at that point of time had not heard them fully and not on the merits, and therefore the reason enough time was given in the Delhi High Court. In fact, rejoinders were also filed, and today when the order came, it's a setback for Arvind Kejriwal.
Right. Thank you so much, Ashika and Aishwarya, for joining us on the broadcast. This remains to be a big story, and continuous developments are coming in. But slipping into a short break right now, my colleague Tanima joins you next.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
No relief for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Delhi High Court stays the trial court order granting bail. High Court says that the trial court did not apply its mind. NDTV exclusive with opposition speaker candidate K. Suresh speaks to NDTV, says all effort to build consensus had failed when it came to the speaker and the deputy speaker's post. Elections for Lok Sabha speaker's post tomorrow. Rajnath Rijiju's opposition outreach fails. BJP says that the opposition is playing pressure politics when it comes to the speaker's selection. Rahul Gandhi adds that the opposition counters, in fact, saying that the opposition was insulted by being denied the Deputy Speaker's post. Piyush Goyal says that the Speaker and Deputy Speaker belong to the House, not to any party. Fishers in India block over Speaker's contest. Sharad Pawar says there should be unanimity when it comes to the Speaker's selection. TMC claims that they weren't consulted about Speaker nomination. And Afghanistan enters the T20 World Cup semi-finals, Afghanistan's historic semi-final qualification. Our top story and the breaking news that we are following on the top of this bulletin, that is that there is no relief for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Now, the High Court has in fact said it has overturned the trial court's order which had granted bail to Arvind Kejriwal. But the High Court, Delhi High Court, which was hearing ED's petition challenging that bail order, has said that the trial court in fact had not applied its mind when it came to granting that bail. In fact, it also went on to add that the trial court did not appreciate the documents or the evidence which had been given by ED, which had been presented by ED in front of the court. The High Court also went on to add that the vacation bench should not have contradicted the earlier order and that the earlier relief to Chief Minister was only for polls for a certain duration of time. The High Court also went on to say that the trial court had in fact not appreciated the facts provided by Enforcement Directorate. Let's take a look at the reactions coming in from the High Court on this.
Several observations made, one regarding Section 45 having not been considered properly, and other is that the papers which have not been perused by the court.
And Ishika, who are joining me on this, Aishwarya first, who was in fact inside the High Court when that hearing happened. Aishwarya, take us through the main operative part of the order that was dictated by the judge.
Well, in the order, it was clearly stated by the Delhi High Court that the vacation bench of the Rouse Avenue Court should not have contradicted the order of the Supreme Court. It was also stated that the Rouse Avenue Court should have gone into the merits and could have heard both the sides on the grounds of where the Enforcement Directorate was saying that Arvind Kejriwal is the main kingpin in this entire case, and he has been the person who had asked for the bribe of 100 crore rupees. It was also stated by the Delhi High Court that the Rouse Avenue Court should have taken more time to release the order. It was in a hurry that the order was delivered. In fact, a very interesting observation by the Delhi High Court where they have stated that the Rouse Avenue Court's vacation bench had not applied their mind before passing on the order, and therefore the reason perhaps the Enforcement Directorate had to reach to the Delhi High Court to appeal against the release orders of Arvind Kejriwal. And today it was a huge setback for Arvind Kejriwal from the Delhi High Court. But what we are hearing from the legal team of Arvind Kejriwal is that in all likelihood they will be appealing in front of the Supreme Court tomorrow, as it was Arvind Kejriwal who had filed the application in the Supreme Court as well, challenging the Delhi High Court stay on the order that was given by the Rouse Avenue Court. And it was stated by the Supreme Court that the entire matter should be heard in the High Court and the order should be pronounced if the Supreme Court at that point of time, when they were hearing it, would have passed on the judgment that then it would be premature on their part, and therefore the reason they said that let's wait for the Delhi High Court to pronounce the order when we are ready to hear on Wednesday if any parties appeal against the order of the Delhi High Court. So now it has been decided by the councils of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, that they will be filing this application to challenge the Delhi High Court order in the Supreme Court. And tomorrow, if it gets listed, then certainly another round of argument will take place in the top court. But certainly, as of now, it is a relief on the part. It is no relief on the part of the Delhi High Court.
Thank you so much for bringing us that update. We have to move on to another breaking story that we are following on the channel now. In the Pune hit and run case, in the Pune Porsche case, remember, where a juvenile had
had in fact been accused in this particular case. Now the Bombay High Court has in fact ordered immediate release of the juvenile accused. The verdict has been pronounced a short while back on that. This is of course basis a habeas corpus petition that the High Court was hearing. And that was, of course, filed by the relatives of the juvenile accused. What we do know so far that the Bombay High Court has, in fact, allowed the release of the juvenile accused on bail. Remember, this teenager had, in fact, been accused of killing two youth in Pune last month, following which there was a bit of an outrage, also a national outrage rather, because of the fact that bail had been granted to the teenager the very next day, and also the bail conditions had also been highlighted, which according to many was found to be bizarre. But for the moment on this breaking, let me go across to my colleague Radhika. Radhika, what are the details we have from the court?
That's right. This is a very important development as far as Pune Porsche case is concerned. The Bombay High Court has ordered the release of juvenile accused from the observation home. In fact, the juvenile's aunt had filed a habeas corpus petition saying that this remand of juvenile was arbitrary and illegal, post which, of course, Bombay High Court did hear the matter. It is based on several technical aspects that the Bombay High Court has, in fact, decided to go ahead with this order, saying that this minor accused should be released. In fact, the High Court in the last hearing had questioned the way in which he was remanded to observation home, the fact that he was initially granted bail by the Juvenile Justice Board, but within 2 days this was reviewed. What were the powers, what were the powers as far as Juvenile Justice Board is concerned in order to amend and reviewing of this bail order is concerned, is something that the court had pointed out, and the defense also, in fact, the lawyer for the accused had also, for the accused aunt, had also pointed that JJB does not have the power to review or amend bail and send this minor back to, or send this minor to observation home. So
Right.
therefore, based
Radhika,
on these technical aspects, now the court has come out with this order. And
Right. Radhika, if you can just take us through the key operative portions of the arguments which were made in court, specifically from the side of the defense team, of course, but also very important observations coming in from the court, which had actually said that the incident had affected the juvenile as well.
yes, the argument is what I was pointing at some time back. In fact, the petitioner's lawyer had pointed out that Juvenile Justice Board did not have the power to remand this child to custody. In fact, a bail order was already in place, in effect. So therefore, the court, or rather the JJB, cannot go back on it and review its order as far as the bail is concerned and send this boy to observation home. So this is what was said by the defense, which is something that the court had agreed upon. Court did, ask about the powers of JJB, with respect to, once it gives the bail order, how is it that this boy was sent to observation home? And also the defense had pointed out that the petitioners, or rather the in this case, of course, the prosecution should have, in fact, approached a higher court to cancel the bail, and then perhaps should have gone ahead, to the JJB, and JJB could have given out that order. So therefore, the process of sending this boy to remand home was something that was questioned by the defense, and also something agreed upon by the court. The court also, speaking about the mental health, during the course of arguments, the court, the Bombay High Court Division Bench did raise concern of this boy's mental health as well, saying that even as the relatives of the deceased are going through issues and are in a bad state of mind, it is also factual, or rather it is evident that even the boy who is remanded to custody is also going through mental health issues. So therefore, court coming down strongly, as far as the cops and the JJB's actions are concerned, but was in support of this this minor victim in terms of the processes that were followed, which is why now the court, going ahead and releasing, deciding to release the, giving the orders to release this man, this child. In fact, now remains to be seen, how this will sort of play out, because we will be getting, reactions on this, because of course this had created a lot of outrage. We know for a fact that JJB had initially given bail, a post which of course it decided to keep him in observation home. There was no cancellation of bail that happened. So due to these technical aspects, at this point, of course, the Bombay High Court saying that the minor should be released.
Right. Radhika, just to bring more perspective into this entire incident, we had seen just yesterday, I believe, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde met the family of the victims, the two techies who were killed in this incident. Even earlier, when the father of the juvenile accused had been granted bail, at that time as well, the families of the victims had said that, especially when it came to the juvenile, that his actions should be looked at, not his age. So there has, of course, also in addition to that, we've seen the kind of national outrage that had been in this particular incident, specifically to the bail conditions basis which the juvenile had been granted release the first time round. So there has, of course, been a lot of push, especially from the victim side of family side, of course, seeking justice, saying that the accused in this case should be judged basis the actions and not so much the age. And at that time as well, we had heard the Pune police saying that they are going to push a petition in front of the court to try the accused as an adult.
Certainly, there had been a lot of push and efforts taken by the Pune police also to ensure that this child is not released, which is why post the order by JJB, the police did approach JJB once again. However, it did not approach with the cancellation of the bail order. Of course, it approached with the reviewing of bail order, which apparently JJB did not have the authority to do. However, a Juvenile Justice Board, as a result of the outrage and the peculiarity of this case, decided to send this child to observation home. He had been kept in the observation home for a long time now. The Pune case also had filed a petition before JJB as to why this child should be tried as an adult. It had given a long report, based on witness statements, based on what the amount of alcohol he had consumed the night of the accident, and several other detailed aspects of this juvenile accused and his activities on the day of the incident as well. Of course, that is something that is pending. JJB is yet to look at whether he can be tried as an adult, but in the meantime, child's aunt, in fact, approaching Bombay High Court with a habeas corpus plea, saying that his detention or him being sent on remand to observation home is illegal and arbitrary, something that the court has agreed on as far as JJB's powers are concerned, which is why the court has agreed to release this boy from the remand home. In fact, his remand also stands cancelled. Remember, his bail was, he was granted bail and then he was asked to write a 300-word essay. There was outrage over it, and then Juvenile Justice Board reviewing that bail order and sending the boy to the observation home, which the court feels is procedurally wrong.
Right, Radhika, this is a very significant case, and we have seen a number of other cases which have also spiraled out of it. The juvenile's parents specifically had been, one of them had been booked in terms in the kidnapping case on charges of kidnapping the driver and intimidating the driver, asking the driver to actually take blame for this entire incident, for this accident. Secondly, the mother had been arrested for tampering with evidence. So there are a number of other cases which had, in fact, sprung out of this main incident, showing the larger conspiracy, the larger nexus, and how the entire family, in a way, allegedly tried to game the system in order to protect the teen. Just remind our viewers of all these other cases also which have been going on centering on this family.
Yes, that's right. Multiple FIRs registered in connection to the accident case. One, as you pointed out, on charges of abducting, trying to abduct this driver, threatening him to take
Radhika, stay with us. I'm really sorry to interrupt you there, but we're getting a reaction on this story. Let's listen in.
And talking about the release order, will he be handed over to the paternal aunt or?
So the paternal aunt is the petitioner. So his custody has to be released to the custody of the petitioner.
पुणे अपघात प्रकरणातील अल्पवयीन आरोपीचे वकील प्रफुल्ल पाटील आपल्यासोबत आहेत. तुम्ही त्याची माफीची याचिका केलेली होती हायकोर्टाने
So if you look at the Juvenile Justice Act, the entire scheme of the act is very clear. Section 12 is the backbone of the act. Section 12 says if any juvenile, any child in conflict in law has been alleged with any bailable or non-bailable offence, the Code of Criminal Procedure Code does not apply to that particular child in conflict in law. Under that particular background of Section 12, we moved a writ of habeas corpus. A habeas corpus was moved through the paternal aunt of the child in conflict in law. The matter was argued at length last week. Honorable High Court today directed the immediate release of the child in conflict of law based on the legislative directions of Section 12.
And talking about the release order, will he be handed over to the paternal aunt or?
So the paternal aunt is the petitioner. So his custody has to be released to the custody of the petitioner.
पुणे अपघात प्रकरणातील अल्पवयीन आरोपीचे वकील प्रफुल्ल पाटील आपल्यासोबत आहेत. तुम्ही त्याची माफीची याचिका केलेली होती.
Right, that was the lawyer, of course, explaining the procedures which took place in the court. Radhika, my colleague, still with me. Radhika, yes, as you were mentioning, that there are a bundle of cases which have sprung from this particular hit-and-run case in which the family members of this juvenile accused have also been implicated. They have in fact been arrested. The father of the juvenile recently granted bail as well. Take us through this entire gamut of cases and allegations which are centered around this one family in Pune.
That's right. Multiple cases centered around this particular accident case. In fact, there was an FIR registered on complaints of the driver in which he said that he was being threatened to own this case, and therefore he was also abducted by the family members, for which the father was arrested. And later there were a swapping of blood samples allegation as well, in which not just the family members but also the doctors of that particular hospital in Pune were also arrested, along with several other medical staff members also. It was a big charge that was made in which, in order to show that this boy was not drunk, they swapped the blood samples with the boy's mother's blood. So serious allegation there, serious charges there. So multiple FIRs being registered, despite that Bombay High Court going ahead and ordering the release of the boy because of certain procedural, certain procedures that were not followed by Juvenile Justice Board, or for that matter, even the cops. In fact, the court saying we are bound by law and must treat him as any child in conflict with law, despite seriousness of the crime. So court here pointing at his age. This is something that had happened during the course of the arguments as well. Court had time and again mentioned that he is a juvenile in conflict with the law. So therefore, he would also be going through certain mental health issues while he's in remand, and also, at the same time questioning JJB's power for remand as well after granting him bail. So technical aspects, as well as the fact that he is, at the end of the day, technically underaged, or rather a minor, is something that the court has considered while giving out this order. Habeas corpus petition moved by aunt of this boy, which is now been accepted, and the court now asking this minor accused to be released.
Right. As you're mentioning, Radhika, that it is a technicality basis which the court has primarily looked at that aspect, and that was the main plea, the main prayer in the petition from the family side as well, that technically maybe procedures were not followed completely when it came to taking this, putting the juvenile in the observation home in this particular case is concerned. But, you've been tracking this case, of course. In terms of the police, the Pune police's initial efforts to try to actually place a petition in front of the court to seeking to try this accused as an adult. What has come of it? Because at one point of time, of course, the court said that we will follow the course, and after there was in fact a lot of outrage about the initial bail conditions, the juvenile was once again sent to an observation home. But is the Pune police trying, is there strategy in any way to push for this petition once again to try the juvenile as an adult?
That's right. That petition is pending before JJB. In fact, the court, I beg your pardon, the Pune police had filed this report before JJB as to why he should be tried as an adult. It had, all the details as far as eyewitness account, witness account, and, his location at the time of the incident, how drunk he was, the fact that he was behind the wheels in an inebriated state with evidence, with substantial evidence had been submitted before the JJB, Juvenile Justice Board. That had to be considered. Of course, it is still in process. But in the meantime, of course, this is a huge setback for Pune police,
right.
Which in fact had been, making multiple arrests in connection with the case.
Radhika, stay with us. I'm also joined over the phone line by Mr. Majid Memon, senior advocate. Mr. Memon, according to your experience also, the fact that this juvenile accused has now been granted bail in terms of a technicality, is this in such incidents, do we generally see an accused of this age actually spending so much time in observation homes? And as their habeas corpus petition actually mentioned that proper procedures were not followed, which has consequently now led to his bail being granted, release order on bail being granted by the High Court, which was hearing the petition.
Well, let me make a slight correction into your approach. Your reporter was heard just now saying that it's a major setback for the police, Pune police, etc. I don't subscribe to this kind of a thinking that the police will get setback for this. Remember one thing, that a minor is governed by a separate set of law that is Juvenile Justice Act. And the grant of bail, second point is that the grant of bail by itself is no certificate of innocence. Bail is to follow either today or tomorrow in cases like this. If you keep a person in detention for a longer time for the purpose of investigation or any other purpose, then one can understand. But you remember that even if a person is granted bail soon after the crime, he can still be convicted and punished and sentenced. While on the other side, if an accused is not granted bail for a fairly long time, he can still be found not guilty and may be finally let off. So therefore, grant or refusal of bail is no yardstick for the purposes of gravity of the crime. You see, for bail is a rule. Bail has to be granted, if not today, tomorrow. And I don't think police have suffered any setback if this minor is granted bail, because minor is entitled to bail even otherwise.
Point taken, Mr. Memon. According to you, how, in your legal experience, have you seen any incidents or any number of incidents in which if the police seeks to try a juvenile accused as an adult, in terms of the frequency of it, how many times do courts or the juvenile boards generally accede to that request?
See, juvenile court has absolutely no option but to follow letter of law. No juvenile who may have committed even a serious crime of murder is to be governed by the statutory law that he cannot be kept in confinement or in prison only because he has committed allegedly certain serious crime. He is to be governed by the law laid under Juvenile Justice Act as far as the provisions of bail are concerned. But even otherwise, let us see if it is not a case of juvenile. Even for a major adult, the offense of this kind of rashness, negligence and rashness in driving, killing one person or multiple persons. We have come across in the city of Mumbai many brats taking all sophisticated vehicles at odd hours of 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. after party, dead drunk, and then rashly driving and killing people have also been enlarged on bail. They can't be punished by a refusal of bail. So grant of bail is no certificate of commission of offence or innocence.
Right, Majid Memon there, senior advocate. Thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us on the broadcast. Shifting focus now to political updates, and the Lok Sabha Speaker's post will see an election after talks between the ruling BJP-led NDA and the opposition broke down on this issue, even though both sides had reached a consensus initially. While the NDA has picked BJP MP Om Birla as its candidate, the opposition has decided to field veteran Congress leader K. Suresh. The election for the post of Speaker will take place at 11 a.m. on Wednesday, that is tomorrow. The BJP-led NDA, of course, holds a majority in the House and is likely to face no difficulty in getting Om Birla elected as the Speaker. But just at the beginning of the 18th Lok Sabha session, this has in fact become a highly contentious issue. In fact, the opposition has fielded K. Suresh, senior Congress leader and 8-time MP, as its candidate for the Speaker's post. And NDTV's Maria Shakil spoke to him exclusively. She was the first one to get his interview today. And K. Suresh, in fact, said that according to him, it was the NDA which had flouted convention by not backing opposition when it came to the Deputy Speaker's post.
We have the man of the moment here, Mr. K. Suresh, who is the India Bloc nominee with us. Mr. K. Suresh, you are going to face an election tomorrow. It will be unprecedented in many ways because in decades, this is going to be a break of convention.
Yes, because we had tried for a consensus with the Speaker election, but the ruling party, means government side, NDA side, they are not ready for a consensus. That's why consensus means we ask government, if we are supporting the Speaker, you will give it to Deputy Speaker post in the opposition parties. But they are not ready to give a opposition Deputy Speaker post. That's why we are compelled to contest the Speaker election.
But the NDA has the numbers, sir. And if you look at the northeastern parties, they would be able to cross a 300 number. So do you see that this is more about messaging that you are fighting?
Whether the number is not a criteria, whether the winning or losing, that is a different matter. But at the same time, there is a convention in the Lok Sabha. There is a system in the Lok Sabha. So whoever all the Speaker posts, the ruling party, then Deputy Speaker post naturally goes to opposition party. That's the opposition party.
Yes.
That convention broken by NDA government.
So you are saying that the convention has been broken, but the NDA says that you are indulging in pressure politics, that they would have agreed to a Deputy Speaker's chair if you would have given them perhaps some more time.
No, we are not pressurizing. We are only asking our right. We are asking our right because Deputy Speaker post is an opposition right. That right we are asking. So they are not ready to give even a Deputy Speaker post also in the opposition. Even 2.5 days only, part-time Speaker is, what is the period of part-time Speaker? The senior most MB from opposition side.
Yes, you are the senior most.
Yeah, I am the senior most 8-time member. But that 2.5 days only the part-time Speaker alive. That also they are not given to opposition. Then Deputy Speaker also they are not ready to give it to us. If they are ready to give to us, they can.
When were you told to file the nomination papers? When were you told to file the nomination papers? Everything happened this morning. Okay, all right. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
But there also seems to be some fissures within the opposition when it comes to Speaker's post. TMC has claimed that they were not consulted by Congress on K. Suresh's nomination. My colleague Sunil Prabhu spoke to TMC MP Shudip Bandopadhyay.
I'm joined by veteran and leader of the Trinamool Congress, speaking exclusively to NDTV. What happened, sir, on the K. Suresh? Why didn't the Congress consult you?
Oh, that is the reason best known to them. I was watching TV today because our oath is today. That about 12 o'clock I was watching TV and then I found Suresh said nomination filing issue is being reflected. Then Derek came to my house that whether I was communicated or not. I said no. Nobody from Congress party had any talk with me so long the nominations process was alive.
So are you feeling upset that they didn't consult you? And will you be supporting K. Suresh?
No, we are having our own meeting now at 320 at our room. Abhishek Banerjee is also in the city. So now we'll discuss and we'll let you know.
But will you support Mr. K. Suresh?
No. it's a party decision. I cannot tell myself alone. We'll have to talk with our leader, Mamata Banerjee also.
So here you have it. Clearly they are unhappy with the way the Congress went ahead with the nomination of K. Suresh, and they will take a final call of whether to support K. Suresh or not. But nevertheless, they're making their point loud and clear to the Congress.
Right. Also, going back to one of our top stories on Kejriwal being, there is no relief for him in terms of him staying in the jail still. Listen into reactions coming in.
घोटाले में अरविंद केजरीवाल ने भ्रष्टाचार किया है और वो व्यक्तिगत रूप से उन्होंने किकबैक लिया, इन्वॉल्व थे। मैं यहाँ 9 अप्रैल का हाई कोर्ट का वो ऑर्डर भी याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ जिसमें माननीय हाई कोर्ट ने ये स्पष्ट किया था कि अरविंद केजरीवाल की गिरफ्तारी वैध है, कानूनी रूप से ठीक है और जांच एजेंसी के पास सफिशिएंट एविडेंस है। ट्रायल कोर्ट के निर्णय पर उन्होंने हाई कोर्ट ने दोबारा से स्टे बरकरार रखा है। तो मुझे लगता है ये जांच जिस तरह से चल रही है, सही मायने में अरविंद केजरीवाल और पूरी जो लोग इसमें शामिल हैं उनको कठोर सजा मिलनी चाहिए, ऐसा हमारा मानना है।
सर, हाई कोर्ट के फैसले के बाद आम आदमी सहमत हैं। हम इस फैसले को सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चुनौती देंगे। जमानत पर आदेश को इस तरह से रोका नहीं जा सकता है। कल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी यही कहा है।
इस लोकतंत्र की खूबी ये है कि यहाँ हर अपराधी को अपनी बात रखने का अधिकार है, लेकिन जिस तरह की भाषा वो बोल रहे हैं कि हम माननीय कोर्ट के निर्णय से सहमत नहीं है, ये सीधा सीधा कोर्ट की अवमानना है। आपकी सहमति असहमति विषय पे हो सकती है, लेकिन माननीय कोर्ट के प्रति अगर आप इस तरह के शब्दों का उपयोग करते हैं तो ठीक नहीं है। माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो निर्णय देगी हम भी स्वीकार करेंगे, लेकिन आपको इस बात को समझना चाहिए कि माननीय कोर्ट कोई भी निर्णय देती है वो किसी न किसी विषय को देख के देती है। आपके पास चुनौती देने का अधिकार है, आप दीजिए, लेकिन उस अधिकार के परिप्रेक्ष्य में आप शब्दों का चयन ठीक करें, ऐसा मेरी उनसे विनती है।
Right, that was Delhi BJP Chief Virendra Sachdeva. BJP's reaction coming in on the High Court order, which has in fact accepted ED's petition seeking stay on the bail which had been granted to Arvind Kejriwal in the Delhi liquor excise policy case. On that note, we'll be slipping into a short break. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया बाहर जोर। पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को डिसाइड करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility.
Welcome back. For the viewers who are just joining us, we are following this big story which has broken just a short while back, and that is that there's no relief for Arvind Kejriwal. The Delhi Chief Minister is going to stay in jail. This after the High Court in fact turned down the bail order which had been granted by the trial court, in a way accepting ED's petition seeking stay on the bail, essentially saying that while granting that bail order, the trial court did not apply its mind and that there was no proper hearing given to ED during that bail hearing in the trial court. And we are getting fresh reactions on this story. Let's take a listen to Delhi BJP Chief Virendra Sachdeva, who spoke to my colleague Ishika.
A big setback for Arvind Kejriwal today. Now the High Court in fact has stayed the bail order that was granted by the Rouse Avenue Court to Arvind Kejriwal. Now to talk more on this, we are being joined with the Delhi BJP Chief Virendra Sachdeva on this. Sir, आज एक बड़ा झटका अरविंद केजरीवाल के लिए. आज उनके जो बेल ऑर्डर थी उसे जो है हाई कोर्ट ने स्टे कर दिया है. आप इसे कैसे देखते हैं?
माननीय हाई कोर्ट के इस रूलिंग का हम स्वागत करते हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह की जानकारी मिल रही थी कि ट्रायल कोर्ट के वहाँ जो फैसला आया था उसमें कुछ विसंगतियाँ पाई गई हैं, जो माननीय हाई कोर्ट ने भी कहा है, तो उस रूलिंग का हम स्वागत करते हैं. साथ ही साथ इस बात को भी स्पष्ट करते हैं कि माननीय हाई कोर्ट ने ही 9 अप्रैल को एक रूलिंग दी थी जिसमें कहा था कि अरविंद केजरीवाल की गिरफ्तारी कानूनी रूप से वैध है और जांच एजेंसी के पास सफिशिएंट एविडेंस है. हमें उस परिप्रेक्ष्य को भी ध्यान में रखना चाहिए. और इसलिए मेरा मानना है कि इस शराब नीति घोटाले में जैसे जैसे तथ्य खुलेंगे, अरविंद केजरीवाल की भागीदारी निश्चित रूप से दिखाई भी देगी और स्पष्ट रूप से लोगों को पता चलेगा कि कितने करोड़ों रुपए का घोटाला अरविंद केजरीवाल के द्वारा किया गया है.
सर, अब आम आदमी पार्टी ये कह रही है कि वो इससे असहमत हैं और इसे अब वो चैलेंज करेंगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट में. वो कह रहे हैं कि बेल ऑर्डर को ऐसे नहीं रोका जा सकता.
देखिए, इस लोकतंत्र की विशेषता ये है कि यहाँ हर अपराधी को अपनी बात कहने का अवसर मिलता है, तो ये अवसर उनके पास भी है. अगर उनको असहमति लगती है तो माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट का दरवाज़ा खुला ही है, वहाँ वो जाएंगे ही और जो वहाँ से निर्णय आएगा वो हम सबको स्वीकार करना ही होगा.
So certainly this was Virendra Sachdeva ji with us, who was saying that, enforcement directorate's arguments, all of this was heard from by the High Court earlier as well, and they had said that enforcement directorate has now enough evidence, and now if the Aam Aadmi Party says that they are going to go to Supreme Court, well, then that is as much welcome as well. So, with camera person Arun Negi, this is Ishika Verma for NDTV.
Right, I'm also joined by my colleague Aishwarya, who was inside High Court when that order came out. Aishwarya, if you could just tell us the salient points of the High Court order. Essentially, what was the main point that the High Court placed in front of as a result of after hearing arguments from both sides, basis which the bail order from the trial court was in fact rejected finally?
Well, we are all waiting for the detailed order to come as far as the Delhi High Court is concerned. But the important observations that have been made while pronouncing the order, it was stated by the Delhi High Court that the vacation judge bench of the Rouse Avenue Court should have considered the merits of the case. They should have heard the Enforcement Directorate and the counsels of Arvind Kejriwal in a broader way, and they should have gone to the merits. Before passing the judgment, they should apply their minds, and therefore the reason perhaps they had overturned the order passed by the Rouse Avenue Court, where Arvind Kejriwal had got relief. But on the other side, it is now Arvind Kejriwal's counsels who had been stating that they had their fight on as far as the Supreme Court is concerned. They will knock the doors very soon. In fact, they went on to say that they had already filed an application in the Supreme Court while they challenged the Delhi High Court order. Of course, the Supreme Court earlier stated that let the High Court pronounce its verdict, and they will hear both the sides on Wednesday, and therefore the reason perhaps tomorrow is an all-important day when the counsels of Arvind Kejriwal will reach to Supreme Court and will be challenging the Delhi High Court order on not giving the bail that was granted earlier by the Rouse Avenue Court. But as far as the replies by Arvind Kejriwal's counsels and Enforcement Directorate is concerned, it was stated by the Enforcement Directorate that Arvind Kejriwal, according to them, is the kingpin, and he is the one who had asked for the bribes of rupees 100 crore. In fact, Enforcement Directorate also had produced the documents, the statements of the Hawala operators, the kickbacks that was received by the Aam Aadmi Party according to Enforcement Directorate, and also where Arvind Kejriwal stayed in a 7-star hotel and the money was paid by Chanpreet Singh, who was then in charge, and was stated by the Enforcement Directorate in the High Court that on the behalf of Arvind Kejriwal, it was 45 crore rupees that was transferred, to which on the other side as well, it was Arvind Kejriwal's written reply that was filed in the High Court earlier, in which it was stated by Arvind Kejriwal's counsels that it is a conspiracy by the Enforcement Directorate to put him behind the bars. Also, it was stated that there was no money that was transferred to Goa, and there was no such proof that the Enforcement Directorate has been able to produce before the court as far as Goa is concerned. And lastly, it was stated by Arvind Kejriwal's counsels that it was just the promises that were done to the accused turned approvers that they will be granted bail in the entire case, and therefore the reason perhaps these approvers had mentioned Arvind Kejriwal's names in their statements. Now all had gone down to a order where Arvind Kejriwal has got no relief from the High Court, but tomorrow all eyes will be in the Supreme Court when the matter will be heard on the part of the Supreme Court.
Right. Aishwarya, stay with us. Let's listen in to ASG Raju, who in fact argued on behalf of the Enforcement Directorate in court. Let's listen in to his reaction.
Several observations made, one regarding section 45 having not been considered properly, and other is that the papers which were submitted have not been perused by the court.
Right, that was the Additional Solicitor General there representing the Enforcement Directorate. Let me go across to my colleague Ishika, who was also tracking this story. Ishika, you of course spoke to the BJP side, essentially saying that there was material which was placed on record by the Enforcement Directorate even at the trial court level, and they presented their argument at the High Court saying that the trial court did not really give them a proper hearing. What has been the reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party? Have we heard from them on this order which has come out from the High Court?
Well, we are yet to hear from the Aam Aadmi Party. Well, we are also, in fact, expecting a press conference from the Aam Aadmi Party shortly. So certainly then, the reaction of the Aam Aadmi Party will be clear. But so far as their statement goes, they have clearly said that they are not satisfied with the High Court's order, and now they are going to challenge it in the Supreme Court. Now, they also, in fact, went on to say that they have, in fact, faith in the Supreme Court that now justice will be done to Arvind Kejriwal. So here certainly we are seeing, that on one hand it is a big setback for Arvind Kejriwal because he got a regular bail from the Rouse Avenue Court, but today the High Court stayed it, saying, that the arguments of the Enforcement Directorate was, not properly appreciated, and because of that, the order has been stayed. So it is not just a setback for Arvind Kejriwal, it is also a big setback for the Aam Aadmi Party, who at that time was claiming it as a big win when Arvind Kejriwal got that regular bail. So now certainly all eyes will be on tomorrow's hearing in the Supreme Court because, so far, the Aam Aadmi Party says that Supreme Court, there is still hope for them and they are going to challenge it there. So what will be the Supreme Court's verdict? Well, now certainly all the eyes, be it the Aam Aadmi Party or be it the Enforcement Directorate, are now waiting for that. Over to you.
Right. Aam Aadmi Party would now, of course, hope for a more favourable verdict from the Supreme Court. All eyes on the hearing in the top court tomorrow. Thank you so much, both Aishwarya and Ishika, for joining me on this. In fact, Aishwarya also spoke to Kejriwal's lawyer a short while back. Listen in.
It is on the expected line. See, on Friday when the interim stay was granted, we challenged it immediately before the Supreme Court and there was a hearing on Monday. The matter was postponed in the Supreme Court till Wednesday, waiting for the order of the final order of the High Court. Today, High Court has pronounced the judgment. We are already challenged the interim stay. We will challenge the detailed judgment which has been provided right now. So the fight is on, and we are hoping the Supreme Court will do a complete justice by not staying or the bail, but allowing him to come out of the jail.
Are you open from the Supreme Court tomorrow? Will you challenge the Delhi High Court order?
Yes, we have a lot of hope from Supreme Court because in past also in cases where that the bail has been stayed or the person has been stopped from coming out of the jail, the Supreme Court has intervened in many times. So this time also we expect that we'll get a favorable order.
So lastly, important observations were made from the Delhi High Court. They said that the vacation bench did not apply their mind before passing on the judgment. Enough time was not given for both the parties to be heard. In fact, enforcement directed as well.
See, this is the observation. Their detailed order is still to come. These are the observation which has been during the pronouncement, and because the matter is already sub judice and we have already challenged the order, we'll challenge this order also in these observation as well.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. That was Rishikesh Kumar, Arvind Kejriwal's counsels, clearly stating that the fight is still on and they will move to the Supreme Court against the Delhi High Court order. This is Ashwarajan with regionalist Kamal Kant for NDTV in Delhi.
That's, of course, a big story that we'll be tracking further on this channel. But for the moment, shifting focus now to the south, where trouble mounts further for the Ravanna family in the Karnataka sex crimes cases. Prajwal Ravanna has, in fact, now been sent to 4 days police custody. Remember, his judicial custody had, in fact, been extended just yesterday. But the SIT filed a further petition in the court requesting 7 days custody in order to probe him further in this particular case and confront him with fresh evidence. Take a look at this report sent by my colleague Pratibha.
Suraj Ravanna is now in police custody because we're talking of the CID that has taken over the case, and they have been trying to get into a custodial interrogation to get more details into that particular case. In the meantime, Prajwal Ravanna, there's more trouble brewing for him because we're talking of a 4th case that has been registered against him. In total, there were around 3 FIRs registered with grave allegations like rape, and now we have the 4th FIR registered against him that talks about sexual harassment. So far, no rape charges that has surfaced in the 4th FIR. Now, keeping in mind this 4th FIR, the SIT has sought custody again of Prajwal Ravanna there because the custody of the police had ended yesterday with respect to the 3rd FIR, and he was sent to judicial custody until July 8th. Now, Prajwal Ravanna is back into the SIT fold for custodial interrogation for the 4th FIR. Another interesting factor in the 4th FIR is that there is also another name that is surfaced in the FIR, and that is of former BJP MLA Mr. Preetham Gowda, whose name is also featured, and he has been accused allegedly of circulating those videos there. So in total, a case that doesn't seem to really find its logical end yet, but then all eyes are on the details that could emerge with respect to this investigation and interrogation.
Shifting focus now, and everyone seems to be set for Kalki 2898 AD, which is the Prabhas starrer, the latest offering from Prabhas. There's major sops being offered for the movie for the filmmakers in Andhra Pradesh. In fact, there is a huge rush at the theatres for this movie. Almost 3 lakh tickets sold for the first day's shows. The movie stars Prabhas, Amitabh Bachchan and Deepika Padukone.
भगवान एक ही सुप्रीम यास्किन
पता है आप कितने लोग
So from the land of Bahubali, RRR and Pushpa comes this film Kalki 2898 AD, which promises to be yet another blockbuster, one of the costliest ever films made at about 600 crore rupees. And it has a star ensemble of Amitabh Bachchan, you have Kamal Hassan, you have Rebel star Prabhas playing the lead, and you have Deepika Padukone and also Disha Patani and Brahmanandam, and it's been made by Nag Ashwin, who in fact made a debut as a director only about 10 years ago with Yavade Subramaniam, and subsequently made Mahanati, which was a much acclaimed biopic on actress Savitri, and won an national awards as well. And yes, he has made Sitaramam as well more recently, and this is a film that's been described as an Indian epic dystopian science fiction action film, and something that is spanning over millennials, the storyline from the time of the Mahabharata 3012 BC to Kalki Yuga, Kali Yuga 2898 AD, and a lot of computer graphics you can expect, but also real sets that was in fact erected at Ramoji Film City, a futuristic set that was erected in July 2021, though it was announced during COVID, got a little postponed, was supposed to release during May, and then because of elections now the date postponed to June 27. Both Andhra Pradesh and Telangana giving certain concessions. There will be 6 shows in Telangana, on June 27, including a 5:30 a.m. Morning film as well. And yes, over the next 8 days there will be 5 shows, and in Andhra Pradesh there are going to be for 15 days there are going to be 5 shows. And the ticket pricing as well, 35 rupees for a single screen and 100 rupees here for multiplex, and 125 in Andhra Pradesh, where in fact Ashwini, the producer, Jayanti Films, had gone to meet newly elected Deputy Chief Minister Mr. Pawan Kalyan there as well. So big expectations around the film, and people are hugely looking forward to the kind of universe that we are told will open up with Kalki, and they're planning it along with merchandise. So all of that being done as part of this very futuristic film.
Clearly a summer blockbuster there. Now staying with entertainment news, Kamal Haasan exclusive on NDTV on Indian 2's release lined up in July. Take a look at this interview.
Thank you very much for your time. The film has relevance all the more now, so after 28 years.
Yes, it does. Thanks to all the corruption that still exists. And they asked me a pertinent question. How is this corruption still intact? We are all responsible. That is why it's still intact.
Lastly, about your experience of doing the makeup for Senapati role. It took hours, and you couldn't even eat properly at that time.
Well, by now I'm used to it. Only thing is the result, if it's gratifying, all the pain is worth it. Thank you.
Last question, working with Mr. Shankar after so many years.
We have, what all we lacked in the first part, we made up with plus more. Be it the budget, the technicians, the technicality, and the gadgets.
When is the third episode, third film, part 3?
After the release and the success of this.
Thank you very much and all the best. That was Mr. Kamal Haasan talking to us in Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel for NDTV.
International news now, and WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange will plead guilty to a felony charge in a deal with the US Justice Department that will resolve a long-running legal saga that centered on the publication of a trove of classified documents. In fact, Julian Assange has walked out of the prison today. Assange had spent the last 5 years in a British prison from where he was fighting extradition to the US. Reports suggest that Assange will be freed as part of this deal. Assange's wife has thanked supporters on her social media handle.
It's Wednesday, the 19th of June, and it's exactly 12 years today since Julian went into the embassy of Ecuador, which granted him political asylum, protection from persecution, from torture, from a life imprisonment. And 12 years on, I'm visiting Julian in a high security prison. But this period of our lives, I'm confident now, has come to an end. And I think that by this time next week, Julian will be free.
This sentence will be of approximately 62 months. So he has already served about 5 years in British prison. So they sort of cancel each other out. He won't be spending any time in a US prison. He's free to go. On his way to this island, and then probably on his way to Australia. That's the itinerary of Julian Assange, the WikiLeaks founder. So this is a high profile case that goes back as far back as 10 years ago, when state secrets were leaked by WikiLeaks website, which was founded by Julian Assange. So the US government had charged him with conspiring and obtaining some US state secrets and publishing them on his website WikiLeaks. So this case had captured the imagination of people across the globe. So this big mess is coming to an end. The US had been trying to extradite him from UK to the US. They were not able to do that, but finally he'll be in a US court, but he won't be spending any time in prison. He is almost free to go.
Sports news, and Afghanistan sealed a famous win by 8 runs via the Duckworth-Lewis method in a dramatic rain-affected Super 8 encounter against Bangladesh. Australia was sent packing from the tournament as they needed a Bangladesh win to qualify. This will be Afghanistan's first appearance at the semi-finals of a major ICC event. My colleague Osama has more.
Afghanistan, after beating Bangladesh, have truly once and truly beaten, thrown Australia out of the semi-final race, and they have for the very first time reached the semi-finals in their cricketing history. And it is not just when you look at the celebrations that have come in from Afghanistan, it basically tells you the story of how cricket in Afghanistan has grown from playing in the third tier of the ICC division to now playing in the semi-final of the T20 World Cup. It's a huge leap for a team like Afghanistan, and you could see those emotions right at the very end and what it meant to all those players and the support staff involved, and more importantly, it's not just the Afghan cricketers, but for the people of Afghanistan who have seen so much turmoil, so much political turmoil in the last couple of decades, and for them this victory, it not just brings them hope, but it also brings them joy and a lot of happiness.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Kamal Hassan's Indian 2's trailer is out. The movie is set to release on July 12th.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Bail for minor accused in a Pune Porsche case. Bombay High Court has said that the minor's arrest was illegal and the High Court has ordered immediate release of the accused team. It's an NDTV exclusive with opposition speaker candidate K. Suresh. K. Suresh tells NDTV that all effort to build the consensus between the government and opposition failed. Election for Lok Sabha speaker's post will take place tomorrow. Rajnath Singh and Kiran Rijiju's opposition outreach fails. Rahul Gandhi says opposition insulted by denying Deputy Speaker post. Piyush Goyal says Speaker, Deputy Speaker post belong to House, not the party. Fissures in India block over Speaker's contest. TMC says we were not consulted about Speaker nomination. Now K. Suresh reaches out to TMC, seeks report. UP government to bring law on paper leak. UP cabinet has passed a proposal to bring the anti-paper leak law. Fine up to 1 crore rupees and jail term also included in the new law. No relief for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Delhi High Court stays trial court order granting bail. Delhi High Court says the trial court did not apply its mind. The Aam Aadmi Party says we have hope from top court, while the BJP says ED has enough proof against Arvind Kejriwal and that Aam Aadmi Party cannot abuse law. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We're starting this edition with our top focus. The teen accused in the Pune Porsche accident case must be released from detention immediately. The Bombay High Court has ruled today. The 17-year-old boy's late-night dash in a Porsche on May 19th had left 2 engineers dead and had sparked an nationwide outrage. Now, the court has observed that the JJB's order, that's the Juvenile Justice Board's order, remanding him in an observation home was illegal and passed without jurisdiction. Well, it has clarified that the teenager is under rehabilitation and had been referred to a psychologist, and these sessions must continue. The court has said that the CCL, that is a child in conflict with law, is under 18 and his age needs to be considered. Well, this ruling came after the petition was filed by the boy's aunt, who had sought his release from a government observation home, and this is a big order coming in from the Bombay High Court. The Bombay High Court, observing that the minor's arrest was illegal, has ordered immediate release of the teen in the case. My colleague Radhika joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Radhika, big order coming in from the Bombay High Court. The Bombay High Court, in a strong observation that was made in the court, said that the minor's arrest is illegal. It does put a question mark on how the police has really pursued this case so far.
Certainly significant development as far as Pune Porsche case is concerned. Bombay High Court asking, in fact, ordering for the release of the minor accused. In fact, it has called the entire remand illegal and arbitrary. We're joined by the lawyer of the accused family at this point, Prashant Patil. Mr. Patil, first and foremost, take us through the observations made by the court and what were some of the contentions that you had put forth in that particular petition.
See, we had moved a writ of habeas corpus in this matter. If you look at the scheme of the Act, Section 12 of Juvenile Justice Act is the backbone of the Act. What does that section say in a very layman's term? Be it a bailable section or a non-bailable section. A child in conflict in law cannot be detained. because the scheme and the code of CRPC, that is the Criminal Procedure Code, is not applicable to the child in conflict in law. So on 19th May 2024, when the child in conflict in law was released on bail, it does not matter what sections were applied against him. The fact remains, according to the scheme of law, he has to be released immediately. So on 22nd May 2024, on 5th June and on 12th June 2024, there were 3 orders passed by the Juvenile Justice Board ordering the detention, quote-unquote detention of the child in conflict in law at an observation home. Our case was very simple, that based on purely on law, according to the scheme of the Act and the guidelines of the Honorable Supreme Court, the child in conflict in law cannot be detained in the manner through which in this matter he has been detained. That's why we moved a writ of habeas corpus. The paternal aunt of the juvenile, as in the child in conflict in law, moved this particular writ. Our arguments were put across by the counsels, and then the other side prosecution argued against us aggressively. Today the Honorable High Court has specifically directed the immediate release of the child in conflict in law because the rule of law is supreme. The legislatures have been very clear according to section 12, and we are based on that.
Some of your contentions have been agreed upon by the court. Court has said one should consider his age and not just the seriousness of the case, and also that he is under reference of a psychologist. So what about his rehabilitation process? Of course, he will be with his aunt, I believe. When will the release happen, and what about his rehabilitation henceforth?
See, since 19th May till date, almost 3 to 4 psychologist sessions he has undergone, the child in conflict law has undergone. The Honorable High Court has directed to continue with the psychologist sessions because that is the scheme of the Act. The Juvenile Justice Act, the main purpose of the Act is, the preamble of the Act says, the child-friendly atmosphere has to be maintained, and we have to ensure, we as in the society has to ensure that the child in conflict in law comes back to the mainstream. So for that, this particular psychologist sessions have to be continued. That are the directions of the Honorable High Court.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Patil. So the lawyer of the family, in fact, explaining to us the contentions made in that particular habeas corpus petition and the observations made by the court while ordering the release of the juvenile, and also pointing at the rehabilitation measures that have been directed by the court as well. So court here saying that this entire order by JJB was illegal, arbitrary, and they did not have the jurisdiction to put him back or put him behind bars, or rather in an observation home, when a bail order was already in effect. Of course, the cops are trying to treat him as an adult. So whether that will happen in the days to come, that remains to be seen. So at this point, of course, this is a setback for Pune cops, but certainly a relief for this juvenile accused.
All right. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details there. Well, there has been, of course, a lot of criticism over the manner this case has been handled. Well, the JJB also earlier in its order had asked the juvenile to write an essay. The bail conditions also that were set by the JJP also came under a lot of criticism, and after which, the JJP had ordered that the child be, the accused in this case be kept in an observation home. Now, the Bombay High Court, after a petition was filed by the accused aunt, the Bombay High Court has said that the accused must be released immediately because his arrest is illegal. Well, that is something that we are looking at the moment. Well, yes. All right, Mr. Kiran Rijiju is speaking at the moment. Let's dip into that. All right, we'll get you Kiran Rijiju's reaction there in a bit. Well, before that, we've seen how there has been a lot of tussle over the speaker's post today. The Lok Sabha speaker's post is going to witness an election tomorrow after the talks between the NDA and the opposition broke down. Both the sides had tried to reach a consensus, we are learning, but after the meeting that took place early in the morning today, there was no consensus between the NDA and the opposition, the India bloc. The NDA now has picked BJP MP Om Birla, who's filed his nomination already, and Congress leader K. Suresh has filed his nomination from the India bloc side. The contest will be witnessed tomorrow at around 11 a.m. The election for the post of Speaker will take place. Well, the BJP-led NDA, of course, has a brute majority in the House and would face no difficulty in getting Om Birla elected as the Speaker. But this is, of course, big messaging that goes out from the India bloc. There is, of course, a trust deficit that is being seen between the opposition and the government. All right, Kiran Rijiju speaking there. We'll try and get his audio in just a bit. Meanwhile,
और प्रमुख विपक्ष के जो फ्लोर लीडर्स हैं उनसे बात किया, निजी तौर पर भी मिलकर के बात हुई और टेलीफोन से भी हमने संपर्क किया और बात हुई स्पीकर के पद को लेकर के। परंपरा के अनुसार स्पीकर का पद जब से भारत आज़ादी प्राप्त किया है आज तक कभी चुनाव नहीं हुआ और हम चाहते हैं कि इस बार भी लोकसभा अध्यक्ष स्पीकर का पद को निर्विरोध कंसेंसस सब मिलकर के चुना जाए, ये हमारा मत है। इसलिए हमने संपर्क भी किया और अपील भी किया। आज कांग्रेस के नेता और उनके साथी हमारे एनडीए के वरिष्ठ साथियों पूरे एनडीए दल के बैठक में, जहाँ रक्षा मंत्री भी थे, गृह मंत्री जी भी थे और जितने हमारे एनडीए के पार्टी के जो फ्लोर लीडर्स हैं सबके मौजूद में कांग्रेस और उनके साथी आए और फॉर्मली बात किए। हमने अपील किया उस समय स्पीकर के पद को समर्थन देने के लिए, तो कांग्रेस की ओर से कहा गया कि वो समर्थन देंगे मगर पहले डिप्टी स्पीकर पद को उनको देने का घोषणा किया जाए। हम ये मानते हैं कि स्पीकर का पद और डिप्टी स्पीकर का पद दोनों का चुनाव प्रक्रिया अलग अलग होते हैं, दोनों का चुनाव एक साथ नहीं होते हैं। स्पीकर का चुनाव पहले होते हैं, बाद में डिप्टी स्पीकर का होते हैं, तो दोनों को एक साथ मिलाना ये सही नहीं है। और साथ साथ में जब हम कंसेंसस की बात करते हैं तो फिर उसमें कंडीशन लगाना ठीक नहीं है। स्पीकर का पद हम कंसेंसस करके पहले बनाया जाए, फिर डिप्टी स्पीकर का पद को आगे हम जरूर बात करेंगे, ये भी हमारे तरफ से हमने आश्वासन दिया था। लेकिन कांग्रेस और उनके साथियों ने, खास करके कांग्रेस पार्टी का रवैया बहुत साफ था कि वो कंडीशंस नहीं मानेंगे तो स्पीकर के पद को वो हमारा समर्थन नहीं करेंगे। मैं फिर से अपील करना चाहता हूं कि स्पीकर के पद का गरिमा को ध्यान में रखते हुए परंपरा के अनुसार अभी भी कांग्रेस पार्टी सोच सकते हैं, हमारे पास बहुमत है, हमारे पास नंबर है, एनडीए के पास पर्याप्त नंबर है, तभी तो हम सरकार में है। लेकिन नंबर होते हुए भी हम परंपरा अनुसार उनको हम अनुरोध करते हैं कि इस स्पीकर पद को लेकर के चुनाव नहीं होना चाहिए। स्पीकर का पद किसी दल का नहीं होता है, पूरे सदन को एकजुट में रख करके चलाने का एक पद होता है, इसलिए इसको हम विभाजित ना करें और हम सर्वसम्मति से नए स्पीकर का चयन किया जाए। अभी भी मैं फिर से खास करके कांग्रेस पार्टी को मैं अपील करना चाहता हूं।
डिप्टी स्पीकर के लिए आप सर अभी,
जैसे मैंने कहा, डिप्टी स्पीकर का प्रक्रिया अलग से होता है, तो उसको कंडीशन दे करके स्पीकर का पद को लेकर के डिप्टी स्पीकर का कंडीशन लगाना ये सही नहीं है।
आप तैयार हैं सर?
हमने खुले मन से कहा है कि डिप्टी स्पीकर का चर्चा अलग से करेंगे, पहले स्पीकर पद का चुनाव होने दीजिए और सर्वसम्मति से स्पीकर को चुन लिया जाए, फिर हम डिप्टी स्पीकर का बात करेंगे। लेकिन उसको आप कंडीशन दे करके कि ये बात नहीं मानेंगे तो ये नहीं करेंगे, तो फिर आप परंपरा तोड़ने वाली बात हो गई है।
सर, क्या आप अपील कर रहे हैं कि वो अपने कैंडिडेट को विड्रॉ कर लें?
Deputy Speaker post was given to the opposition party in 1991. Before that, such practice did not exist. However, I am not on the issue of Deputy Speaker post right now. What I am saying is, since the tradition has been every Lok Sabha, the new Speaker is elected unopposed unanimously. That has been the practice. Let us not break the convention and tradition. And to put condition on the Speaker post itself is wrong. That is why I feel. So I once again appeal the Congress party to follow the tradition and convention and let us elect the new Speaker of the Lok Sabha unanimously.
आप ये रिक्वेस्ट करें उनसे कि वो अपने कैंडिडेट को विड्रॉ कर लें।
कहने का यही अर्थ है कि आप परंपरा और जो हमारे आज तक का जो सिस्टम रही है उसको मानते हुए कल मोशन मूव ना करें। और ठीक है, आपने नोटिस दिया है, नोटिस देने के बाद अगर आप मोशन मूव नहीं करते हैं या उसको विड्रॉ आप डिक्लेयर करते हैं तो उसको फिर हम कंसेंसस माना जाएगा।
लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी कह रही है कि बीजेपी अहंकार दिखा रही है, इस विपक्ष को साथ में नहीं।
स्पीकर का पद को यूनानिमसली हम चुनते हैं, यही परंपरा अगर हम फॉलो कर रहे हैं तो उसमें अहंकार का बात कहां से आ जाते हैं। हम पहली बार तो परंपरा नहीं कर रहे हैं। क्या हम पहली बार लोकसभा स्पीकर को निर्विरोध चुनने का परंपरा हम पहले बोल रहे हैं? क्या पहले बार तो नहीं कर रहे हैं? ये हमेशा ऐसा ही होते आया है, इसलिए ये राजनीति का मुद्दा नहीं है। मैं फिर से कहता हूं, लोकसभा स्पीकर का प्रक्रिया जो होते हैं उसको लेकर के राजनीतिकरण नहीं किया जाए तो ये सदन के गरिमा बचाए रखेंगे।
सर, एक सवाल, आज संसद में जय फिलिस्तीन के नारे गूंजे हैं, आप पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर हैं।
मुझे अभी सदस्य ने आके बताया कि एक मेंबर ने शपथ लेने के बाद जय फिलिस्तीन का नारा लगाया, तो मैं अभी उसको रूल्स के मुताबिक जो चेयर में है उनसे बात करता हूं इसका क्या करना है, क्योंकि हम किसी देश का विरोध और किसी देश से दुश्मनी नहीं है, लेकिन भारत के सदन के अंदर किसी और देश का लेकर के जायकार करना ये मैं सही नहीं मानता हूं। नियम के मुताबिक क्या है उसका आगे उसके हिसाब से काम करेंगे। इंग्लिश में मैंने बता दिया। वी हैव नो एनी काइंड ऑफ enmity with Palestine or any other country. The only issue is while taking oath, is it proper for any honorable member to raise the slogan praising another country? We have no problem with any other countries, but whether it is appropriate or not, we will have to check the rules. Some members have come to me and complained about the raising of Palestine slogan at the end of the oath. We will see the rules first.
Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju asking the Congress to rethink on the issue. He's appealed to the Congress to maintain, to build consensus over the Speaker's post. Well, the contest is going to be witnessed tomorrow. The election is going to take place for the Speaker's post tomorrow. But Kiran Rijiju here saying that the opposition knows we have the numbers, but despite that we are appealing to the Congress party and the opposition parties to build consensus on the issue. They've been trying to put conditions, but we are appealing to them to not break traditions and convention and elect the Speaker with consensus. All right, shifting our focus now, we have visuals coming in from the Lok Sabha of Congress MP Rahul Gandhi.
Rahul Gandhi, having been elected a member of the House of the People, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty upon which I am about to enter. Jai Hind, Jai Samvidhan.
MP Rahul Gandhi taking oath in the Lok Sabha. And well, Rahul Gandhi had won both Wayanad and Raebareli seat, but he has chosen to retain his family bastion of Raebareli and decided to give up Wayanad. Those are visuals coming in from the Lok Sabha just a moment back. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi sworn in as the Member of Parliament once again. And well, there has been a loud roar in the Lok Sabha with the opposition MPs cheering for him. And Rahul Gandhi now taking oath for the 5th term in the Lok Sabha here. Those visuals on your TV screens there. Well, he's chosen to retain the Raebareli seat and has decided to give up the Wayanad seat, which will be contested by Priyanka Gandhi, his sister. All right, well, shifting our focus now to some more news that we are tracking. NDTV's Maria Shakil has got the first exclusive interview with India Bloc's Lok Sabha Speaker candidate K. Suresh, who said that according to him, it was the NDA which flouted convention by not backing him. Listen in.
We have the man of the moment here, Mr. K. Suresh, who is the India Bloc nominee with us. Mr. K. Suresh, you are going to face an election tomorrow. It will be unprecedented in many ways because in decades, this is going to be a break of convention.
Yes, because we have tried for a consensus with the speaker election, but the ruling party, means government side, NDA side, they are not ready for a consensus. That's why consensus means we ask government, if we are supporting the speaker, you will give it to deputy speaker post in the opposition parties. But they are not ready to give a opposition deputy speaker post. That's why we are compelled to contest the speaker election.
But the NDA has the numbers, sir. And if you look at the northeastern parties, they would be able to cross a 300 number. So do you see that this is more about messaging that you are fighting?
Whether the number is not a criteria, whether the winning or losing, that is a different matter. But at the same time, there is a convention in the Lok Sabha. There is a system in the Lok Sabha. So who hold the speaker post, the ruling party, then deputy speaker post naturally goes to opposition party, largest opposition party.
Yes.
That convention broken by NDA government.
So you are saying that the convention has been broken, but the NDA says that you are indulging in pressure politics, that they would have agreed to a deputy speaker's chair if you would have given them perhaps some more time.
No, we are not pressurizing. We are only asking our right. We are asking our right because deputy speaker post is an opposition right. That right we are asking. So they are not ready to give even a deputy speaker post also in the opposition. Even 2.5 days only part-time speaker is, what is the period of part-time speaker? The senior most MB from opposition side.
Yes, you are the senior most.
Yeah, I am the senior most 8-time member. That are 2.5 days only the part-time speaker alive. That also they are not given to opposition. Then deputy speaker also they are not ready to give it to us. If they are ready to give to us, they can.
When were you told to file the nomination papers? When were you told to file the nomination papers? Everything happened this morning. Okay, all right. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
Right, so is the India bloc too divided over the speaker's election? Because TMC leader Sudeep Bandyopadhyay has said that we were not consulted about the speaker nomination and the Congress must explain their decision. The TMC has said that we will meet and decide on support to K. Suresh. K. Suresh has also reached out to the TMC, we are learning. Listen in to this conversation we've had with TMC leader Sudeep Bandyopadhyay.
I'm joined by veteran and leader of the Trinamool Congress, speaking exclusively to NDTV. What happened, sir, on the case, Suresh? Why didn't the Congress consult you?
No, that is the reason best known to them. I was watching TV today because our oath is today. That about 12 o'clock I was watching TV and then I found Suresh said nomination filing issue is being reflected. Then Derek came to my house that whether I was communicated or not. I said no. Nobody from Congress party had any talk with me so long the nominations process was alive.
So are you feeling upset that they didn't consult you? And will you be supporting K.
No,
Suresh?
we are having our own meeting now at 320 at our room. Abhishek Banerjee is also in the city. So now we'll discuss and we'll let you know.
But will you support Mr. K. Suresh?
No, it's a party decision. I cannot tell myself alone. We'll have to talk with our leader, Mamata Banerjee also.
So here you have it. Clearly they are unhappy with the way the Congress went ahead with the nomination of K. Suresh, and they will take a final call of whether to support K. Suresh or not. But nevertheless, they're making their point loud and clear to the Congress that and the India bloc that they must be consulted, the Trinamool Congress, with camera person Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
Well, fissures have appeared in the India bloc over the Speaker's election. How this really pans out remains to be seen. Meanwhile, we have some more political reactions on this story. Take a look.
अखबार में लिखा है कि प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा है कि ऑपोजिशन को कंस्ट्रक्टिवली सरकार के साथ कोऑपरेट करना चाहिए। ऑपोजिशन ने क्लियरली कहा है, राजनाथ सिंह जी का खारगे जी को फोन आया, राजनाथ सिंह जी ने खारगे जी से कहा देखिए आप हमारे स्पीकर को सपोर्ट कीजिए। ऑपोजिशन, पूरी ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है, हमने सब के सब से बात की है, पूरे ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है कि हम स्पीकर को सपोर्ट करेंगे, मगर कन्वेंशन ये है कि डेप्यूटी स्पीकर ऑपोजिशन को मिलना चाहिए। राजनाथ सिंह जी ने कल शाम कहा था कि वो खारगे जी को कॉल रिटर्न करेंगे। अभी तक राजनाथ सिंह जी ने खारगे जी का कॉल रिटर्न नहीं किया है। तो मोदी जी कह रहे हैं कंस्ट्रक्टिव कोऑपरेशन हो और फिर हमारे नेता को इंसल्ट करा जा रहा है।
कॉल बैक नहीं किया गया आपके द्वारा।
राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा कि खड़गे जी ने ऐसे, जहाँ तक खड़गे जी का प्रश्न है, एक सीनियर लीडर हैं, मैं उनका सम्मान करता हूँ। कल से लेकर आज तक उनसे 3 बार हमारी बात हुई है।
माननीय स्पीकर के पद के लिए सभी एनडीए के घटक दलों से चर्चा के बाद ऐसा तय हुआ कि माननीय ओम बिरला जी लोकसभा के माननीय अध्यक्ष के रूप में सेवा करें, और सुबह भी माननीय खड़गे जी से माननीय राजनाथ सिंह जी ने चर्चा करनी चाहिए, पर वो किधर व्यस्त थे, तो उन्होंने कहा कि वेणुगोपाल जी आपको बात करेंगे। लेकिन जब बालू जी और वेणुगोपाल जी से बात हुई, उसमें जिस प्रकार से एक पुरानी मानसिकता है कि हम डिक्टेट करेंगे टर्म्स को, उस मानसिकता को फिर से दिखाया गया कि नहीं, शर्त है कि पहले लोकसभा का उपाध्यक्ष कौन होगा वो पहले तय करें, फिर अध्यक्ष के लिए समर्थन मिलेगा।
एनडीए की तरफ से जो स्पीकर के लोकसभा के अध्यक्ष के उम्मीदवार हैं उनका नाम बताया और उन्होंने समर्थन मांगा। कांग्रेस पार्टी वेणुगोपाल साहब का कहना था कि आप उपाध्यक्ष का पद अभी आप इसी समय उसको स्वीकार करें। माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी ने उनको कहा कि जब उपाध्यक्ष का चुनाव होगा तो हम निश्चित तौर पर हम सभी लोग बैठ के बात करके उपाध्यक्ष तय करेंगे। लेकिन वो शर्त पर अड़े रहे और शर्तों के आधार पर वो लोकतंत्र चलाना चाहते हैं।
स्पीकर के पद पर प्रपोजल मूव करना था, तो उससे पहले माननीय राजनाथ सिंह जी, माननीय अमित शाह जी, विपक्ष के प्रमुख लोगों से बात की। लेकिन दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात यह है कि उन लोग प्री कंडीशन लगा के, पूर्व शर्त लगा के हम सपोर्ट करेंगे ऐसे बोल रहे हैं। संसदीय प्रजाप्रभुत्व में ऐसे कभी भी हो नहीं सकता है।
हमने सबसे बात किया है, कल से हम बात किए हैं, आज भी हमारे अपोजिशन के जितने फ्लोर लीडर्स हैं सबसे बात किए हैं। स्पीकर का पद को लेकर के आज तक चुनाव नहीं हुआ, और स्पीकर किसी एक पार्टी का नहीं होता है। स्पीकर पूरा सदन का संचालन करने के लिए एक सर्वसम्मति से बनाया जाता है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अगर स्पीकर पद को चुनौती देने के लिए नामांकन पत्र बढ़ाया है, तो ये अफसोस की बात है क्योंकि आज तक स्पीकर पद को लेकर के चुनाव नहीं हुआ है।
Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
The biggest democratic exercise.
Welcome back after the break. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will have to stay in jail. The Delhi High Court gave him no relief today. The trial court did not appreciate the facts given by the ED. This is what the Delhi High Court said today. The court also said that the trial court should have given ED a proper hearing before giving out the order, and the vacation bench should not have contradicted the order. Well, the High Court has said that earlier the relief was given to the Chief Minister only for polls. That was the interim relief that was given to Delhi Chief Minister. That is what the court has said. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party has reacted and said that we've already challenged the order in the Supreme Court and we have a lot of hope from the top court. Meanwhile, the BJP has hit back at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that the ED has credible and enough proof against Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party cannot abuse the law. Listen into reactions coming in.
माननीय हाई कोर्ट के इस रूलिंग का हम स्वागत करते हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह की जानकारी मिल रही थी कि ट्रायल कोर्ट के वहाँ जो फैसला आया था उसमें कुछ विसंगतियाँ पाई गई हैं, जो माननीय हाई कोर्ट ने भी कहा है, तो उस रूलिंग का हम स्वागत करते हैं। साथ ही साथ इस बात को भी स्पष्ट करते हैं कि माननीय हाई कोर्ट ने ही 9 अप्रैल को एक रूलिंग दी थी जिसमें कहा था कि अरविंद केजरीवाल की गिरफ्तारी कानूनी रूप से वैध है और जांच एजेंसी के पास सफिशिएंट एविडेंस है। हमें उस परिप्रेक्ष्य को भी ध्यान में रखना चाहिए और इसलिए मेरा मानना है कि इस शराब नीति घोटाले में जैसे जैसे तथ्य खुलेंगे, अरविंद केजरीवाल की भागीदारी निश्चित रूप से दिखाई भी देगी और स्पष्ट रूप से लोगों को पता चलेगा कि कितने करोड़ों रुपए का घोटाला अरविंद केजरीवाल के द्वारा किया गया है।
सर, अब आम आदमी पार्टी ये कह रही है कि वो इससे असहमत हैं और इसे अब वो चैलेंज करेंगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट में। वो कह रहे हैं कि बेल ऑर्डर को ऐसे नहीं रोका जा सकता है।
देखिए, इस लोकतंत्र की विशेषता ये है कि यहाँ हर अपराधी को अपनी बात कहने का अवसर मिलता है, तो ये अवसर उनके पास भी है। अगर उनको असहमति लगती है तो माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट का दरवाज़ा खुला ही है, वहाँ वो जाएंगे ही, और जो वहाँ से निर्णय आएगा वो हम सबको स्वीकार करना ही होगा।
It is on the expected line. See, on Friday when the interim stay was granted, we challenged it immediately before the Supreme Court and there was a hearing on Monday. The matter was postponed in the Supreme Court till Wednesday, waiting for the order of the final order of the High Court. Today, High Court has pronounced the judgment. We are already challenged the interim stay. We will challenge the detailed judgment which has been provided right now. So the fight is on, and we are hoping the Supreme Court will do a complete justice by not staying or the bail, but allowing him to come out of the jail.
Are you open from the Supreme Court tomorrow? Will you challenge the Delhi High Court order?
Yes, we have a lot of hope from Supreme Court because in past also in cases where that the bail has been stayed or the person has been stopped from coming out of the jail, the Supreme Court has intervened many times. So this time also we expect that we'll get a favorable order.
So lastly, important observations were made from the Delhi High Court. They said that the vacation bench did not apply their mind before passing on the judgment. Enough time was not given for both the parties to be heard. In fact, enforcement directed as well.
See, this is the observation. Their detailed order is still to come. These are the observation which has been during the pronouncement, and because the matter is already sub judice and we have already challenged the order, we'll challenge this order also and these observation as well.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. That was Rishikesh Kumar, Arvind Kejriwal's counsels, clearly stating that the fight is still on and they will move to the Supreme Court against the Delhi High Court order. This is Aishwarya Jain with regionalist Kamal Kant for NDTV in Delhi.
Several observations made, one regarding section 45 having not been considered properly, and other is that the papers which were submitted have not been perused by the court.
ये पूरा का पूरा तथाकथित शराब घोटाला फर्जी है, भाजपा के दफ्तर में लिखा गया है। आज तक एक चवन्नी का प्रमाण, एक चवन्नी की रिकवरी हमारे किसी भी नेता के यहाँ से नहीं हुई। अब हम आज जो फैसला आया है उससे हम असहमत हैं, पर आप भी देखिए कि हाई कोर्ट ने तो रोक लगा ही दी थी ट्रायल कोर्ट के फैसले पे बिना ऑर्डर देखे ही। आपको ध्यान होगा कि हाई कोर्ट के ऑनरेबल हाई कोर्ट के आगे ट्रायल कोर्ट का ऑर्डर भी नहीं था और उस पर स्टे लगा दी थी, तो अब उनको तो अपनी बात रखनी ही पड़ेगी शायद। हम आज के फैसले से असहमत हैं।
Well, my colleague Aishwarya now joins us live on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Aishwarya, some strong words that were used by the court today, as the court today denied any relief for Arvind Kejriwal, saying that the trial court did not apply its mind while granting bail to Arvind Kejriwal, and the important facts were not considered. Now, this has of course led to a war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. While the Aam Aadmi Party, we believe, has already appealed in the Supreme Court against the order. The BJP, however, saying that the probe agency has enough evidence against Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, certainly it is the counsels of Arvind Kejriwal who had been stating that they have already filed the application in the Supreme Court against the Delhi High Court's stay, which was given much before, much before the day when it was when they put an stay on the trial court order, and therefore the reason perhaps when the Supreme Court had said that they will hear the matter on Wednesday if any party wants to appeal. So clearly tomorrow is a day when Arvind Kejriwal's counsels will reach out to the Supreme Court, and they want this matter to be urgently listed so that Supreme Court can hear the arguments on their part as well. But important observations being made by the Delhi High Court today stated that enforcement directorate was not heard properly, and also the vacation, the vacation. That vacation bench that had given earlier the order, yes, that also had not concluded and not went to the merits of the entire case as well. Yes, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party and Bharatiya Janata Party had their own views on this, but the law is taking its own course, and tomorrow is an all-important day when the Supreme Court will hear this matter on the stay of the Delhi High Court that has been challenged by Arvind Kejriwal's team.
Right. All right. We'll keep an eye on the developments there. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. That is the latest we're picking up at the moment. Reactions also have started pouring in. We'll get you that in just a bit. Meanwhile, some more news now that we're tracking. In view of the paper leak in the constable recruitment exam in UP, the Yogi government will bring the UP Public Examination Ordinance 2024. Under this, if found guilty in any case of paper leak, the imprisonment life imprisonment and a fine of 1 crore rupees is expected to be imposed. This proposal has been approved by the Yogi cabinet now. At the same time, if the examination is affected due to paper leak or other reasons, the expenses incurred on it will be compensated from recovering from the solver gang. Well, this is the latest we are picking at the moment. My colleague Tanishq is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Well, the UP cabinet has already passed the proposal to bring the law on paper leak. And this is in view, of course, the exam paper leaks that have come to the fore in the constable recruitment exam. Well, tell us in detail about what all it constitutes.
Well, Kitty, let me tell you that when ROARO exam paper leak happened, and the police constable paper leak happened, at that point of time the government promised that all of these exams will be conducted within 6 months. So now, of course, you know, the UP government wants to enact this before the next exams, before the exams are conducted once again after the paper leak happened. Now what has happened today, out of the 43 proposals passed by the cabinet, one of the proposal is that an ordinance will be passed in which all the details that you mentioned, that a fine of rupees 2 crore, fine of rupees 1 crore, and imprisonment from 2 years to life, up to life, all these provisions will be included. So a proposal to pass the ordinance has been passed. Now, of course, when again the cabinet sits the next time, the ordinance will be formed, and then it will be and then the ordinance will be passed. But as of now, the proposal has been passed. The UP government has said that they will bring a law to deal with paper leaks, solver gangs and everything, and this all in the backdrop of the paper leak, of the NEET controversy, net controversy, the UP police constable paper leak. All of this comes in the backdrop of all of this. Yes.
All right. We have more details. Also, we are learning that the companies and service providers who indulge in these irregularities or paper leaks in the examination will be blacklisted. That is what the proposal says. Well, thank you so much, Tanishq, for getting us all those details there. Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. More on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet.
Welcome back after the break. Trouble seems to have mounted for Revannas in the sex crimes case in Karnataka. Well, Prajwal Revanna now has been sent to 4-day police custody. Well, the SIT is also going to probe Prajwal Revanna over the 4th FIR that has been filed against him. The special investigation team of the Karnataka police has registered another case of sexual harassment against Prajwal Revanna, the former JDS MP from Hassan, who's been booked in 3 other cases of sexual assault, and the SIT is going to be investigating Prajwal Revanna over this, over the charges that have been filed in the 4th FIR against him. Well, my colleague Pratibha gets us more on that.
Suraj Revanna is now in police custody because we're talking of the CID that has taken over the case, and they have been trying to get into a custodial interrogation to get more details into that particular case. In the meantime, Prajwal Revanna, there's more trouble brewing for him because we're talking of a 4th case that has been registered against him. In total, there were around 3 FIRs registered with grave allegations like rape, and now we have the 4th FIR registered against him that talks about sexual harassment. So far, no rape charges that has surfaced in the 4th FIR. Now, keeping in mind this 4th FIR, the SIT has sought custody again of Prajwal Revanna there because the custody of the police had ended yesterday with respect to the 3rd FIR, and he was sent to judicial custody until July 8th. Now, Prajwal Revanna is back into the SIT fold for custody.
जैसे इसे उससे सेक्सुअल डिस्कस अंतिम म्हणजे एक माणूस म्हणजे सरकार त्या सरकारामध्ये राज्य सरकारी बँकेचे उपाध्यक्ष
Well, that's NCP Chief Sharad Pawar speaking there in that press conference that he is addressing. We'll get back to it in just a bit. Some more news now that we continue to track at the moment. It's day 2 of Parliament today, and NDA and India bloc have locked horns in a battle over saving the Constitution. After opposition's protest with copies of Constitution, the BJP rebutted, saying that the party had launched a social media offensive against the Congress party, that is on June 25th, which is today, to mark the 50th anniversary of the proclamation of emergency in 1975. The BJP says that this exposes what it terms the Congress party's authoritarianism and disregard for the constitution. Prime Minister Modi had attacked the Congress, accusing the party of disregarding democratic principles of the constitution and turning the country into a jail. He said that the opposition had no right to profess their love for the constitution.
और मैं जानना चाहता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी से, आजकल ये नेता बड़े संविधान की कॉपी लेकर के फिरते हैं, इनको इतिहास इन्होंने पढ़ा नहीं है। इनको चाहिए कि जाएं राजघाट पर और देश से जाकर के माफी मांगे महात्मा गांधी की समाधि पर, और देश से माफी मांगे जिन्होंने प्रजातंत्र का गला घोटा और देश को रोकने का प्रयास।
कांग्रेस को और कांग्रेस के इन सभी सहयोगियों को जिन्होंने लोकतंत्र को कमजोर किया है, संविधान के प्रावधानों को समय समय पर मानने से इनकार किया है, इसके लिए आज इमरजेंसी की 50 वर्ष पूरे होने पर इन्हें देश की जनता से माफी मांगनी चाहिए अपने इस कृत्य के लिए, और अपने न केवल चेहरे को बल्कि चरित्र को देश के संसदीय लोकतंत्र के अनुरूप ले जाने के लिए अपने आप को तैयार करना चाहिए।
Yesterday, Prime Minister also mentioned about emergency and 50 years of emergency. He mentioned that there is this dark era that came. Several of the people were jailed. Today as well, several of the leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party had tweeted it out. And in fact, Ashwini Vaishnav, Railway Minister, compared Congress with the dictatorship. How do you see these things happening?
This is a Goebbels theory, like Vaishnav, like people are becoming the Goebbels of the modern 21st century. They wanted to just whitewash the sins, what they are doing it. The Prime Minister on the first day should have spoken about the NEET paper leak. He should have spoken about the railway tragedy, 40 people has died. Therefore, these are all the real issues. Stock market scam was there. Prime Minister is not ready to speak about that thing. He is speaking about a 50-year-old event, old history now. He wants diversions. He wants people of India to get diverted from the real issues. But people are very clear, they voted very clearly that they had sent opposition parties to ask the real questions. We will ask real questions. We don't want to hear the lecture on emergency. It is an undeclared emergency now in India, where 2 chief ministers are in jail. There are dozen governments which has been bought over or threatened by ED and money bags in Operation Kamala. There are journalists threatened, sent out of the jobs and others. Media houses are under tremendous pressure. On every journalist is working under tremendous pressure. This is an undeclared emergency, and they are giving us lecture on emergency is unacceptable to us.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the developments on that big story that we continue to track. Meanwhile, some more news coming in from Tamil Nadu. In the Hooch tragedy, 58 people have died. The death toll has now risen to 58, and we are learning over 100 people are still admitted in hospitals across Tamil Nadu. Well, a political war of words has also intensified between the opposition and the DMK. The AIDMK has demanded Chief Minister Stalin's resignation over the Hooch tragedy deaths. Well, that is the latest coming in. However, the DMK maintains that it's making all efforts and doing all it can is possible to assist those who are affected and the families of those who've died. Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ये आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Welcome back after the break. Kalki 2898 AD is just 2 days away from its big release, and the Prabhas starrer is showing exceptional pre-sales business. The advance booking for the movie had opened 2 days back on Sunday, and the film has already sold over 5 lakh tickets in 2 days. My colleague Uma gets us more.
भगवान एक ही, supreme Yaskin.
So from the land of Bahubali, RRR and Pushpa comes this film Kalki 2898 AD, which promises to be yet another blockbuster, one of the costliest ever films made at about 600 crore rupees. And it has a star ensemble of Amitabh Bachchan, you have Kamal Hassan, you have Rebel star Prabhas playing the lead, and you have Deepika Padukone and also Disha Patani and Brahmanandam, and it's been made by Nag Ashwin, who in fact made a debut as a director only about 10 years ago with Yavade Subramaniam, and subsequently made Mahanati, which was a much acclaimed biopic on actress Savitri, and won an national awards as well. And yes, he has made Sitaramam as well more recently. And this is a film that's been described as an Indian epic dystopian science fiction action film, and something that is spanning over millennials, the storyline from the time of the Mahabharata 3012 BC to Kali Yuga 2898 AD, and a lot of computer graphics you can expect, but also real sets that was in fact erected at Ramoji Film City, a futuristic set that was erected in July 2021. Though it was announced during COVID, got a little postponed, was supposed to release during May, and then because of elections now the date postponed to June 27. Both Andhra Pradesh and Telangana giving certain concessions. There will be 6 shows in Telangana on June 27, including a 5:30 a.m. Morning film as well. And yes, over the next 8 days, there will be 5 shows. In Andhra Pradesh, there are going to be, for 15 days, there are going to be 5 shows. And the ticket pricing as well, 35 rupees for a single screen and 100 rupees here for multiplex and 125 in Andhra Pradesh, where in fact Ashwini, the producer, YJNT Films, had gone to meet newly elected Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Pawan Kalyan there as well. So big expectations around the film, and people are hugely looking forward to the kind of universe that we are told will open up with Kalki, and they're planning it along with merchandise. So all of that being done as part of this very futuristic film.
Immense anticipation surrounding the movie. Well, we have more news coming in from the world of cinema. The trailer for actor Kamal Haasan's Indian 2 has been released, which is a sequel to the 1996 blockbuster Indian. This has been directed by Shankar, and the cast includes Kajal Agarwal, Siddharth, Priya Bhavani Shankar, as well as Rakul Preet, among the others. NDTV's Sam Daniel spoke exclusively to Kamal Haasan. Listen in.
Thank you very much for your time. The film has relevance all the more now, so after 28 years.
Yes, it does. Thanks to all the corruption that still exists. And they asked me a pertinent question. How is this corruption still intact? We are all responsible. That is why it's still intact.
Lastly, about your experience of doing the makeup for Senapati role. It took hours, and you couldn't even eat properly at that time.
Well, by now I'm used to it. Only thing is the result, if it's gratifying, all the pain is worth it. Thank you.
Last question, working with Mr. Shankar after so many years.
We have, what all we lacked in the first part, we made up with plus more. Be it the budget, the technicians, the technicality, and the gadgets.
When is the third episode, third film, part 3?
After the release and the success of this.
Thank you very much and all the best. That was Mr. Kamal Haasan talking to us in Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel for NDTV.
Well, a special conversation my colleague Sam Daniel had with Kamal Haasan there. Meanwhile, some more news now that we're tracking. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange will plead guilty to a felony charge in a deal with the US Justice Department that will resolve a long-running legal saga that centered on the publication of a trove of classified documents. Assange had spent the last 5 years in a British prison from where he was fighting extradition to the US. Reports suggest that Assange would be freed in the US plea deal.
It's Wednesday, the 19th of June, and it's exactly 12 years today since Julian went into the embassy of Ecuador, which granted him political asylum, protection from persecution, from torture, from a life imprisonment. And 12 years on, I'm visiting Julian in a high-security prison. But this period of our lives, I'm confident now, has come to an end. And I think that by this time next week, Julian will be free.
Well, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many."
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Lok Sabha Speaker election face-off. Parliamentary Affairs Minister reaches out to the opposition. Minister Rijiju calls for unanimity. Election for Lok Sabha Speaker's post tomorrow. NDTV exclusive with opposition Speaker candidate K. Suresh tells NDTV that all effort to build consensus had in fact failed. Rahul Gandhi takes oath as MP once again, holds up the copy of Constitution during oath taking.
On which I am about to enter.
Pune Porsche crash case, bail for the juvenile accused. Bombay High Court says that the juvenile's arrest was in fact illegal, passes orders calling for ordering the release of the accused juvenile. No relief for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Delhi High Court stays the trial court order granting bail, says that the trial court did not apply its mind while giving that order. Aam Aadmi Party adds that they hope for relief from top court. BJP retorts saying that the ED has enough proof and that the Aam Aadmi Party can't abuse the law. UP government to bring law on paper leak. Cabinet passes proposal to bring the law, jail term and fine up to ₹1 crore among some of the conditions. And the breaking that we are in fact bringing for you at the top of this bulletin is that there's a key NDA meeting which is scheduled to start shortly at Amit Shah's residence, at Union Home Minister Amit Shah's residence, just a day ahead of the Speaker elections in Lok Sabha. Remember that the Lok Sabha Speaker's election is going to take place tomorrow, and what we are being told is that this is a meeting for floor coordination ahead of that key election in Lok Sabha there. So this is a breaking update that we're getting for you. For more on this, I am joined by my colleague Vasudha. Vasudha, so the NDA seems to be preparing itself now ahead of that Speaker's election, though clearly they are in the majority and it wouldn't be such a difficult task to get their candidate Om Birla elected in this case. But since this is quite rare that elections are held for the Speaker's post, the NDA is not leaving any stone unturned as far as preparations concerned.
Absolutely, Tanima, and remember that has also become a prestige battle for the BJP, for the ruling party that remains the dominant party with 240 MPs, but of course does not enjoy the kind of majority that it had in 2014 and 2019. So I'm inside the parliament, and what I understand is that there is a meeting that's going on in Amit Shah's chambers, and of course this is just amongst the many important meetings that he has had today. In the morning, we saw him meet with Rajnath Singh, T.R. Balu, and of course, K.C. Venugopal and NDA allies. And it's with NDA allies, they actually went to, fill in the nomination for Om Birla as the NDA candidate. And of course, the consensus that was building up with the NDA allies, or at least efforts were being made towards that in some ways also broke down. Those meetings happened in the morning. Now, in the evening, Amit Shah, the Home Minister, is having a fresh set of meetings with the NDA allies. This is to ensure that there is complete floor coordination tomorrow. I can see Chirag Paswan and of course H.D. Kumaraswamy have already arrived, and of course CDP, Apna Dal and all other allies of the BJP, including Jitin Ram Manjhi and RLD, are supposed to also be part of this. And of course Piyush Goyal and important ministers, including Kiran Rijiju, will also be part of this just to ensure that there is a foolproof strategy when it comes to floor coordination. This is something that BJP will not want to sort of take any chance upon, because this is a test not just for the BJP but also for the opposition. So the opposition has put forward a candidate which in some ways was not expected, because the numbers are not of their advantage, but they of course want to send out a message. And by fielding K. Suresh, who is amongst the senior most MPs and also comes from the SC community, there is a lot of political messaging in there, which is what the BJP would want to safeguard against. And today, every statement of the BJP on record has also come from its allies, and the BJP has been very careful to not really attack Mr. Suresh, but of course they've been saying that, if K. Suresh should be the LOP, so they've been very careful in terms of like not really attacking him, but making, statements that are linking the Congress behavior and opposition behavior with the emergency that we saw in 1975. So clearly that seems to be the BJP strategy of taking down the opposition by showing that it has been undemocratic in the past. But clearly tomorrow is a big test which is going to play out with the opposition and the BJP against each other with the speaker in question.
Right, Vasudha there. So a key huddle taking place at Amit Shah's residence of the NDA leaders there. This just as we've seen a number of hectic developments taking place today as far as the speaker selection is concerned. And as we know that there will be an elections, of course, in the Lok Sabha tomorrow for the speaker's position. Staying with the news now, and this is of course a rare occurrence as far as parliamentary affairs are concerned, because usually speaker's post is decided with consensus between the government and the opposition. But today both the NDA as well as the India bloc, which is the opposition, have fielded their own candidates. NDA putting forth Om Birla's candidature, repeating him as their speaker's choice. India bloc, on the other hand, has fielded K. Suresh, 7-time MP, who the opposition had claimed was ignored for the pro-tem speaker's post. In fact, while the government has once again reached out to the opposition calling for consensus on the issue, the opposition has countered them, saying that it was the government which had flouted convention, the NDA which had flouted convention by not offering the deputy speaker's post to them, which is usually the tradition.
परंपरा के अनुसार स्पीकर का पद जब से भारत आज़ादी प्राप्त किया है आज तक कभी चुनाव नहीं हुआ, और हम चाहते हैं कि इस बार भी लोकसभा अध्यक्ष स्पीकर का पद को निर्विरोध कंसेंसस सब मिलकर के चुना जाए। खास करके कांग्रेस पार्टी का रवैया बहुत साफ था कि वो कंडीशंस नहीं मानेंगे तो स्पीकर के पद को वो हमारा समर्थन नहीं करेंगे। मैं फिर से अपील करना चाहता हूं कि स्पीकर के पद का गरिमा को ध्यान में रखते हुए परंपरा के अनुसार अभी भी कांग्रेस पार्टी सोच सकते हैं, हमारे पास बहुमत है, हमारे पास नंबर है, एनडीए के पास पर्याप्त नंबर है, तभी तो हम सरकार में हैं। लेकिन नंबर होते हुए भी हम परंपरा अनुसार उनको हम अनुरोध करते हैं कि इस स्पीकर पद को लेकर के चुनाव नहीं होना चाहिए।
अखबार में लिखा है कि प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा है कि ऑपोजिशन को कंस्ट्रक्टिवली सरकार के साथ कोऑपरेट करना चाहिए। ऑपोजिशन ने क्लियरली कहा है, राजनाथ सिंह जी का खारगे जी को फोन आया, राजनाथ सिंह जी ने खारगे जी से कहा देखिए आप हमारे स्पीकर को सपोर्ट कीजिए। ऑपोजिशन, पूरी ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है, हमने सब के सब से बात की है, पूरे ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है कि हम स्पीकर को सपोर्ट करेंगे, मगर कन्वेंशन ये है कि डेप्यूटी स्पीकर ऑपोजिशन को मिलना चाहिए। राजनाथ सिंह जी ने कल शाम कहा था कि वो खारगे जी को कॉल रिटर्न करेंगे। अभी तक राजनाथ सिंह जी ने खारगे जी का कॉल रिटर्न नहीं किया है। तो मोदी जी कह रहे हैं कंस्ट्रक्टिव कोऑपरेशन हो, और फिर हमारे नेता को इंसल्ट करा जा रहा है।
कॉल बैक नहीं किया गया आपके द्वारा।
राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा कि खड़गे जी ने ऐसे, जहां तक खड़गे जी का प्रश्न है, एक सीनियर लीडर हैं, मैं उनका सम्मान करता हूं। कल से लेकर आज तक उनसे 3 बार हमारी बात हुई है।
Right, I'm joined by my colleague Sunil Prabhu for more on this. Sunil, this is a rarest of rare case as far as parliamentary affairs is concerned, as far as Indian history is concerned. We've seen the NDA though they have the majority, are not taking any chances. There's a huddle going on at Home Minister Amit Shah's chambers in the Parliament. Is there similar strategy being followed by the opposition ahead of that key election tomorrow?
Well, they are definitely meeting tonight. Mr. Karge is hosting a floor leaders meeting. This is something that they would have ideally wanted to avoid. They just wanted an assurance from the government that there would be a deputy speaker's election and that post would be given to the opposition as well as the convention. As you are well aware, and Article 95 of the Constitution says that there shall be a speaker as well as a deputy speaker. And the word is shall. It's mandatory. What happened in the 17th Lok Sabha? The government of the day refused to fill up that post for best reasons known to them. No explanation was ever given. We haven't heard of that reason for why they didn't hold a deputy speaker election. And it's in that backdrop the Congress didn't want to take any possible chances. There's been a trust deficit, and once the government refused to come and say we will talk about that later, that's when the opposition made it clear that, in particular, led by the Congress, and we've seen also a little bit of a skirmish between the opposition in terms of the Congress as well as the Trinamool Congress on the issue of the speaker, of the election for the speaker. They would have ideally wanted to avoid it. You have to look at the larger picture. The NDA will get approximately 300 people, something that Mr. Rijiju is trying to say we would like to avoid. But definitely, as you pointed out, rarest of rare, unfortunate, and setting a very unhealthy trend in parliamentary democracy, a path of confrontation right from day one, be it on the pro tem speaker, be it on the speaker.
Right.
So this is going to be a clear indicator of how things are going to play out in the 18th Lok Sabha.
Right, unprecedented developments there from the Parliament. Sunil Prabhu, thank you so much for joining us. And NDTV's Maria Shakil got the first exclusive interview with India Bloc's Lok Sabha Speaker candidate K. Suresh. Listen in.
We have the man of the moment here, Mr. K. Suresh, who is the India Bloc nominee with us. Mr. K. Suresh, you are going to face an election tomorrow. It will be unprecedented in many ways because in decades, this is going to be a break of convention.
Yes, because we have tried for a consensus with the speaker election, but the ruling party, means government side, NDA side, they are not ready for a consensus. That's why consensus means we ask government, if we are supporting the speaker, you will give it to deputy speaker post in the opposition parties. But they are not ready to give a opposition deputy speaker post. That's why we are compelled to contest the speaker election.
But the NDA has the numbers, sir. And if you look at the northeastern parties, they would be able to cross a 300 number. So do you see that this is more about messaging that you are fighting?
Whether the number is not a criteria, whether the winning or losing, that is a different matter. But at the same time, there is a convention in the Lok Sabha. There is a system in the Lok Sabha. So who hold the speaker post, the ruling party, then deputy speaker post naturally goes to opposition party, largest opposition party.
Yes.
That convention broken by NDA government.
So you are saying that the convention has been broken, but the NDA says that you are indulging in pressure politics, that they would have agreed to a deputy speaker's chair if you would have given them perhaps some more time.
No, we are not pressurizing. We are only asking our right. We are asking our right because deputy speaker post is an opposition right. That right we are asking. So they are not ready to give even a deputy speaker post also in the opposition. Even 2.5 days only part-time speaker is, what is the period of part-time speaker? The senior most MB from opposition side.
Yes, you are the senior most.
Yeah, I am the senior most 8-time member. But that are 2.5 days only the part-time speaker alive. That also they are not given to opposition. Then deputy speaker also they are not ready to give to us. If they are ready to give to us, they can.
When were you told to file the nomination papers? When were you told to file the nomination papers? Everything happened this morning. Okay, all right. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
Staying with more news from Parliament, and Rahul Gandhi, the Congress MP there, took oath in Lok Sabha today. Rahul Gandhi took oath as an MP for the 5th term, and in fact during his oath taking he also held up a copy of the Constitution. The visuals of that on your screens there. Let's take a look at reactions on this.
Jai Hind, Jai Samvidhan. I'm about to enter. Jai Hind, Jai Samvidhan.
शपथ लेते हुए
जी बहुत खुशी हुई देख के जी, और राहुल जी भी, किशोरी जी भी, इमरान भी, काफी मैं अच्छा लगा कि सब अपना शपथ ले लें.
Right, so the opposition MPs, in fact, including Rahul Gandhi, took oath today. Sunil Prabhu still with us. Sunil, so the Congress there, and the opposition for that matter, still pushing forth with their key slogan, which was also part of their campaign during the elections, of Constitution being targeted by the centre. And once again, Rahul Gandhi took that opportunity to underscore that during his, while he was taking oath as an MP.
That's right, Tanima. And if you actually see even the Prime Minister at the NDA meeting, even giving reference at the old Central Hall of Parliament, the Constitution of India, taking it to his forehead. So it's not only Rahul Gandhi, but also the Prime Minister. I think the Constitution has come into play. Everybody's talking about it. In fact, today we saw a proactive Rahul Gandhi in Parliament as he took oath. There was those Bharat Jodo signs, but really pulling up BJP MPs who were taking videos inside Parliament and asking the Speaker whether it was permitted or not, and saying that this is unprecedented, unacceptable, and they were trying to say they weren't, and they said, we can show you the footage, this is a lie, don't speak lies about this. It's in this context that Rahul Gandhi, I think, is all set. Though he was not inclined to be the leader of opposition, we have to still wait for Sonia Gandhi to nominate the leader, but I think the stage is set with his proactive role and taking that front bench in the Lok Sabha. We can expect him to become the leader of opposition and the leader of the Lok Sabha for the Congress party.
Right, Sunil Prabhu there, thank you so much for joining us with that. In fact, staying in connection to that story, the NDA and India bloc were locking horns today over a battle over the Constitution after opposition stir yesterday. The protest march that they led up to the Parliament with copies of the Constitution, it was time for BJP's rebuttal today. The BJP launched a social media offensive targeting the Congress, and this on a day which marks the 50th anniversary of the proclamation of the emergency in 1975. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi attacked the Congress in a social media post accusing the party of disregarding democratic principles.
जानना चाहता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी से, आजकल ये नेता बड़े संविधान की कॉपी लेकर के फिरते हैं, इनको इतिहास इन्होंने पढ़ा नहीं है. इनको चाहिए कि जाएं राजघाट पर और देश से जाकर के माफी मांगे महात्मा गांधी की समाधि पर, और देश से माफी मांगे जिन्होंने प्रजातंत्र का गला घोटा और देश को रोकने का प्रयास.
कांग्रेस को और कांग्रेस के इन सभी सहयोगियों को जिन्होंने लोकतंत्र को कमजोर किया है, संविधान के प्रावधानों को समय समय पर मानने से इनकार किया है, इसके लिए आज इमरजेंसी की 50 वर्ष पूरे होने पर इन्हें देश की जनता से माफी मांगनी चाहिए अपने इस कृत्य के लिए, और अपने न केवल चेहरे को बल्कि चरित्र को देश के संसदीय लोकतंत्र के अनुरूप ले जाने के लिए अपने आप को तैयार करना चाहिए.
Yesterday, Prime Minister also mentioned about emergency and 50 years of emergency. He mentioned that there is this dark era that came. Several of the people were jailed. Today as well, several of the leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party had tweeted it out. And in fact, Ashwini Vaishnav, Railway Minister, compared Congress with the dictatorship. How do you see these things happening?
This is a Goebbels theory, like Vaishnav, like people are becoming the Goebbels of the modern 21st century. They wanted to just whitewash the sins, what they are doing it. The Prime Minister on the first day should have spoken about the NEET paper leak. He should have spoken about the railway tragedy, 40 people has died. Therefore, these are all the real issues. Stock market scam was there. Prime Minister is not ready to speak about that thing. He is speaking about a 50-year-old event, old history now. He wants diversions. He wants people of India to get diverted from the real issues. But people are very clear, they voted very clearly that they had sent opposition parties to ask the real questions. We will ask real questions. We don't want to hear the lecture on emergency. It is an undeclared emergency now in India, where 2 chief ministers are in jail. There are dozen governments which has been bought over or threatened by ED and money bags in Operation Kamala. There are journalists threatened, sent out of the jobs and others. Media houses are under tremendous pressure. On every journalist is working under tremendous pressure. This is an undeclared emergency, and they are giving us lecture on emergency is unacceptable to us.
No, Prime Minister and BJP leaders always saying like this. This is not the first time we made a statement against us, and but they want to political advantage. They want to remembering to the people about the emergency because they want to political advantage. So people after that, after emergency we defeated. After that people voted for and returned Congress party power on many occasions. Then why is again and again remembering this Black Day emergency? This is not relevant now.
हाँ, 25 जून 1975 को इमरजेंसी लागू हुआ था और जितने भी गैर कांग्रेसी नेता थे सबको जेल के अंदर डाल दिया गया था। 19 महीना जेल काटे, कई लोगों का परिवार बर्बाद हो गया और निश्चित रूप से वो लोकतंत्र की हत्या थी, काला दिवस था और भारतीय जनता पार्टी यादगार में 25 जून को काला दिवस के रूप में मनाती है।
Right, we'll slip into a short break at this point in time. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Brought to you by.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to
Welcome back. Another one of our top stories, and that is there's no relief for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal as he's going to stay in jail for now. This as the High Court in fact overturned the trial court order which had granted bail to Kejriwal. In fact, it accepted the ED's petition which had sought a stay on the bail order. The High Court in fact said that during while the trial court had in fact heard the petition, it did not apply its mind and did not consider all the material evidence which had been placed in front of it by the ED. Remember, this comes in at a time when Kejriwal has also moved Supreme Court over this issue, and the hearing on that, of course, is going to take place tomorrow. Supreme Court had in fact said that before the High Court passed its order, it would not want to intervene in this case. The Aam Aadmi Party has reacted, saying that it has hope from the Supreme Court. BJP, of course, retorting, saying that the ED has produced sufficient evidence in this case against the Delhi Chief Minister.
It is on the expected line. See, on Friday when the interim stay was granted, we challenged it immediately before the Supreme Court, and there was a hearing on Monday. The matter was postponed in the Supreme Court till Wednesday, waiting for the order of the final order of the High Court. Today, High Court has pronounced the judgment. We are already challenged the interim stay. We will challenge the detailed judgment which has been provided right now. So the fight is on, and we are hoping the Supreme Court will do a complete justice by not staying or the bail, but allowing him to come out of the jail.
Are you open from the Supreme Court tomorrow? Will you challenge the Delhi High Court order?
Yes, we have a lot of hope from Supreme Court because in past also in cases where that the bail has been stayed or the person has been stopped from coming out of the jail, the Supreme Court has intervened many times. So this time also we expect that we'll get a favorable order.
So lastly, important observations were made from the Delhi High Court. They said that the vacation bench did not apply their mind before passing on the judgment. Enough time was not given for both the parties to be heard. In fact, enforcement directed as well.
See, this is the observation. Their detailed order is still to come. These are the observation which has been during the pronouncement, and because the matter is already sub judice and we have already challenged the order, we'll challenge this order also and these observation as well.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. That was Rishikesh Kumar, Arvind Kejriwal's counsels, clearly stating that the fight is still on and they will move to the Supreme Court against the Delhi High Court order. This is Ishwar Jain with regionalist Kamal Kant for NDTV in Delhi.
माननीय हाई कोर्ट के इस रूलिंग का हम स्वागत करते हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह की जानकारी मिल रही थी कि ट्रायल कोर्ट के वहाँ जो फैसला आया था उसमें कुछ विसंगतियाँ पाई गई हैं जो माननीय हाई कोर्ट ने भी कहा है, तो उस रूलिंग का हम स्वागत करते हैं। साथ ही साथ इस बात को भी स्पष्ट करते हैं कि माननीय हाई कोर्ट ने ही 9 अप्रैल को एक रूलिंग दी थी जिसमें कहा था कि अरविंद केजरीवाल की गिरफ्तारी कानूनी रूप से वैध है और जांच एजेंसी के पास सफिशिएंट एविडेंस है। हमें उस परिप्रेक्ष्य को भी ध्यान में रखना चाहिए और इसलिए मेरा मानना है कि इस शराब नीति घोटाले में जैसे जैसे तथ्य खुलेंगे अरविंद केजरीवाल की भागीदारी निश्चित रूप से दिखाई भी देगी और स्पष्ट रूप से लोगों को पता चलेगा कि कितने करोड़ों रुपए का घोटाला अरविंद केजरीवाल के द्वारा किया गया है।
सर, अब आम आदमी पार्टी ये कह रही है कि वो इससे असहमत हैं और इसे अब वो चैलेंज करेंगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट में। वो कह रहे हैं कि बेल ऑर्डर को ऐसे नहीं रोका जा सकता।
देखिए, इस लोकतंत्र की विशेषता ये है कि यहाँ हर अपराधी को अपनी बात कहने का अवसर मिलता है, तो ये अवसर उनके पास भी है। अगर उनको असहमति लगती है तो माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट का दरवाज़ा खुला ही है, वहाँ वो जाएंगे ही और जो वहाँ से निर्णय आएगा वो हम सबको स्वीकार करना ही होगा।
जब आपने वो ऑर्डर ही नहीं देखा तो आपने उसको स्टे कर दिया, इसका मतलब ये है कि हाई कोर्ट प्रीजुडिस पूर्वाग्रह से ग्रसित था। उन्होंने पहले ही कुछ जो है मन में सोचा हुआ था और ये बात सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी कहा कि हाई कोर्ट ने इसके ऊपर गलती की। तो मुझे लगता है कि किसी भी जज के लिए, किसी भी जज साहब के लिए बड़ा मुश्किल होता है कि पहले ही उन्होंने किसी ऑर्डर को बिना देखे उसको स्टे कर दिया हो, फिर जब वो ऑर्डर आए तो वो उसको कहें कि नहीं अब मैं इसको स्टे नहीं। उनको तो उस स्टे को और मजबूत करना है, उस स्टे को अब आगे जो है जस्टिफाई करना है, तो हम इसके लिए जो है आगे की लीगल स्ट्रेटजी बनाएंगे।
Right, we'll be slipping into a short break at this point, but on the other side, my colleague Maria Shakil gets you this exclusive interview with former Vice President of India, Venkaiah Naidu.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया भाई पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all.
On this day in 1975, emergency was declared, and then began what has been the biggest blot on Indian democracy. There are leaders who lived through those 21 months. I have with me former Vice President of India, Mr. Venkaiah Naidu. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. You have often said that there should be lessons in textbooks for young students to know what really happened during those days. You have lived through those months.
Yes.
Would you recall for us?
Yes, I am very particular on what you have said just now about making this as a syllabi for the students to know what has happened to the country in 1975, emergency, why, how, and then how it was lifted. All these things must be made known to the youngsters because they are the future of the country. Secondly, I was sitting in a student meeting at the time. Friends were discussing, chatting. Suddenly a message came to me saying that emergency is going to be imposed. Emergency was a word which is not that much familiar with us. And then they said, please go underground. That was the message from ABVP. So I skipped away from the meeting and then slipped to some other town and changed my attire and all. 2.5 months I avoided emergency arrest. And I was going around on a scooter, taking one of the girls who was a co-worker behind me so that people do not suspect me. And then changing attire and all, I used to go around and then distribute pamphlets, drop pamphlets in cinema halls against emergency, distribute this Vande Mataram newspaper, etc. That's how we campaigned against emergency. Later, one fine evening, when I was returning back to Vijayawada to give back the scooter of my friend, the manager of the theatre, owner, who is my friend, that manager was telling Circle Inspector, you are searching for Venkaiah Naidu, sorry. That fellow is innocent, he do not know all this. He said he has taken scooter from Shishibhushan Babu, he will be coming back. So the inspector was waiting there, and I came there, he caught hold of my hand. I told Ramurthy, what are you doing? I know that him. He said, DSP is there behind, please cooperate. Then they arrested me, put me inside jail for 17.5 months.
17.5 months you were in jail.
Yes.
And that was the time when all the student leaders were in jail.
Most of the student leaders were in jail. And because the reason they have cited for my arrest was that I invited Jayaprakash Narayan to the university. I was chairman of the Students' Union. And then we heard about the Gujarat Navnirman movement and also this Chhatra Andolan of Bihar There was movement against Abdul Ghaffur, late Abdul Ghaffur government, against corruption, against price rise, all those things. And JP was invited to Bihar. He came there and then he started addressing rallies and all. So there he has given a call. So I invited him to my university. He addressed the students. Students were very much impressed.
So that was the charge against you? Just an invitation for Jayaprakash Narayan?
Just an invitation for Jayaprakash Narayan. I was not in politics. I was not a member of any political party, but they cited this as a reason. MISA, Maintenance of Internal Security Act. Of course, we jokingly lightly used to call it as Maintenance of Indira Security Act.
Okay. And those 17 months in jail, you must have met all your ABVP friends, all of them were in jail at that time. Who among the present leaders were in jail at that time, sir?
At that time in different places, of course, Sushil Modi was in Bihar. Ramilas also was in Bihar. Not ABVP, but student activist and all. In the present generation, only Mr. Hari Babu, who is the governor of Mizoram now, he was in jail, along with me in the same jail. But I had the fortune of being in the company of veterans, freedom fighter Teneti Viswanathan, who was a member of parliament, former minister in undivided Andhra Pradesh, that is presidency. Tamil Nadu, Andhra and all used to be together. So he was there in the jail. And one Ravi Shastri, a leftist revolutionary writer, great poet, he was there. A lot of other people also were there. So we used to chit-chat, discuss among ourselves, exchange our views.
17 months. What about your...
21 days.
And what about your family?
My family, I must tell you, I got married and I completed my degree. So by the time I went to university, I was already married. So my wife, poor lady, she was in village, in my maternal uncle's daughter. She was in the village, just people used to go and then tell her that he is not going to come back, Indirama is not going to release these readers and all. But still, she was having that much confidence that I'll come back one day. And she waited. And finally, emergency was lifted because the IB advised Indiraji that everything is fine, trains are moving, buses are going, roads are peaceful, no strike, nothing. People are happy with emergency. So you can lift emergency. And then already there was international public opinion against India and against Madam Gandhi. So believing the story, IB story, she has lifted emergency and ordered elections. And I was released from jail. To my surprise, evening news was that I am selected as a parliament candidate at that young age. So I came out of university and went to jail. And from jail, I came out and then filed my nomination as a candidate for the Lok Sabha.
And sir, you have often said that it is important to remember those days. Why do you think it's important to remember something which is so dark?
Because it is dark, why it happened, how it happened, what is emergency, how the provisions of the Constitution were misinterpreted and misused, and then how the atrocities were committed. The dark days of emergency has to be remembered so that the younger generation, they can guard against the forces of evil forces who are trying to weaken our country, undermine our country's unity and integrity and security. So that people should know the dangers that were posed to the people and the sufferings people have to undergo. Great people like Jayaprakash Narayan, Morarji Bhai Desai, Advani ji, Chandrasekhar, a lot of them, they were all arrested and imprisoned for Madhu Dandavate. And media, there was censorship on media. Only late Ramnath Goenka, Nikhil Chakravarti, and other statesmen, Irani, C.R. Irani, some such people were there opposing emergency. But their editorials were also were tarred. They were not allowed to be carried. V.C. Sukla, the then Minister for Information and Broadcasting, he used to censor everything. And the censor advisor, whatever he says, everybody has to follow. That was the fear created.
And across parties, there was a lot of, one may say that everyone spoke in one voice. There was that sentiment also of Nav Nirman, a movement of sorts that emerged then.
The JP has given a call not only to overthrow that elected government at that same time, he said we need to have a social transformation. change of the attitude of the people, behavior of the people. That was the call given by him. And he said we must forget the pretty small differences, political or otherwise. He gave a call for unity. And all the political leaders who are victims of emergency, who had enough experience, they also realized that they must come together. So the Janasangh, yesterday Janasangh, Old Congress, Socialist Party and Lok Dal, 4 of them, they merged together because of the moral pressure exerted by Jayaprakash Arad. Historically, Janata Party was born.
And where, after you were told, the moment you came out of the jail, you were told that you'll be contesting. And then you hit the ground immediately.
Yes. I went home for a day, met my wife and in-laws. My father-in-law gave me 10,000 rupees those days for Parliament election 1977. I came, but you will be surprised to know there was no occasion for me to spend even that 10,000 rupees. Donations poured from various parts of the state. Students used to come and they used to give me 100 rupees, 200 rupees, 500 rupees, and they used to join the campaign. So there was no expenditure whatsoever on that count. And I saved that 10,000 rupees and returned it back to my father-in-law.
So people were fighting those elections. Sir, those specifically, those 17 months when you were inside jail, what was it like? Because all the students were there. There was a lot of, that sentiment that was high as well.
So spirits were high because we were young in age. Yes. We were not worried about that much about the consequences and all. There were some seniors, including some of the professors. One professor, I don't want to quote his name, is still alive. He was worried and he used to ask others. He is innocent. He was arrested for inviting Anand Margis for lunch, thinking Anand Margis are sadhus. Innocently, he called them for lunch. You know Anand Margis, their story and all. Yes, yes. So a lot of them were arrested. This professor also was arrested. These fellow students, they used to play with him and say, no sir, madam is not going to release us. This is the end of the story. Then he used to come and meet me, and then I used to tell him, sir, don't worry, underground movement is going on, international lot of pressure is coming, one day we will be released, we will see the end of this rule and all. Like that, and there are many professors. I can tell you, emergency, that jail life of 17.5 months, that gave me a lot of learning. There were people from various shades of political opinion, including leftists, radicals, socialists, and Gandhians and all. Every day evening we used to have a meeting. And then 1 hour, every political shape of people, they used to be allowed to make their point of view, ideology. And then question answer, friendly. Lot of knowledge. I gained a lot of wisdom. I must thank the emergency on that account.
So 17.5 months of pure learning.
Yes. And there was another interesting episode. The news came that the rising star of Indian politics, late Sanjay Gandhi, is coming to Visakhapatnam, our university, that area. So we got message that Sanjay Gandhi is coming here, and Mr. Raghuramaya, late Raghuramaya, who was the Parliamentary Affairs Minister in Srimati Gandhi's cabinet, he wanted to bring Sanjay and launch him politically. He used the phrase, rising star of Indian politics, Sanjay Gandhi. So we got message that we should disturb that meeting. So next day we pretended as if stomachache, and some of us referred to the hospital, King George Hospital, KG Hospital. And the protest of stomachache and all, there is a medical officer in jail, but ordinary illness and all he will cure. If there is severe this thing beyond his this thing, then he used to refer us to government hospital. There our fellow students came and we planned, and then we have decided to disturb his meeting. Meeting took place. The beginning of the meeting, and Raghuramaya rose to speak and said, hey, I am introducing you to the rising star of Indian politics. So the moment he mentioned that, the students started shouting, snake, snake, snake. And everybody was looking the other side and then trying a lot of jostling and pushing and all. Snake, snake, snake. These boys, some of them, they carried water snakes in plastic sachets. And then they opened it there. So people thought real snakes are coming, and then they ran helter shelter, and the police started meanwhile lathi charging also. The entire meeting got disturbed. The superintendent of police, he sent a report to the government saying that this boy is doing mischief in jail, he should be shifted from Visakhapatnam. So I was shifted from there to Hyderabad jail, where there were large number of detainees, and it was a further knowledge for me because interaction with a lot of other seniors also.
And sir, you know, these days we hear a lot about Save the Constitution call which has been given by the Congress party. What are the thoughts that come on your mind?
See, I don't want to make political comments because I have occupied a constitutional position of Vice President of India. But Constitution, safeguarding Constitution means safeguarding democracy, safeguarding fundamental rights. And people should remember, that's why I say this emergency should be part of the syllabus, and younger generation, present generation, they should know about emergency, about the strengthening of the fundamental rights and the freedom of press, etc. That's why I said it. Protecting democracy is protecting Constitution. The Constitution, rule of law. So I need not further comment on what these people are saying. Yes, Constitution has to be safeguarded. But Constitution, people who changed the Constitution number of times, if they raise that slogan, it will not carry much conviction.
So today when it is the 50th anniversary, what are your thoughts that come to your mind? You know, India has had a very vibrant democratic tradition.
Yes, because it is again not because of anything else. It is because of the people's resistance and people's anger. Emergency has to be lifted and elections are held, and the ruling party was taught a lesson, including the leader herself lost election, her son also lost election. And they were shown their place. And the opposition which came together by the call of Jayaprakash Narayan, it has won and they formed the government. So I remember those days, and then how the movement took place, and how my underground days and my jail days, and then later getting released from jail and then contesting election. It was a very interesting, fascinating story.
My last question is, of course, of your thoughts when you went underground. What made you go underground? I mean, you thought that you could be arrested immediately. You wanted to evade arrest.
Yeah, they told us that all of us are going to be arrested. Go underground. Then we went underground, and we used to get some circulars through friends and all. And that circular says...
And the pamphlets that you were distributing was what?
It was Vande Mataram,
Vande
the
Mataram.
newspaper, underground newspaper. It used to be circulated, and it was more about fundamental rights, safeguarding democracy, fighting against dictatorship, what is happening where. And there is some movement even in the United States also against the emergency. All those encouraging to keep up our morale. Such stories also used to come, and also what has happened in different parts of the country and the atrocities that are committed against the political detainees and opponents. All of them were there in those underground newspapers and pamphlets, because the main media was not allowed to carry the real happenings. I was in jail. Another interesting thing has taken place. In jail, after I was shifted from my Vizag to Hyderabad, next to our barrack, two people, they were hanged. Krishna Gowda and Bhomaya, two people. Both were PWG Naxals, People's War Group Naxals. So they were hanged. We were in the next barrack. The jailers and the constables are called as jailers. Superintendent is different. So they informed us casually, and also the barber used to come from outside to shave the detainees we were requested. They used to carry certain information and also pamphlets. And they told us, sir, these two people were hanged yesterday in the jail. To our surprise and shock. So then I filed a suit in the High Court, challenging, you cannot have a censor on a censored newspaper. Because next day newspapers, the front page of the Indian Express, there was tar, part of it. And then we came to know that there was a story of Krishna Gowda and Bomaya's hanging that was tarred by the censor. So I challenged it in the High Court, saying that, questioning how can there be a censor uncensored? Already newspapers are censored. The judge, I think Mr. Chanakesava Reddy, the bench, it has upheld my contention. They allowed me to argue my case. I was a student of law and I wanted to practice. My mother she died when I was 13 months old. She was carrying me. She went to the cattle shed to call the servant to fetch Angavastram for my father because he wanted to go to Nellore. She went there because the servant did not come back. She was trying to call him to tell him hurry up. The buffalo which was there, it has hit her from this side to the other side. The horn has come out and then she dropped me and she died instantly. My mother used to tell others, this is what my grandmother told me, that she wanted to see me as a vakil, advocate. That's why I chose law. And then I got myself as enrolled as advocate also. But this news came, then went to underground. There was no occasion to practice.
Thank you so much for sharing those stories, Venkaiah sir. Always a pleasure speaking to you, sir.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you to you and thank you to your channel.
Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Lok Sabha Speaker election face-off. Parliamentary Affairs Minister reaches out to the opposition. Minister Rijiju calls for unanimity. Elections for the Lok Sabha Speaker's post tomorrow. NDTV exclusive with Opposition Speaker candidate K. Suresh, who tells NDTV that all effort to build consensus had in fact failed. Rahul Gandhi takes oath as MP, holds up the copy of Constitution during oath-taking. In Pune Porsche crash, teen accused to be released. High Court orders release of the juvenile accused, says that the minor's arrest was illegal.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access.
Welcome back. Now, the latest on the Tamil Nadu Hooch tragedy, and the National Human Rights Commission has taken suo cognizance of the case. In fact, the NHRC has issued notice to the Tamil Nadu government and the Chief Secretary as well as the DGP. The human rights body has sought a detailed report on the case. The report that the NHRC has sought has to include the status of the FIR or the action taken by the police so far, action against delinquent officers or officers who are not doing their duty with regard to this case, and the status of the victims and the status also of disbursement of compensation to aggrieved families. Remember, nearly 60 lives have been lost in this Hooch tragedy case. Now, the Bombay High Court has ordered the release of the juvenile accused in the Pune Porsche crash case. The court observed that the Juvenile Justice Board's order remanding him to an observation home was illegal and passed without jurisdiction. The ruling came on a habeas corpus petition filed by the teenager's aunt, who had sought his release from a government observation home. The teen will now be put under the care of this aunt, and his parents and grandfather, remember, have been arrested in multiple cases linked to this. The 17-year-old boy's late-night dash in a Porsche on May 19th had claimed the lives of 2 engineers.
Take us through the observations made by the court, and what were some of the contentions that you had put forth in that particular petition?
See, we had moved a writ of habeas corpus in this matter. If you look at the scheme of the Act, Section 12 of Juvenile Justice Act is the backbone of the Act. What does that section say in a very layman's term? Be it a bailable section or a non-bailable section. A child in conflict in law cannot be detained because the scheme and the code of CRPC, that is the Criminal Procedure Code, is not applicable to the child in conflict in law. So on 19th May 2024, when the child in conflict in law was released on bail, it does not matter what sections were applied against him. The fact remains, according to the scheme of law, he has to be released immediately. So on 22nd May 2024, on 5th June and on 12th June 2024, there were 3 orders passed by the Juvenile Justice Board ordering the detention, quote-unquote detention of the child in conflict in law at an observation home. Our case was very simple, that based on purely on law, according to the scheme of the Act and the guidelines of the Honorable Supreme Court, the child in conflict in law cannot be detained in the manner through which in this matter he has been detained. That's why we moved a writ of habeas corpus. The paternal aunt of the juvenile, as in the child in conflict in law, moved this particular writ. Our arguments were put across by the counsels, and then the other side prosecution argued against us aggressively. Today the Honorable High Court has specifically directed the immediate release of the child in conflict in law because the rule of law is supreme. The legislatures have been very clear according to section 12, and we are based on that.
Some of your contentions have been agreed upon by the court. Court has said one should consider his age and not just the seriousness of the case, and also that he is under reference of a psychologist. So what about his rehabilitation process? Of course, he will be with his aunt, I believe. When will the release happen, and what about his rehabilitation henceforth?
See, since 19th May till date, almost 3 to 4 psychologist sessions he has undergone, the child in conflict law has undergone. The Honorable High Court has directed to continue with the psychologist sessions because that is the scheme of the Act. The Juvenile Justice Act, the main purpose of the Act is, the preamble of the Act says, the child-friendly atmosphere has to be maintained, and we have to ensure, we as in the society has to ensure that the child in conflict in law comes back to the mainstream. So for that, this particular psychology sessions have to be continued. That are the directions of the Honorable High Court.
Now, the Uttar Pradesh government will bring the UP Public Exam Ordinance 2024 in a view to plug paper leaks in the state. Under this, if found guilty, the accused can be jailed for life and a fine of 1 crore can be imposed. At the same time, if the examination is affected due to paper leak or other reasons, the expenses incurred on it will be compensated or recovered from the accused. Also, the companies and service providers who are found involved in these irregularities will be blacklisted forever.
The police constable paper leak happened. At that point of time, the government promised that all of these exams will be conducted within 6 months. So now, of course, you know, the UP government wants to enact this before the next exams, before the exams are conducted. Once again, after the paper leak happened. Now, what has happened today? Out of the 43 proposals passed by the cabinet, one of the proposal is that an ordinance will be passed in which all the details that you mentioned, that a fine of rupees 2 crore, fine of rupees 1 crore, and imprisonment from 2 years to life, up to life, all these provisions will be included. So a proposal to pass the ordinance has been passed. Now, of course, when again the cabinet sits the next time, the ordinance will be formed, and then it will be and then the ordinance will be passed.
Entertainment news now. In the trailer for Kamal Hassan's Indian 2 has been released. It's a sequel to the 1996 blockbuster Indian. Directed by Shankar, Anirudh has scored the music and Ravi Varman has done the cinematography for this. The cast includes Kajal Agarwal, Siddharth, Priya Bhavani Shankar, Rakul Preet, among others. NDTV's Sam Daniel spoke exclusively to Kamal Hassan.
Thank you very much for your time. The film has relevance all the more now, so after 28 years.
Yes, it does. Thanks to all the corruption that still exists. And they asked me a pertinent question. How is this corruption still intact? We are all responsible. That is why it's still intact.
Lastly, about your experience of doing the makeup for Senapati role. It took hours and you couldn't even eat properly at that time.
Well, by now I'm used to it. Only thing is the result, if it's gratifying, all the pain is worth it. Thank you.
Last question, working with Mr. Shankar after so many years.
We have, what all we lacked in the first part, we made up with plus more. Be it the budget, the technicians, the technicality, and the gadgets.
When is the third episode, third one, part 3?
After the release and the success of this.
Thank you very much and all the best. That was Mr. Kamal Hassan talking to us in Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel for NDTV.
With that, we'll slip into a short break. News will continue on the other side with my colleague Osama.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting.
NDTV proud.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Amid the ongoing Speaker row, a face-off over Lok Sabha Speaker elections, which is set to happen tomorrow. Government says to the opposition that consensus cannot be conditional. Kiran Rijiju says that he is open to discussion on Deputy Speaker. An NDTV exclusive with opposition Speaker candidate K. Suresh. He says all effort to build consensus failed. Rahul Gandhi takes oath as an MP for the 5th time. He holds a copy of Constitution during oath taking. In the Pune Porsche crash case, the teen accused to be released. Bombay High Court says that the minor arrest was illegal. No relief for the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The Delhi High Court stays the trial court order granting him bail. The Delhi High Court says that the trial court did not apply its mind. Aam Aadmi Party says that we have hope from the top court, while the BJP retorts says that ED has enough proof Aam Aadmi Party cannot abuse the law. Uttar Pradesh government set to bring a law on paper leak. The UP cabinet passes the proposal to bring this law. A jail term and a fine up to rupees 1 crore proposed. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. Our top story at this point, a key NDA meet is set to happen. The NDA has asked all its MPs to be present in the parliament. The NDA has asked its MPs to follow the due process, is what we are hearing at this particular point. Now, the key NDA meet is for the flow coordination, and the NDA leaders are set to meet the Home Minister. That meeting with the Home Minister will happen at Amit Shah's chamber inside the parliament. And Vasudha joins us to get us more details. Vasudha, what all can be expected in this particular meeting?
Osama, there was already a meeting that Amit Shah held with NDA allies, in which all NDA allies, including TDP, JDU, the party of Jitan Ram Manjhi, Apna Dal, and of course JDS and several others, were told to tell their respective MPs to be present on time, and they all have to be present. Remember that during Speaker's election, there's nothing like a whip being issued. So of course these are as good. This is as good as a whip. In fact, oral instructions have been given to BJP MPs. They've been specifically asked to reach the parliament before 11 a.m. so that there is no confusion. Remember the numbers that the NDA has right now. It's 293 according to sources. They expect the numbers to go up at least to 300 because they also expect some voting from the other side. But that's what the BJP is claiming, because the opposition is equally aggressive on this front. When it comes to a contest, there really doesn't seem to be one, because the numbers are, of an advantage to the BJP, to the NDA. But clearly, this is also a resurgent opposition with revised numbers this time. So this is also a prestige battle. K. Suresh is their nominee of the opposition. So of course they are also having meeting of their nature. But as far as the NDA meeting is concerned, this is the first test the BJP will be facing in a house where it doesn't really enjoy a full majority, and that's coming to it after almost 10 years. So clearly this is one test that it wants to ace, and it has asked all NDA parties to ensure that their MPs are present well before time, and also that all of them are present, and that BJP MPs specifically need to be in the venue before 11 o'clock.
All right, Vasudha Venugopal, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. And Lok Sabha will witness an election for the Speaker's position tomorrow. It is a rare occurrence in parliamentary affairs, as usually the Speaker's post, it is decided with consensus. But today, both the NDA as well as the India bloc have fielded their own candidates. NDA putting forth Om Birla's candidature, repeating him as their Speaker's choice. India bloc, on the other hand, has fielded K. Suresh, a 7-time MP, who the opposition has claimed was ignored for the pro tem Speaker's post. In fact, while the government has once again reached out to the opposition for consensus, the opposition has countered them by saying it was the government which had flouted convention by not offering the Deputy Speaker's post to them, which is usually the tradition.
परंपरा के अनुसार स्पीकर का पद जब से भारत आज़ादी प्राप्त किया है आज तक कभी चुनाव नहीं हुआ, और हम चाहते हैं कि इस बार भी लोकसभा अध्यक्ष स्पीकर का पद को निर्विरोध कंसेंसस सब मिलकर के चुना जाए। खास करके कांग्रेस पार्टी का रवैया बहुत साफ था कि वो कंडीशंस नहीं मानेंगे तो स्पीकर के पद को वो हमारा समर्थन नहीं करेंगे। मैं फिर से अपील करना चाहता हूं कि स्पीकर के पद का गरिमा को ध्यान में रखते हुए परंपरा के अनुसार अभी भी कांग्रेस पार्टी सोच सकते हैं, हमारे पास बहुमत है, हमारे पास नंबर है, एनडीए के पास पर्याप्त नंबर है, तभी तो हम सरकार में हैं। लेकिन नंबर होते हुए भी हम परंपरा अनुसार उनको हम अनुरोध करते हैं कि इस स्पीकर पद को लेकर के चुनाव नहीं होना चाहिए।
अखबार में लिखा है कि प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा है कि ऑपोजिशन को कंस्ट्रक्टिवली सरकार के साथ कोऑपरेट करना चाहिए। ऑपोजिशन ने क्लियरली कहा है, राजनाथ सिंह जी का खारगे जी को फोन आया, राजनाथ सिंह जी ने खारगे जी से कहा देखिए आप हमारे स्पीकर को सपोर्ट कीजिए। ऑपोजिशन, पूरी ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है, हमने सब के सब से बात की है, पूरे ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है कि हम स्पीकर को सपोर्ट करेंगे, मगर कन्वेंशन ये है कि डेप्यूटी स्पीकर ऑपोजिशन को मिलना चाहिए। राजनाथ सिंह जी ने कल शाम कहा था कि वो खारगे जी को कॉल रिटर्न करेंगे। अभी तक राजनाथ सिंह जी ने खारगे जी का कॉल रिटर्न नहीं किया है। तो मोदी जी कह रहे हैं कंस्ट्रक्टिव कोऑपरेशन हो, और फिर हमारे नेता को इंसल्ट करा जा रहा है।
कॉल बैक नहीं किया गया आपके द्वारा। राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा कि खड़गे जी ने
ऐसे जहाँ तक खड़गे जी का प्रश्न है, एक सीनियर लीडर हैं, मैं उनका सम्मान करता हूँ। कल से लेकर आज तक उनसे 3 बार हमारी बात हुई है।
And Sunil Prabhu joins us to get us more details. Sunil sir, what are we hearing? What we are hearing as of now is that Mr. Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, he has once again tried to reach out to the opposition in order to arrive to a consensus. What can you tell us?
Well, they're trying to reach out, trying to find a way forward, but I think it's a little bit too late. The inevitable in terms of an election is now staring on our face, and that's the rarest of rare. This will be the 3rd time that there'll be a speaker's contest, something which is unfortunate and unprecedented in terms of, parliamentary history and parliamentary democracy. with the coalition government. You really need to have both the government and the opposition to work together if you have to run the house. But I don't think both sides wanted to relent. The opposition very clear that Article 95, something that I spoke to you, Osama, yesterday about, the fact that there shall be a speaker and a deputy speaker. For best reasons known to them, and there has been no explanation given by the government why they didn't uphold the Constitution, Article 95, for holding a deputy speaker. And because of that, the opposition is very clear that unless we had a commitment from the government that they would have a deputy speaker and it would be given to the opposition, to the India bloc, we won't accept it. And that's the reason for the breakdown. They were ready to have no contest. They were ready to concede to the speaker's post. But the government of the day has so far not committed, because what we are made to understand is one of the allies, TDP, is being offered the deputy speaker. And because they don't want to discuss that and they don't want to give the India bloc that position, there has been a breakdown, and we are facing a situation where there will be an election tomorrow for the post of speaker. This, of course, Mr. Om Birla is expected to win. He has the distinction of suspending the maximum number of opposition MPs, the 115. In the 16th Lok Sabha, it was 82. So, I mean, there is definitely a lot of precedents, a lot of events took place in the 17th Lok Sabha, including the terror attack. Though we would like to call it a security breach, the Delhi police calls it a terrorist attack in the new parliament, and a lot of things have to be done. A lot of questions will be asked by the opposition in the days to come. It's a clear sign that there's a big confrontation between the opposition and the government.
In fact, Sunil sir, Mr. Rijiju, he also mentioned that NDA is open to speaking with the opposition about offering the deputy speaker's post, but let the speaker election gets over first.
Yeah, I think if they had said that categorically in the morning, then there would have definitely not been an election. I think all of them were ready for that. They kept pointing it out. The India bloc leaders have been in consultation with the top leadership of the BJP, but there was no firm commitment. And forget Mr. Rijiju, you heard Mr. Piyush Goyal before saying that we cannot make a parameter. So, I mean, why Rijiju, why Piyush Goyal alone? There were a number of ministers, Prahlad Joshi, the former parliamentary affairs, all were very, very categorical and clear that it is my way or the highway. There is no question. We will not concede at this present juncture. So it is like back to the 17th Lok Sabha, while the 18th Lok Sabha has given them diminished numbers and has given the opposition a say. The people of India have given a mandate for both the opposition and the government to work together and not allow my way or the highway.
Absolutely. In fact, today in the parliament, Rahul Gandhi, he also took oath in the Lok Sabha. He in fact took the oath for the 5th term. Mr. Gandhi, remember, who won from both Rai Bareli and Wayanad. He had relinquished the Wayanad seat, and he has taken oath as the MP from Rai Bareli.
I am about to enter. Jai Hind, Jai Samvidhan.
जी बहुत खुशी हुई देख के जी, और राहुल जी भी, किशोरी जी भी, इमरान भी, काफ़ी अच्छा लगा कि सब अपना शपथ ले लें.
And Sunil sir is still with us. Sunil Prabhu, Rahul Gandhi, he while taking the oath says Jai Samvidhan, Jai Bharat. Essentially, he continues his stand that probably has brought success to the Congress in the Lok Sabha elections.
Not only him, Osama, if you see the Prime Minister on day one when he was being elected as the NDA parliamentary leader, he also went to the old Parliament building, the Central Hall, where he took the Constitution and put it on his forehead. So everybody is giving respect to the Constitution. They now need to follow it in letter and spirit. Rahul Gandhi taking the lead and most Congress MPs joining in. Today, in fact, we saw him sit in the front bench. Is that an indication that he's going to take up the leader of opposition, because he was not inclined towards that? The Congress Working Committee had to move a resolution to request him to become the leader of opposition. He's in fact pointed out to members of parliament today, especially from the ruling bloc, who were taking videos and photographs through their mobile, asking the speaker, is this permitted? And when the members tried to say no, they were not, then they said, we can show you the CCTV and we can show you what is happening. So you've seen a very proactive opposition. In fact, even there were objections raised when one of the BJP MPs made that Hindu Rashtra slogans to say that this must be struck off the record. So they are being vigilant. They are being extremely careful. The opposition with the numbers is definitely feeling a little bit more enthused, more ready to take on the BJP-led NDA. And as you pointed out, Rahul Gandhi taking the lead and now, of course, taking the oath of office.
All right, Sunil Prabhu, thank you very much for getting us all the latest and contextualizing it for all our viewers. In fact, NDTV's Maria Shakil, she has got the first exclusive interview with India Bloc's Lok Sabha Speaker candidate, Mr. K. Suresh. Listen in to that conversation.
We have the man of the moment here, Mr. K. Suresh, who is the India Bloc nominee with us. Mr. K. Suresh, you are going to face an election tomorrow. It will be unprecedented in many ways because in decades, this is going to be a break of convention.
Yes, because we have tried for a consensus with the speaker election, but the ruling party, means government side, NDA side, they are not ready for a consensus. That's why consensus means we ask government, if we are supporting the speaker, you will give to deputy speaker post in the opposition parties. But they are not ready to give a opposition deputy speaker post. That's why we are compelled to contest the speaker election.
But the NDA has the numbers, sir. And if you look at the northeastern parties, they would be able to cross a 300 number. So do you see that this is more about messaging that you are fighting?
Whether the number is not a criteria, whether the winning or losing, that is a different matter. But at the same time, there is a convention in the Lok Sabha. There is a system in the Lok Sabha. So who hold the speaker post, the ruling party, then deputy speaker post naturally goes to opposition party, largest opposition party.
Yes.
That convention broken by NDA government.
So you are saying that the convention has been broken, but the NDA says that you are indulging in pressure politics, that they would have agreed to a deputy speaker's chair if you would have given them perhaps some more time.
No, we are not pressurizing. We are only asking our right. We are asking our right because deputy speaker post is an opposition right. That right we are asking. So they are not ready to give even a deputy speaker post also in the opposition. Even 2.5 days only part-time speaker is, what is the period of part-time speaker? The senior most MB from opposition side.
Yes, you are the senior most.
Yeah, I am the senior most 8-time member. But that 2.5 days only the part-time speaker alive. That also they are not given to opposition. Then deputy speaker also they are not ready to give it to us. If they are ready to give to us, they can.
When were you told to file the nomination papers? When were you told to file the nomination papers? Everything happened this morning. Okay, all right. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
Well, it is day 2 of the parliament today, and the NDA and India Bloc are locking horns in a battle over constitution. Now, after opposition's protest with copies of constitution, it is now the time for BJP's rebuttal. The party launched a social media offensive targeting the Congress on June 25th to mark entering the 50th anniversary of the proclamation of the emergency in 1975, to expose what is termed the Congress party's authoritarianism and disregard for the Constitution. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he attacked the Congress, accusing the party of disregarding democratic principles and turning the country into a jail. He also took a dig at the party, saying it had no right to profess their love for the constitutions.
और मैं जानना चाहता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी से, आजकल ये नेता बड़े संविधान की कॉपी लेकर के फिरते हैं, इनको इतिहास इन्होंने पढ़ा नहीं है। इनको चाहिए कि जाएं राजघाट पर और देश से जाकर के माफी मांगे महात्मा गांधी की समाधि पर और देश से माफी मांगे जिन्होंने प्रजातंत्र का गला घोटा और देश को रोकने का प्रयास किया।
कांग्रेस को और कांग्रेस के इन सभी सहयोगियों को जिन्होंने लोकतंत्र को कमजोर किया है, संविधान के प्रावधानों को समय समय पर मानने से इनकार किया है, इसके लिए आज इमरजेंसी की 50 वर्ष पूरे होने पर इन्हें देश की जनता से माफी मांगनी चाहिए अपने इस कृत्य के लिए और अपने न केवल चेहरे को बल्कि चरित्र को देश के संसदीय लोकतंत्र के अनुरूप ले जाने के लिए अपने आप को तैयार करना चाहिए।
Yesterday, Prime Minister also mentioned about emergency and 50 years of emergency. He mentioned that there is this dark era that came. Several of the people were jailed. Today as well, several of the leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party had tweeted it out. And in fact, Ashwini Vaishnav, Railway Minister, compared Congress with the dictatorship. How do you see these things happening?
This is a Goebbels theory, like Vaishnav, like people are becoming the Goebbels of the modern 21st century. They wanted to just whitewash the sins, what they are doing it. The Prime Minister on the first day should have spoken about the NEET paper leak. He should have spoken about the railway tragedy, 40 people has died. Therefore, these are all the real issues. Stock market scam was there. Prime Minister is not ready to speak about that thing. He is speaking about a 50-year-old event, old history now. He wants diversions. He wants people of India to get diverted from the real issues. But people are very clear, they voted very clearly that they had sent opposition parties to ask the real questions. We will ask real questions. We don't want to hear the lecture on emergency. It is an undeclared emergency now in India, where 2 chief ministers are in jail. There are dozen governments which has been bought over or threatened by ED and money bags in Operation Kamala. There are journalists threatened, sent out of the jobs and others. Media houses are under tremendous pressure. On every journalist is working under tremendous pressure. This is an undeclared emergency, and they are giving us lecture on emergency is unacceptable.
No, Prime Minister and BJP leaders always saying like this. This is not the first time we made a statement against us, and but they want to political advantage. They want to remembering to the people about the emergency because they want to political advantage. So people after that, after emergency we defeated. After that people voted for and returned Congress party power in many occasions. Then why is again and again remembering this Black Day emergency? This is not relevant now.
हाँ, 25 जून 1975 को इमरजेंसी लागू हुआ था और जितने भी गैर कांग्रेसी नेता थे सबको जेल के अंदर डाल दिया गया था। 19 महीना जेल काटे, कई लोगों का परिवार बर्बाद हो गया और निश्चित रूप से वो लोकतंत्र की हत्या थी, काला दिवस था और भारतीय जनता पार्टी यादगार में 25 जून को काला दिवस के रूप में मनाती है।
An ex-Vice President Venkaiah Naidu, he spoke to NDTV's Maria Shakil and recalled his jail ordeal during the emergency. Mr. Naidu said that it is crucial for the youth of today to know about the emergency. In fact, speaking to NDTV on what happened in 1975 and how it happened, Mr. Naidu said that those dark days must be remembered by all.
You have often said that there should be lessons in textbooks for young students to know what really happened during those days. You have lived through those months.
Yes.
Would you recall for us?
Yes, I am very particular on what you have said just now about making this as a syllabi for the students to know what has happened to the country in 1975, emergency, why, how, and then how it was lifted. All these things must be made known to the youngsters because they are the future of the country. Secondly, I was sitting in a student meeting at the time. Friends were discussing, chatting. Suddenly a message came to me
saying that emergency is going to be imposed. Emergency was a word which is not that much familiar with us. And then they said, please go underground. That was the message from ABVP. So I skipped away from the meeting and then slipped to some other town and changed my attire and all. 2.5 months I avoided emergency arrest. And I was going around on a scooter, taking one of the girls who was a co-worker behind me, so that people do not suspect me. And then changing it attire and all, I used to go around and then distribute pamphlets, drop pamphlets in cinema halls against emergency, distribute this Vande Mataram newspaper, etc. That's how we campaigned against emergency. Later, one fine evening, and I was returning back to Vijayawada to give back the scooter of my friend. The manager of the theatre, owner, who is my friend, that manager was telling Circle Inspector, you are searching for Venkaiah Naidu, sorry. That fellow is innocent, he do not know all this. He said he has taken scooter from Seshibhushan Babu, he will be coming back. So the inspector was waiting there, and I came there, he caught hold of my hand. I told Ramurthy, what are you doing? I know that him. He said, DSP is there behind, please cooperate. Then they arrested me, put me inside jail for 17.5 months.
All right, breaking news coming in at this hour amid the disagreement between the Congress and the TMC on the speaker election. The TMC, while previously had said that they were not consulted about Mr. K. Suresh, has now reached to a conclusion. Congress and TMC have patched up over the speaker election. The TMC is set to attend a meeting at Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge's house. This is ahead of the speaker election that India bloc is meeting. That meeting is set to happen at 8 p.m. at Mr. Kharge's house. Earlier, Rahul Gandhi and Abhishek Banerjee was seen together in the parliament. Now, the deadlock between the Congress and TMC over the Lok Sabha speaker election has ended. TMC is sending its delegation to the meeting to be held at Mr. Kharge's house at 8 p.m. tonight. And Prashant joins us on the phone line to get us more details. Prashant, contextualize this for us and for our viewers. What does this move mean from the TMC?
Well, Osama, just after Om Birla filed nomination from the NDA side for the election to the post of Speaker in Lok Sabha this afternoon, just after that K. Suresh from the Congress side also filed his nomination. And after that, TMC leader and the leader of the party in the Lok Sabha, Abhishek Banerjee, said that TMC was not consulted on this issue and it is an unilateral decision on the part of the Congress. After that, there were some, there were rumors that TMC might not vote in favor of K. Suresh in tomorrow's election. After that, Rahul Gandhi came into action and he talked to Abhishek Banerjee. And just a meanwhile back, TMC leaders huddled in the Parliament building. They had a meeting, and I believe Mamata Banerjee also attended that meeting, where after Mamata Banerjee had a talk with some senior leaders of the Congress party, TMC has now decided to back K. Suresh, and they have also decided to send its party's representative in a meeting which has been called at Mallikarjun Kharge's residence at 8 p.m. to discuss tomorrow's election. So the deadlock between TMC and the Congress is over, and Congress must have heaved a sigh of relief because it was sending a wrong signal that there is a difference of opinion within the opposition camp. But with this decision, Congress must have heaved a sigh of relief now.
All right, Prashant, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that particular story. Just to give a recap of what has happened right now, the deadlock between Congress and the TMC over the Lok Sabha speaker election, it has ended. And TMC is now sending its delegation to the meeting to be held at Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge's house at 8 p.m. tonight. Remember, earlier, Remember earlier, Rahul Gandhi and Abhishek Banerjee, they were seen together in the parliament today. Now, this meeting is supposed to happen today. This is ahead of the speaker election that the India bloc is meeting right now. And another breaking news coming in at this point is that 4 MPs of the YSRCP Congress will support Om Birla, is what we are hearing at this point of time. 4 YSRCP MPs, they will be supporting Om Birla, and YSRCP, it remains an NDA loyalist as of now, and after a bitter Andhra contest where YSRCP was effectively wiped out by the TDP, YSR is now set to back the NDA. All right, time for a very short break. More news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet.
Welcome back. The Bombay High Court has ordered the release of juvenile accused in the Pune Porsche crash case. The court observed that the Juvenile Justice Board's order remanding him in an observation home was illegal and passed without jurisdiction. The ruling came on a habeas corpus petition by the boy's aunt, who had sought his release from a government observation home. The teen will now be under the care of his aunt, as his parents and grandfather have been arrested for an attempted cover-up. The 17-year-old boy's late-night dash in a Porsche on May 19th, it left 2 24-year-old engineers dead and sparked nationwide outrage.
Take us through the observations made by the court, and what were some of the contentions that you had put forth in that particular petition?
See, we had moved a writ of habeas corpus in this matter. If you look at the scheme of the Act, Section 12 of Juvenile Justice Act is the backbone of the Act. What does that section say in a very layman's term? Be it a bailable section or a non-bailable section. A child in conflict in law cannot be detained because the scheme and the code of CRPC, that is the Criminal Procedure Code, is not applicable to the child in conflict in law. So on 19th May 2024, when the child in conflict in law was released on bail, it does not matter what sections were applied against him. The fact remains, according to the scheme of law, he has to be released immediately. So on 22nd May 2024, on 5th June and on 12th June 2024, there were 3 orders passed by the Juvenile Justice Board ordering the detention, quote-unquote detention of the child in conflict in law at an observation home. Our case was very simple, that based on purely on law, according to the scheme of the Act and the guidelines of the Honorable Supreme Court, the child in conflict in law cannot be detained in the manner through which in this matter he has been detained. That's why we moved a writ of habeas corpus. The paternal aunt of the juvenile, as in the child in conflict in law, moved this particular writ. Our arguments were put across by the counsels, and then the other side prosecution argued against us aggressively. Today the Honorable High Court has specifically directed the immediate release of the child in conflict in law because the rule of law is supreme. The legislatures have been very clear according to Section 12, and we are based on that.
Some of your contentions have been agreed upon by the court. Court has said one should consider his age and not just the seriousness of the case, and also that he is under reference of a psychologist. So what about his rehabilitation process? Of course, he will be with his aunt, I believe. When will the release happen, and what about his rehabilitation henceforth?
See, since 19th May till date, almost 3 to 4 psychologist sessions he has undergone, the child in conflict law has undergone. The Honorable High Court has directed to continue with the psychologist sessions because that is the scheme of the Act. The Juvenile Justice Act, the main purpose of the Act is, the preamble of the Act says, the child-friendly atmosphere has to be maintained, and we have to ensure, we as in the society has to ensure that the child in conflict in law comes back to the mainstream. So for that, this particular psychology sessions have to be continued. That are the directions of the Honorable High Court.
All right, another breaking news that we are covering at this hour is that 4 MPs of the YSRCP will be supporting the candidature of Mr. Om Birla. Now, 4 YSRCP MPs will be supporting Mr. Om Birla, and YSRCP, despite their loss in Andhra Pradesh, it remains an NDA loyalist. Remember, it was a bitter defeat for the YSRCP to the Telugu Desam Party. YSR still is going to back the NDA, is what we are hearing at this point of time, that 4 MPs of the YSRCP will be supporting the candidature of Mr. Om Birla. And Vasudha joins us on the phone line to give us more details. Vasudha, despite being wiped out completely in Andhra, YSRCP is still aligning itself with the NDA. What does this mean?
Well, Osama, like we always used to say that whoever comes to power in the state of Andhra Pradesh, it is the BJP that wins. You know, that's something that we've always believed in, be it YSRCP or TDP. Both parties have always needed the centre's support when it comes to the state's welfare. And this has especially been the case since the state was bifurcated. Both YSRCP and TDP have been sort of cordial with the centre, except, of course, some aberrations when Chandrababu Naidu left the alliance in before the 2019 elections. But, of course, there has been some sense of cordiality because the state does depend on the centre's funds. And clearly, YSRCP has also reflected that. There are just 4 MPs that the YSRCP has, but tomorrow's election is not just the first test for the opposition and the BJP, but also a prestige battle, because this is after a long time that the opposition has fielded a candidate for the speaker to show that the BJP does not believe in democracy or consensus. So this is also the BJP's chance at making a point. So YSRCP has now given out a statement. I mean, in fact, I spoke to YSRCP MPs, and they confirmed to NDTV that they will be voting in favor of the NDA candidate, that's Om Birla. This means that both parties in the state of Andhra Pradesh, TDP with 16 MPs, and of course the YSRCP with 14 MPs will be voting, with 4 MPs will be voting for Om Birla, which means 293. The NDA number now goes up by 4, which is basically 297 according to BJP sources. The floor management techniques are being worked out so that the number reaches around 300, which is their target, and this is something that the BJP has always worked on strategically. That is why a number of meetings are being held by leaders according to different states, and various leaders have been given this responsibility of chalking out plans to ensure that there is proper management. In fact, all the NDA parties have also been asked to ensure that that MPs are present in the parliament before 11 o'clock so that there is no taking a chance when it comes to number.
All right, Vasudha Venugopal, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome back. In view of the paper leak in the constable recruitment exam in Uttar Pradesh, the Yogi government will bring the Uttar Pradesh Public Examination Ordinance 2024. Now, under this, if found guilty in a paper leak, life imprisonment and a fine of ₹1 crore will be imposed. This proposal has been approved by the Uttar Pradesh cabinet. At the same time, if the examination is affected due to paper leak or other reasons, the expenses incurred on it will be compensated by recovering from the accused, is what we are hearing. Also, the companies and service providers who commit irregularities in the examination, they will be blacklisted forever.
The police constable paper leak happened. At that point of time, the government promised that all of these exams will be conducted within 6 months. So now, of course, the UP government wants to enact this before the next exams, before the exams are conducted. Once again, after the paper leak happened. Now, what has happened today? Out of the 43 proposals passed by the cabinet, one of the proposal is that an ordinance will be passed in which all the details that you mentioned, that a fine of ₹2 crore, fine of ₹1 crore, and imprisonment from 2 years to life, up to life, all these provisions will be included. So a proposal to pass the ordinance has been passed. Now, of course, when again the cabinet sits the next time, the ordinance will be formed, and then it will be and then the ordinance will be passed.
Now, another big story that we are tracking at this hour is the Hooch tragedy in Tamil Nadu. NHRC has taken suo motu cognizance of that particular tragedy. The death toll, in fact, has risen in the Tamil Nadu Hooch tragedy. The tragedy that claimed 58 lives as of now. Over 100 people are still admitted in the hospital. The political war over the Tamil Nadu Hooch deaths continues. AIADMK, it has demanded Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's resignation as of now. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange will plead guilty to a felony charge in a deal with the United States Justice Department that will resolve a long-running legal saga that centered on the publication of a trove of classified documents. Now, Assange spent the last 5 years in a British prison from where he was fighting extradition to the United States. Reports suggest that Assange will be freed in the United States plea deal. Assange's wife has thanked the supporters on social media X, and she has thanked all the support that she has got over the years.
It's Wednesday, the 19th of June, and it's exactly 12 years today since Julian went into the embassy of Ecuador, which granted him political asylum, protection from persecution, from torture, from a life imprisonment. And 12 years on, I'm visiting Julian in a high security prison. But this period of our lives, I'm confident now, has come to an end. And I think that by this time next week, Julian will be free.
Fans are eagerly awaiting the release of the sci-fi film Kalki 2898 AD. As per Scannic report, the film has so far minted over 8 crore rupees in advance bookings for its opening day.
काशी कहते हैं कि ऊपर पानी है.
पूरी दुनिया से सब छीन लोगे तो सब कुछ तो होगा ही.
So from the land of Bahubali, RRR and Pushpa comes this film Kalki 2898 AD, which promises to be yet another blockbuster, one of the costliest ever films made at about 600 crore rupees. And it has a star ensemble of Amitabh Bachchan, you have Kamal Hassan, you have Rebel star Prabhas playing the lead, and you have Deepika Padukone and also Disha Patani and Brahmanandam, and it's been made by Nag Ashwin, who in fact made a debut as a director only about 10 years ago with Yavade Subramaniam, and subsequently made Mahanati, which was a much acclaimed biopic on actress Savitri, and won an national awards as well. And yes, he has made Sitaramam as well more recently, and this is a film that's been described as an Indian epic dystopian science fiction action film, And something that is spanning over millennials, the storyline from the time of the Mahabharata, 3012 BC, to Kalki Yuga, Kali Yuga, 2898 AD, and a lot of computer graphics you can expect, but also real sets that was in fact erected at Ramoji Film City, a futuristic set that was erected in July 2021. Though it was announced during COVID, got a little postponed, was supposed to release during May, and then because of elections, now the date postponed to June 27. Both Andhra Pradesh and Telangana giving certain concessions. There will be 6 shows in Telangana on June 27, including a 5:30 a.m. Morning film as well. And yes, over the next 8 days, there will be 5 shows. And in Andhra Pradesh, there are going to be, for 15 days, there are going to be 5 shows. And the ticket pricing as well, 35 rupees for a single screen and 100 rupees here for multiplex and 125 in Andhra Pradesh, where in fact Ashwini Dutt, the producer, Vyjayanti Films, had gone to meet newly elected Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Pawan Kalyan there as well. So big expectations around the film, and people are hugely looking forward to the kind of universe that we are told will open up with Kalki, and they're planning it along with merchandise. So all of that being done as part of this very futuristic film.
And the trailer for actor Kamal Hassan's Indian 2 has been released. It's a sequel to the 1996 blockbuster Indian, directed by Shankar. Aniruddha has scored the music, and Ravi Varman has done the cinematography. The cast, it also includes Kajal Agarwal, Siddharth, Priya Bhavani Shankar, Rakul Preet, Gulshan, among others. NDTV's Sam Daniel, he spoke exclusively to Kamal Hassan. Listen in.
Thank you very much for your time. The film has relevance all the more now, so after 28 years.
Yes, it does. Thanks to all the corruption that still exists. And they asked me a pertinent question. How is this corruption still intact? We are all responsible. That is why it's still intact.
Lastly, about your experience of doing the makeup for Senapati role. It took hours, and you couldn't even eat properly at that time.
Well, by now I'm used to it. Only thing is the result, if it's gratifying, all the pain is worth it. Thank you.
Last question, working with Mr. Shankar after so many years.
We have, what all we lacked in the first part, we made up with plus more. Be it the budget, the technicians, the technicality, and the gadgets.
When is the third episode, third film, part 3?
After the release and the success of this.
Thank you very much and all the best. That was Mr. Kamal Hassan talking to us in Chennai with Suresh. Sam Daniel for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने देश के विकास
unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility.
From Kabul to Kandahar, they'll all be celebrating. Have a look at them. It might well be premature, but they're already in Trinidad. Absolutely fantastic scenes here.
Some great cricket, a little bit of chaos, rain threats, the match swinging one way to the other, some great acting displays. There was a bat throwing, there were grown men crying, but more importantly, a famous Afghanistan win, the likes of which will echo in the world of cricket for a very long time to come. Afghanistan, for the first time, they have reached the semi-final of the T20I World Cup. Hello and welcome to Turning Point. I'm Osama Shab. Afghanistan sealed a famous victory by 8 runs in a dramatic rain-affected Super 8 encounter against Bangladesh. Australia are sent packing from the tournament as they needed a Bangladesh win to qualify. This will be Afghanistan's first appearance at the semi-finals of a major ICC event. But more than anything, this is a win for a country and the people who have seen countless wars and political instability for decades. In sports, miracles do happen, and Afghanistan reaching the semis is indeed one such moment. And to talk about that victory, we are joined at this point by Rishi Chhabra and Rajiv Seth. Gentlemen, welcome to this show. First of all, Rajiv Seth, what does this mean for the Afghan team and their players?
Hi, Osama, and welcome to all the viewers. I think it's a great moment. It's not just historic. It also tells us how the world cricket is evolving. We've been talking about Afghanistan over the period of time, and we know how gutsy they are. But to hold to the mights of Australia, and they have done with many other top teams, so that shows their consistency. And I think that's what I really appreciate. Over the period of time, if you can be consistent as an upcoming team, and that is the hallmark of the team. And it's great for the nation. I mean, great for the fan base. Afghanis are known to be a great fan. I have personally witnessed barrage of people coming in for Afghan match wherever it is held. So they are crazy about cricket in particular and sports in general. And I think it's a great moment, and I think they really need to relish this, and they have already made a big World Cup for them.
Absolutely. Rishi, do you agree with the fact that Afghanistan are now the second best team in Asia?
Well, I've been saying this for a while now, Osama. The 2023 50-over World Cup, we saw how they almost defeated Australia. They were very good in that tournament. And this tournament, let's not forget New Zealand, Australia, and then Bangladesh, and then qualifying for the semi-finals. When they won the match today, it absolutely felt like, the manager of the Indian team back in the 1983 World Cup, he was told that the Indian team is going to come back after the group stage. And then the tickets were rescheduled for the semi-finals and for the finals. So something very similar must have happened with the Afghanistan team as well. No one would have thought they'll go to the semi-finals. And let me tell you, I have my money on Afghanistan beating South Africa in the semi-finals. I think they will not just beat them, but they will, I believe, play the best cricket that they have in the tournament so far.
In fact, there was so much drama in this particular match, Rishi, that this is probably the first time in my life that I have been this awake at 6 in the morning. But talking about a lot of things that happened in that particular match, I really want to bring out that one footage that I would like to play out of Gulbuddin Naib going down, holding his hamstring, and by the end of the match, running as if he was running 100 meters sprint. Rajiv said, what did you make of that?
Well, first of all, on a lighter note, Gulbuddin is a good actor too, if you've seen in the past. But he's a character. He's a character. I think the way he bowled his heart out. And look at his gesture, look at his expressions after taking wicket. I mean, it's all for the good cause of cricket, good cause of the camaraderie that prevails within the team. And if there is a little bit of an acting here and there, it's okay. You have seen that with soccer players as to how they fake their injury to get a yellow or a red card out. So that's fine. That's all in the game. But I think overall his performance was very consistent. He kept the nerve. He really bowled with guts and guile. And I think he proved that he is a consistent bowler for the lineup.
Well, in fact, when you talk about that moment, and Rishi, the match, it saw so many memorable moments. One such moment was Jonathan Trott. He was signaling the Afghanistan team to slow things down, and then on cue, on cue, Gulbuddin Naib goes down holding his hamstring. World Cup trophy or not, an Oscar definitely in contention for him.
Absolutely. I mean, Jonathan Trott being the director there and saying action, and then Gulbuddin Naib, being the actor.
There, look at that screen. Look at your screen.
But I mean, all jokes apart, I think it was a great tactic by Afghanistan to hold on to that moment over there, because yes, they were leading in that game after that. But at the end of the game, now that Afghanistan have won, no one's going to remember much of that incident. But overall, I think more than that, you have to give credits to their performance. The kind of score that they put up, I think at one point of time, Bangladesh were trying to go after that target, because they were in with a chance for the semi-final as well.
Yeah.
And once that got over, they were just playing to ruin Afghanistan's party. So clearly, Afghanistan did brilliant today. The kind of performance that they put up, held on to their catches, held on to their nerves, just shows that how far they've come as a cricketing team from Division 5 a few years back to now a full-fledged team making it to the semi-finals, way ahead of teams like West Indies, New Zealand, Australia. I think hats off to the entire support staff, players and people who've stood by Afghanistan cricket for so many years.
Absolutely. And Rajiv said this also reminds me, this whole situation also reminds me of Josh Hazelwood, where he talked about, in a press conference, talked about slowing down the match to affect the net run rate. Now, he might have said that in jest, but it has come back to bite him.
Indeed, and well, these are the tactics which most teams will operate on. I mean, it's not just one against another. It's how you deal with the situation. I think Afghanistan, having an upper hand, had all rights to do what they did in some sense. Maybe not legally, but in whatever sense. But having said that, yes, end of the day, you got to give it to them on their consistency. Otherwise, as Rishi also mentioned, that in the tournament they have upset all the mites of the teams that we talk about, and their performance was consistent, and that's what we should always applaud. Team performing time and again and proving their worth is the team to reckon. And for me, even if they do lose out in the semi-finals, they are the winners in this tournament.
Absolutely. And one man who has been leading them with great pride is Rashid Khan. Rashid walked in at 93 for 5, 14 balls left. He comes and hits those couple of sixes, and that basically happened to be the difference for Afghanistan.
Absolutely. If you see the last over that Afghanistan played, I think they scored some 15 or 16 runs. Clearly, this deciding factor, for them getting to over 100 runs, and then probably with the ball as well. I was surprised that, he wasn't given the man of the match award, because with the bat as well, he was handy with a strike rate of 190, and then brilliant with the ball. I think picked up 4 crucial wickets. But overall, again, Rashid, the kind of player that he is, he puts in his heart out with every delivery that he bowls, and with the bat we've seen in the IPL as well, he creates magic. So, again, I won't be surprised if, South Africa have a difficult time playing Afghanistan, because they've just managed to win all their games in this tournament so far. So clearly it's going to be a very difficult task to overcome Afghanistan in the semi-final.
Absolutely. Rajiv said, one final word from you. Can we expect another upset there? I wouldn't really call this an upset, but can we expect Afghanistan to do one over South Africa in the semi-final now?
Well, all I can say, it's exciting cricket on card, and with Afghanistan putting all pressure, they've got nothing to lose, everything to gain. South Africa has to also, settle to the nerves, because they've been on a winning streak and they carry a tag. For some reason, I think whatever little I've seen, they've been playing very good cricket in this tournament. I have a feeling that they have a better chances, but Afghanistan is not going to let it go so easy.
Well, we'll have to wait and see whether Afghanistan gets one over South Africa and probably reach the final of the T20 World Cup for the first time in the history. Will that happen? Will that not? We'll have to wait and watch. Rishi Chhabra and Rajiv said, thank you very much for joining us and having this conversation. That's all we have for you. Keep watching NDTV.
Brought to you by P Mustard Oil, the mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों.
Amity has been.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. A special focus on whether the Karnataka welfare guarantees are squeezing the state of funds with the state's revenue minister up ahead. But first, the big national headlines that we are tracking this hour. NDA tells all its MPs to be present and follow procedure tomorrow as opposition works towards putting up a united display of numbers as it's all set for the first big face-off vote in the 18th Lok Sabha after the government and opposition failed to reach a consensus on the Speaker's post. The opposition says all efforts to build consensus failed, even as the government says consensus can't be conditional. Arvind Kejriwal stays in jail as the Delhi High Court stays the trial court order granting him bail. The BJP and AAP continue their political face-off over the case against the Delhi Chief Minister. 21 people arrested in the Tamil Nadu illicit liquor tragedy so far, including one who diverted methanol for preparing that liquor that killed 58 people. AIADMK demands Stalin's resignation again and goes to the governor demanding a CBI probe. And it's the marvel from the world of Indian cinema, all set for what's billed as the most expensive Indian film, Kalki 2898.
बाकी अगर कुछ है तो सिर्फ कॉम्प्लेक्स है। भगवान एक ही, सुप्रीम यास्किन।
First up, the top national story. In the first major confrontation in the new Lok Sabha, the NDA and opposition will face off in a contest for the Speaker's post after failed attempts for a compromise and a unanimous decision by consensus. The vote to choose NDA's Om Birla, the Speaker in the 17th Lok Sabha, or the Congress's 8-time MP Kodaikunil Suresh will be decided tomorrow. While the NDA has the numbers clearly in the House, a contest for the Speaker's post is unprecedented in many decades, and it's one that is conventionally decided by consensus. The Congress argued that the denial of the Deputy Speaker's post to the opposition was unacceptable and forced the contest. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, made efforts to convince the opposition. The NDA has now told all its MPs to be present and follow procedure. For YSRCP MPs will also now support the NDA, bolstering its numbers. On the opposition side, TMC members attending a meeting in Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge's house as the opposition aims at putting up a show of its united numbers in the house.
परंपरा के अनुसार स्पीकर का पद जब से भारत आज़ादी प्राप्त किया है आज तक कभी चुनाव नहीं हुआ और हम चाहते हैं कि इस बार भी लोकसभा अध्यक्ष स्पीकर का पद को निर्विरोध कंसेंसस सब मिलकर के चुना जाए। खास करके कांग्रेस पार्टी का रवैया बहुत साफ था कि वो कंडीशंस नहीं मानेंगे तो स्पीकर के पद को वो हमारा समर्थन नहीं करेंगे। मैं फिर से अपील करना चाहता हूं कि स्पीकर के पद का गरिमा को ध्यान में रखते हुए परंपरा के अनुसार अभी भी कांग्रेस पार्टी सोच सकते हैं हमारे पास बहुमत है, हमारे पास नंबर है, एनडीए के पास पर्याप्त नंबर है, तभी तो हम सरकार में हैं। लेकिन नंबर होते हुए भी हम परंपरा अनुसार उनको हम अनुरोध करते हैं कि इस स्पीकर पद को लेकर के चुनाव नहीं होना चाहिए।
अखबार में लिखा है कि प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा है कि ऑपोजिशन को कंस्ट्रक्टिवली सरकार के साथ कोऑपरेट करना चाहिए। ऑपोजिशन ने क्लियरली कहा है, राजनाथ सिंह जी का खारगे जी को फोन आया, राजनाथ सिंह जी ने खारगे जी से कहा देखिए आप हमारे स्पीकर को सपोर्ट कीजिए। ऑपोजिशन, पूरी ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है, हमने सब के सब से बात की है, पूरे ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है कि हम स्पीकर को सपोर्ट करेंगे, मगर कन्वेंशन ये है कि डेप्यूटी स्पीकर ऑपोजिशन को मिलना चाहिए। राजनाथ सिंह जी ने कल शाम कहा था कि वो खारगे जी को कॉल रिटर्न करेंगे। अभी तक राजनाथ सिंह जी ने खारगे जी का कॉल रिटर्न नहीं किया है। तो मोदी जी कह रहे हैं कंस्ट्रक्टिव कोऑपरेशन हो और फिर हमारे नेता को इंसल्ट करा जा रहा है।
पक्ष में उम्मीदवार उतारा है, कॉल बैक नहीं किया गया आपके द्वारा। राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा कि खड़गे जी ने
ऐसे जहां तक खड़गे जी का प्रश्न है, एक सीनियर लीडर हैं, मैं उनका सम्मान करता हूं। कल से लेकर आज तक उनसे 3 बार हमारी बात हुई है।
All set for that big face-off in Parliament tomorrow. Joining me now is Sunil Prabhu, who's been tracking all those developments very closely. Sunil Prabhu, this is in many ways unprecedented, if not in many, many decades. What's the sense you're picking up in terms of flow strategy from the opposition as well as from the NDA?
Well, both sides are ensuring that they muster up the numbers. It's going to be a show of strength. There's no doubt the NDA will cross the 300 mark. So that's psychologically good for them. But as you rightly pointed out, not only is it unprecedented, the appropriate word would be unfortunate. Because in the democratic spirit, in the spirit of parliamentary democracy, a convention should be followed. And the convention has been that the opposition gets the deputy speaker, the ruling party gets the speaker, because both sides need to run parliament and work together. And that's been the sense of coalition politics. That's something that has been followed, on time immemorial. Even when Rajiv Gandhi had 415 members of parliament, there was a deputy speaker. And the same way carried on. So it's in this backdrop that we saw in the 17th Lok Sabha, there was an Article 95, Viraghav makes it very clear, there shall be a speaker, there shall be a deputy speaker. For best reasons known to the government of the day and the Narendra Modi government, they didn't appoint a deputy speaker during the entire 17th Lok Sabha. The opposition, realizing that, wanted a firm commitment from the government whether they will be appointing, because the speaker as well as the deputy speaker play a critical and pivotal role. After the Supreme Court judgment, the speaker's role is critical in deciding if there is a split in a party. And these are all important aspects which need to take into account. Definitely, even though Mr. Om Birla has the numbers and has the distinction of suspending 115 members of parliament in the 17th Lok Sabha, he's all set to become the leader, the speaker of the 18th Lok Sabha.
Right, important points that you make there, Sunil Prabhu. Perhaps an indication of the confrontation that one is expecting in the Lok Sabha between the opposition and the Treasury benches as we go along. But thanks very much. We'll keep a close watch as we brace towards that face-off tomorrow in Parliament. Now to a quick update on the illicit liquor tragedy in Tamil Nadu's Kallakurichi district that cost 58 lives and has led to a sharp political exchange in the state and at a national level as well. The Tamil Nadu police have so far arrested 21 people in the tragedy. This includes a suspect who illegally diverted methanol. Remember, that's extremely dangerous to make that illicit liquor. Meanwhile, the principal opposition party in the state, the AIDMK, has been on an offensive against the DMK government and raised the issue in the assembly today as well, demanding the resignation of the chief minister, but before the question hour, leading to a ruckus and eviction of AIDMK MLAs from the house for a day. Post that, leader of opposition and former chief minister Edappadi Palaniswamy of the AIDMK led a delegation to the Raj Bhavan to meet the governor, seeking a CBI probe into the tragedy. Remember, the issue also had led to a sharp exchange between the BJP and the Congress at a national level. NDTV's Sam Daniel now joins us live. Sam, give us a quick update as far as investigations are concerned, and then, of course, an overview of the continuing political exchange over this tragedy.
Well, to begin with, investigators have arrested 21 people. This includes the person who allegedly supplied methanol and a few others who sold illicit liquor on the ground, and also the transporters, the traders, and those who sold. And the modus operandi, police officials say, Madesh, a guy from Puducherry, had illegally procured methanol meant for ceramic, paint, and turpentine industries and diverted that to making of illicit liquor. And they are now interrogating and investigating further to get to the bottom of it in terms of identifying the network and to further crack down. At the political level, AIADMK, the key opposition party, is continuing to turn the heat on Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and the ruling DMK, demanding Stalin's resignation and also a CBI probe, alleging that the state government has not learned any lessons even after a similar tragedy that took place last year, killing 22 people, and no lessons learned. And in that context, they also met Governor R.N. Ravi seeking a CBI probe. On the floor of the House, they tried to rake up this issue before the question hour, but the Speaker evicted them, saying he actually wanted to give them time after the question hour, but the AIADMK, he argued, didn't want to follow the conventions. Legally speaking, the Madras High Court is hearing petitions from both AIADMK as well as PMK seeking a CBI probe. Had some strong comments last week. We'll have to wait and watch what the court would say. Right. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin narrated, explained the steps taken and promised to crack them. Lastly, the big question, whether this would bring justice to those 58 families who lost their near ones, and will the CBCID probe the complicity, alleged complicity of the ruling party functionaries as well?
Right, important there to keep focus on that probe, because this is a much larger issue and one that's really shaken and woken the administration to the realities of illicit liquor in that state. But now to a special focus on Karnataka's welfare schemes and the state of finances in the state. Since the Lok Sabha election results, the opposition BJP-JDS in the state has taken on sharply the government over fuel price hike and has accused it of financial mismanagement. There have been questions and concerns raised since the beginning over whether the welfare schemes in the state that cost over 50,000 crores have squeezed the state of funds for other infrastructure and development projects. Joining us now is Karnataka's Revenue Minister, Krishna Bairagowda, who's considered astute with his understanding of both numbers as well as the state's political realities. Thanks very much, Krishna Bairagowda, for speaking with us. Question, as I just mentioned, have been raised about whether the enormous expenditure on welfare guarantees is sustainable financially in the long or even medium run. Having implemented it for a year now, is it sustainable at the same scale for an extended period of time? That's my first question to you.
Veer, I will answer your question on several levels. First is Karnataka's investment levels, which are a sign of a balance between welfare and investment expenditure. If you look at Karnataka's investment levels, they are on par with most other states. So there is a sound balance between investment expenditure and welfare expenditure in Karnataka's overall budget. So we are maintaining a sound fiscal balance. Second, in terms of the three FRBM requirements, that is the fiscal responsibility and budget management requirements as mandated by law, Karnataka, out of three, we satisfy through 2 counts, which cannot be said about a few other states, and it's a matter of another year or two by when we will satisfy all the 3 requirements for fiscal responsibility. Number 3, I can turn around and ask the same question. When you pass on corporate income tax reduction to the top rich people in the country, is it fiscally sound? Is it fiscally responsible? Why doesn't this question get asked when a corporate income tax cut is passed on to the super rich in the country? Why does this question get asked only when you try to reach out to the bottom level of this society? Veer, you must understand that first of all, we don't have a perfect open market economy in our country. We are somewhere in the vicinity of crony capitalism in this country. And from that it follows that the trickle-down economics is only in theory in India. It's only in the paper in India. Trickle-down is not working. As we speak, the gap between the rich and poor is expanding in our country at an alarming pace. The benefits of growth are concentrating in the hands of the rich. So economically it is sound that the working class, the poor are made part of an inclusive growth of the country. Otherwise they will be left out and it will be to the detriment of our economy itself. So on all parameters, this is a balanced view.
Krishna, it's an important point. It's an important point that you make emphatically, but even as you argue that the opposition in the state is equally emphatic in questioning the fuel price hike and hiking potentially of taxes and tariff. The state government's decision to hire Boston Consulting Group to consult on ways to boost revenue has also been questioned. Are there serious worries about revenue? Has it flattened out even as expenditure is increasing?
It's the responsibility of every sensible, reasonable, responsible government to enhance its revenue. That's what every government worth its salt does around the world. You want us to sit here and just not do anything about enhancing our revenue so that we can take up more investment, more welfare, and so that the economy expands. Karnataka has a healthy share of tax to GDP ratio, and you speak about fuel prices. Let me just bring it to your notice that even after an increase of 3 rupees, Karnataka is, in terms of petrol and diesel prices, is far cheaper than our neighboring states. And Karnataka even today remains one of the cheapest in the country when it comes to petrol and diesel prices. So we are far below other states. Let me remind you, we are below by as much as 5 to 7 rupees when compared to some other states. So we are very reasonable on that. And now you raise another issue of hiring a private firm to look at our expenditure, our revenue, and suggest ways for improvement. Now, in the era of, we get often slack for not using a lot of human resource capacity available in our country. Lot of our consulting companies are doing consulting for various organizations and governments around the world. And when they can go and consult for somebody else in somewhere else in the world, why can't we use their expertise? And to just add to the point, I think the same BCG, if I am not mistaken or if I am not wrong, has been hired by Government of India for 15 times the price that we are paying them to consult and advise Government of India. I believe the Government of Uttar Pradesh has hired another similar consulting group to advise them on various other matters. I don't want to name companies, but I can name if you want. So when they hire these organizations and consultants, it doesn't get questioned. When a Congress government, a Karnataka government hires some consulting firm to advise on ways to improve governance, suddenly this becomes the talking point in the country. I don't understand this lopsided debate we are having.
Okay, let me keep that aside and let me ask you this directly. Is there a rethink or reassessment of the welfare guarantees in the state after the Lok Sabha election results?
Yeah. To give you a quick answer, at the moment we are not reconsidering any of those issues, but in course of time, nothing in government is cast in stone. From time to time we may do, but at the moment, time to time, I'm not saying from time to time we will reconsider guarantees, but in government from time to time decisions are made over a course of time. But on the issue of guarantees in the cabinet, we have not discussed any reconsideration.
Okay, politically, what impact do you see the Lok Sabha verdict have on center-state relations? Because that's been a major concern. You now have H.D. Kumaraswamy, who's considered to have a personal rivalry with the top Congress leadership, including the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister in the state as a cabinet minister at the center. There's a worry that antagonism between the state and the center may only increase.
Look, I'm not really looking forward to any intensification of so-called center-state rivalry. That is not our idea. We, people of Karnataka, our government represents the people of India. We are a strong part of this union. We are an equal part of this union of India. And but nevertheless, we do have issues related to devolution of finances. In the 15th Finance Commission recommendations, the state of Karnataka lost 23% in the devolution. We suffered a cut of 23%. That is a draconian cut in the share of our share of devolution. We also have issues with cesses and surcharges being levied by Government of India. In fact, our government in the recent budget consultations held by Honorable Union Finance Minister, we have officially requested Government of India to subsume all cesses and surcharges into the divisible pool so that we, the states, all the states get their fair share in the gross tax revenue of central government as recommended by various finance commissions. So otherwise, because of the cesses and surcharges and their increase over the years, a state like Karnataka is losing out its rightful share in the devolution, and the center is keeping that money to itself. So we do have issues on Finance Commission, on cesses and surcharges. We do have issues with the center on holding up our river projects. So we will continue to press our rightful demands with the center, rightful demands of the people of Karnataka and its interests. But that doesn't mean that there is a center-state rivalry. We all have to work together. Work together doesn't mean that we surrender and we surrender our interests. We will continue to press for our interests. And I hope that the elected representatives from Karnataka who are part of the union government will also take up the rightful demands of Karnataka and make sure that justice is done to Karnataka.
Well, thanks very much there. You're making very important points there, Krishna Bairagowda, but thanks very much for taking time out to speak to us. Obviously, the confrontation in the state and the national level continuing to play out on several dimensions. But from that important socio-economic issue in Karnataka to the barrage of cases against the Revanna family from Hassan, a fourth case of sexual harassment and criminal intimidation has been registered against Prajwal Revanna, who's accused of multiple rape and sexual offences. Former BJP MLA from Hassan, Preetham Gowda, and 2 others have also now been named for circulating those lewd sexual videos, several thousands of them, along with Prajwal. Prajwal himself has now been sent again to police custody regarding the fourth case. Meanwhile, the SIT has also moved the Supreme Court challenging the anticipatory bail granted by the Karnataka High Court to Prajwal Revanna's mother, Bhavani Revanna. She was granted bail in the abduction case of one of the rape victims. From all that crime and politics in Karnataka, now to the world of entertainment. It's time to get all set for Kalki 2898, or the Star Wars of India, billed as India's most expensive film, with a stunning star cast from the land of RRR and Bahubali. NDTV's Uma Sudhir on the Kalki clips.
कॉम्प्लेक्स है भगवान एक ही
आखिरी शहर काशी कहते हैं कि ऊपर पानी है
पूरी दुनिया से सब छीन लोगे तो सब कुछ तो होगा ही
Kalki 2898 AD has been described as an Indian epic.
एक ही सुप्रीम यास्किन
Hi. Dystopian science fiction action thriller with rebel star Prabhas in the lead.
इस दुनिया में बस एक ही साइड होती है, खुद की साइड.
Deepika Padukone and Amitabh Bachchan. एक जान के अंदर दूसरी जान.
आपने अपनी घर में एक भगवान को स्थान दिया है, मैं बचा लूंगा.
With Kamal Hassan playing a cameo.
डरो मत, एक नया युग आ रहा है.
The fact that, we are able to mix mythology with something futuristic is so unique.
Yeah, it's...
A lot of times, at my age, and people say, sir, when are you going to do a film something like Hollywood? I tell them, when is Hollywood going to do a film something like us?
The film is written and directed by Nag Ashwin, whose Mahanati, a biopic on yesteryear actress Savitri, won multiple honors. His wife Priyanka Dutt and her sister Swapna Dutt have produced the 600 crore rupees film under the Vaijayanti Movies banner.
He for some reason went on saying in his own words, I'd say, that this is something India deserves now. We will have to tell this sort of storytelling in India. We have to have our own, stories like this.
We're in it and I'm not able to sleep because I don't know if we will be able to make it, because you have to make every single thing in this film, like pen to paper to every single thing. And their deadlines, they're big actors, and so we had like a lot of sleepless nights, and then we got into it.
Kamal Hassan says visuals like these have never been seen before in Indian cinema.
Nobody has seen a villain talk like that or a hero behave like that. Everything was new about it. I can tell you, people are going to be shocked when they see Kalki, with the kind of effort that has been put in. And these visuals are just unbelievable.
सुबह ये लड़ाई झगड़ा क्यों बची? कितना अच्छा सपना देख रहा था.
While the film uses a lot of computer graphics, a futuristic vehicle in the film, Bujji, was built in partnership with the Mahindra Group.
It was made by Mahindra and JM Motors, and also a lot of young Indian engineers.
It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. I think to be able to find that balance between technology that's available to you, but to also keep the performances real, I think is what makes this movie and this experience very special.
The film was announced soon after the success of Mahanati, and subsequently there was COVID, and then July 2021 they put up a grand set at the Ramoji Film City, and it is supposed to be released in May of this year, but because of elections it got postponed to the 27th of June, when already, of course, everywhere you can see the posters. There's a lot of interest about this because this is something that is spanning millenniums, from the time of the Mahabharata 3012 BC to 2898 AD, which is supposed to be the Kali Yuga or the Kalki's time. In Hyderabad, with camera person Nagaraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Well, the mythical, magical realities and suspended animation of Indian cinema in full display there. That's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access.
Good evening. You're watching the news break here on NDTV. We are starting the bulletin with a breaking update coming in, and that is the cash reward announcement being made by the National Investigation Agency in the VHP leader murder case. Remember, Vikas Prabhakar, a VHP leader who was the unit chief in Nangal in Punjab, was murdered earlier this year. There are 2 suspects in this case yet to be arrested, and now the NIA has in fact declared a cash reward of 10 lakh rupees each for anyone who can provide information related to the accused. For more on this, I'm joined by my colleague Gurpreet. Gurpreet, take us through the details of this case and how this is very significant. The NIA, of course, means business, and it has now announced a cash reward for any information, anyone from the public giving them information.
Well, it's a clear information which we have learned from NIA, saying that there is a cash reward which is required for the investigation, and if somebody provides information that the number of the person should be taken proper secretly. Now, what we have learned, this was a target killing. Even the Punjab police, they have also investigated when this VHP leader was killed in Nangal in district Ropar. After that, they were able to get the CCTV camera footage from that spot, and 2 people were clearly identified. What we have learned from the local police, the Punjab police, during the course of investigation, they had also learned it could be target killing and ISI module behind this whole killing. So it seems NIA has already investigating this case from all the angles, and that is one of the reasons why today, during this course of investigation, they had announced this cash reward for the getting information, because these people are still absconding. They want the information should be provided to the agency so that proper investigation should be taken, and why this VHP leader was targeted. That is the core investigation which is being carried out by NIA, and Punjab Police had already assisting the NIA for getting all the leads.
Gurpreet, stay with us. I just want to tell our viewers that we are putting out the images of the accused, the 2 suspects who have been identified by the NIA in this case, yet to be arrested, as I mentioned, and which is why a cash reward has in fact been announced now by the NIA for anyone who can come forth with any details about them. Gurpreet, take us through the significance of this case. Is the NIA suspecting a gang, an organized gang, to be behind this murder?
Well, that seems to be the way this investigation was being carried out. As I already told you, we have seen the BJP President Sunil Jakhar. They had gone there. They held a protest against that state government, saying that there is a failure of law and order situation. And during the preliminary investigation, when they were able to get the CCTV camera footage, they scanned their crime history. They had gone into detail to find out who were the people, and they learned. It seems that it could be possible that funding was done through ISI Pakistan, and that was the target killing. And after that, we have seen NIA from Punjab Police, National Investigating Agency, had taken this investigation into their own under their own officers, so that they will be able to explore this ISI funding and this terror angle, why this target killing has been taken place in Punjab. So now the way we have seen this investigation is already going on. It seems that there could be possible some gang was operating in the state of Punjab, and that was targeting this VHP leader at the time when this incident had taken place. Now these all leads which they have already got, and that is one of the core reasons why this reward has been announced, so that they will be able to get more information, and they will be able to find out all the leads that how this crime and organized crime, we can say organized crime, is happening in the country, and specifically in Punjab, the way this target killing had taken place.
Right, and the NIA, they're suspecting that funding from terror networks could be involved in this case. Gurpreet, thank you so much for joining us with that. Shifting focus to our main topic tonight on the show, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is going to stay in jail. That was the order delivered by the High Court today as it accepted Enforcement Directorate's petition seeking a stay on the lower court's bail order. Now, the High Court today said that the lower court did not apply its mind when granting bail and pointed to what it said were lapses in the judgment. The High Court observed that not enough time was given to the prosecution to argue the application, failing to properly discuss conditions for release in the PMLA Act, under which Kejriwal had in fact been arrested. But that brings us to the question we are asking tonight: what will be the political fallout of this? Remember, very importantly so, there is a hearing in Supreme Court tomorrow where Kejriwal has already challenged this order, the stay order from Delhi High Court on his bail. So the Supreme Court will take up that petition for hearing tomorrow. But we are asking this question on what kind of a political impact this could have on Aam Aadmi Party's future. But before we get into the discussion, let's take a quick look at the reactions coming in on this.
It is on the expected line. See, on Friday when the interim stay was granted, we challenged it immediately before the Supreme Court, and there was a hearing on Monday. The matter was postponed in the Supreme Court till Wednesday, waiting for the order of the final order of the High Court. Today, High Court has pronounced the judgment. We are already challenged the interim stay. We will challenge the detailed judgment which has been provided right now. So the fight is on, and we are hoping the Supreme Court will do a complete justice by not staying or the bail, but allowing him to come out of the jail.
Several observations made, one regarding section 45 having not been considered properly. Another is that the papers which are submitted have not been perused by the court.
Right, to discuss this further, I'm joined on the show by Mr. Anmol Pawar of the Aam Aadmi Party, RP Singh of the BJP, and Sajjan Kumar, a political analyst, joining us on the show. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on this debate tonight. But that brings me to the first question that I would want to pose, and that to the Aam Aadmi Party. Mr. Pawar, you know, while the top court hearing is lined up tomorrow, and that will of course be very important, but are you worried that your most recognizable face is still in jail, and the impact that it will have on your party? Is that a niggling worry for the Aam Aadmi Party? We've already seen this for so many months now. There was maybe a glimmer of relief which the Aam Aadmi Party saw in the trial court's order last week, but that has now been overturned. So is the Aam Aadmi Party worried about the hit it will take due to this?
We are not at all worried about it, because we know that Mr. Kejriwal has been falsely implicated in this so-called liquor scam. The trial court demolished the case of Enforcement Directorate, very categorically stating that in last 2 years, not a single penny has been recovered. There's no trace of proceeds of money. And the Enforcement Directorate, even after conducting thousands of raids, and they stated that Arvind Kejriwal is kingpin, but his name is not there even in the ECIR filed by the Enforcement Directorate and FIR filed by the CBI. And the main aspect is that he has been kept behind bars without having any direct evidence against him. And the way in which ED approached the Honorable Delhi High Court, and even without a formal order was not being passed by the Sessions Court, the High Court granted an interim stay. This is something which is unheard of in criminal jurisprudence. I mean, this incident, it challenges the foundational tenets of legal procedure and due process. We have not heard of such kind of practice of granting interim stay even without a formal order is issued by the Sessions Court. So we are very confident that he will certainly get relief from the Honorable Supreme Court, as even the Honorable Supreme Court very categorically said day before yesterday that it is very unusual that an order for granting stay was reserved for 2 days.
That's right. Of course, the Supreme Court is going to take up the petition, Kejriwal's petition, tomorrow. But let me bring in RP Singh of the BJP in on this. RP Singh, while yes, the High Court has in fact said that the trial court or the lower court in this case did not really apply its mind and that it did not give sufficient time for the Enforcement Directorate to actually present its argument during the bail application hearing. But if we look at the case and the evidence produced so far, because BJP has been saying that there's enough evidence that the ED has against Kejriwal, they have not. The ED has not been able to trace any money trail back to the Delhi Chief Minister, and in fact, the evidence against Kejriwal, of course, the courts are looking into it, but the direct connection to any of the meetings that the Enforcement Directorate is looking at in connection to this case or the money trail does not trace back to the Delhi Chief Minister.
Well, I never knew that NDTV runs a court also. I mean, you have a court which is High Court, which is House Avenue Court, Supreme Court, and NDTV Court, Studio Court. I mean, let me read out what the court, Justice Sudhir Kumar Jain has to say. It says, malified intention on the part of ED was incorrect. So Aman was talking about that ED was malified, their intention is malified. It's a court order which says that, and the court had previously dismissed a similar claim made by Kejriwal in earlier rulings also. So that's what the court has said, and also that that not enough time was given for the hearing in the lower court. I have no reason to cast any sort of question mark on the lower court. They have their own process, but the process, High Court is above the Rouse Avenue Court, and they are given this their verdict now. And now they are free to go to Supreme Court and seek relief if Supreme Court gives the relief. But as for saying that there is no evidence, there is nothing of that sort. Otherwise, if there is no evidence, then why would High Court reject the bail? I mean, they should have gone ahead with the order of the lower court, Rouse Avenue Court, and accepted the order of the Rouse Avenue Court, and then would have followed the suit. Please, sir.
Can I come in?
Can I complete? I will never heckle you. Please stop heckling. I mean, this is a bad habit, sir. Mature up. So this is what the court proceeding is, and then they have all the right. I'm saying that they have all the right to go to Supreme Court. But as far evidence goes, and as far you're declaring that there is no evidence, let me read out something for you. There's a bank account of the UCO Bank 10220210004647. This money was transferred. This ED is presented to the court, and court has accepted this. Yes, money was transferred. Then there are statements by Mr. Ashok Patel under Section 64. I mean, if you don't accept it, if NDTV court doesn't, Studio Court doesn't accept it, they can. But Ashok Patel, Kiran Bhai Patel, Jagdish Sharma, all put together reveal that there's almost
We have
2 to
not
45
commented on any of the RP Singh. You cannot put words in my mouth. I have not commented on any witness statements that you're quoting.
Your viewers are intelligent enough. You did. I mean, you did. I mean, let's be very clear on
Sir,
this.
please don't mislead.
One second.
Please,
I don't want to get into this, personal comments. Let me bring in RP Singh. We have made your point. I understand.
Can I complete?
Please make your point in the next 30 seconds. I need to go to other
5
guests.
seconds, not 30 seconds, 5 seconds.
Okay.
So I'm giving you name of people: Ashok Patel, Kiran Bhai Patel, Jagdish Sharma, Ashok Chandu Bhai, Messrs. Ashish Corporation. They have all put together said that in tune to 45 crore rupees was transferred to Goa through them. And then there are documents on record, where statement on record by the people who received the money. These are enough evidence for court to accept, and that's why court
But my point is, what is the direct evidence against Kejriwal? This is, of course, a matter in the court.
Okay,
I'm just asking a question in
so
terms
much.
of what the Enforcement Directorate's case so far has been. The investigation is not over yet. There's no need to get flustered about this. The Enforcement Directorate investigation is still on. Sajjan Kumar, if I can bring you in. Mr. RP Singh, you'll get a chance to speak. Please give other people a chance as well.
I need to answer that. Otherwise, it will lead to a confusion. All this money which has been...
Mr. RP Singh, 1 second. No interruptions, please. Mr. RP Singh, you asked for 5 seconds. I gave you 5 seconds. Nobody else, please come in right now. Mr. RP Singh, I've given you 5 seconds. You asked for it.
You raise a question and you don't allow me to answer that.
You've answered. You asked for 5 seconds. I gave you 5 seconds to answer that question. Didn't I?
So, all this money which was transferred from Delhi to Goa and Goa to the people in the state.
Mr. Pawar,
who's
please
heading
wait.
the party? Can I complete, ma'am? Give me 5 seconds, please. Who runs the party? It is the convener, Mr. Kejriwal, who runs the party. And everything happens under his thumb. Everything happens as per him. No one can even pass a single penny without his consent. So whole of this money, and even these lower court accepted. Yes, they have evidence for 40 crore rupees, but they don't have evidence for 60 crore rupees.
Okay, 5 seconds over. I have to go across to Sajjan Kumar now, political analyst. Mr. Sajjan Kumar, the question also is, we are looking at the political fallout of this. As I mentioned, that there is a Supreme Court hearing lined up tomorrow. Kejriwal Aam Aadmi Party has appealed in the top court about this. But according to you, do you feel Aam Aadmi Party has been able to cultivate a second rung of leadership? Because they are operating currently with a chief minister who is in jail. Do you see anyone taking over the reins in case Kejriwal is imprisoned for the long haul?
Certainly no one matches the persona and charisma of Kejriwal, because Kejriwal is a product of a movement. So certainly anyone trying to the second rung of the leadership who would, hypothetically, if there is a need to replace him, certainly they won't have the kind of connect and the sort of the background that he has, because he is a product of from a journey from a movement to the party, anti-corruption movement to the party. This is one fact. Secondly, let's not cast aspersions on the judiciary, because the same judiciary which has denied the bail to Kejriwal, during the electoral process, it was Supreme Court which granted bail to Kejriwal on political consideration. For political campaigning, etc. That was also considered by many as unprecedented, because the same relief was not granted to the Chief Minister of Jharkhand and so many other politicians. So that is why more than what is the nature of evidence, how different layers of judiciary are going to react to these, are they the direct evidence or are they circumstantial evidence? So there is certainly a lot of the gray area wherein lots of the discretion and the interpretation of the judiciary will be there. But what is political fallout would be that, mind it, the electorates of Delhi have a kind of a split personality. You will find in Lok Sabha, a great deal of the electorates who vote to Aam Aadmi Party in the assembly election, they end up voting to BJP in Lok Sabha. But come the assembly election, certainly you see that they shift on the material conditions, which is Sadak, Bijli, Pani, etc. Bijli, Pani and all sort of welfare schemes to the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, the crucial thing will not just be the absence of Kejriwal on the matter of optics of corruption. More would be now that you see lots many other kind of a core crisis like the water crisis, something happening which has been the prime plank which catapulted Aam Aadmi Party as a credible party among more than 3/4 of the Delhi residents. Mind it, 74% of Delhi is unplanned. Only 26% of Delhi is planned, and therefore the question of the water and all sort of things matters a lot. So right now we do see that his absence may have, I mean, not a significant but some sort of an impact even on the material plank which has been the core pillar of the Aam Aadmi Party. So that way we see the political fallout is going to be whether the Supreme Court will give him the relief or not, how long he is going to be behind the bar, and that is why his absence certainly will lead, and we already see some sort of a tension. You know, it's not blowing up, I mean, in open, but certainly some cracks are visible. So that is why longer he stays behind the bar, it will lead to a kind of a serious, it may lead to a serious kind of a crisis for
the party. Yes. Amol Pawar, Anmol Pawar, you heard what Sajjan Kumar had to say over there. Isn't it more prudent for the party to actually appoint someone else as the chief minister, someone who is seen as, in a way, inheritor of Kejriwal's legacy, at least while he is still inside jail, and will also be more active in terms of some of these administrative issues which are cropping up, whether it is in terms of the water crisis or anything else that seems to be a challenge for the Aam Aadmi Party as far as administration in Delhi is concerned. So isn't it more prudent that we have one of the younger leaders, and there are many of them actually who are quite capable probably, doesn't the party consider them to be capable enough to take over the reins, at least for the interim?
Sarima ji, first of all, I would like to answer to the false and baseless statements.
Please answer my
Mr.
question
RP
first.
Singh.
You can answer Mr. RP Singh later. If you want to, you can pick up a phone and answer him. I don't want this. Please, one second. I don't want this discussion to be hijacked by I said this and you said that. Please answer my question. Why hasn't Aam Aadmi Party appointed somebody else? How long are they planning to have Kejriwal continue as the chief minister from inside jail, at least for the moment?
This question has been debated from a long time,
but there is no relief in sight as of now.
But the court has very categorically said that ED is acting with bias. There's no direct evidence. There's no trace of money. Not a single penny has been recovered.
As a chief minister in the interim.
The mandate given by the people of Delhi was to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. We went to 24 lakh households in Delhi and conducted door-to-door campaigns.
Are you saying that Aam Aadmi Party is not agile enough to take decisions or change their strategy?
The people of Delhi made it clear that they have given mandate to Mr. Kejriwal and he will run the government from jail. If they want to if they want to put a popularly 3-time elected chief minister in jail without a shred of evidence, and they are thinking that they'll force Mr. Kejriwal to resign, then it won't happen. He'll run the government from jail, and people believe in him. People have faith in him. People know that this is a false and fabricated case, and BJP is trying its every bit to pressurize him to resign, but he won't resign. He will run the government for jail.
It's not so much about what the BJP wants, it's about what the party will actually, what it looks at as a better strategy in terms of whether there should be a second-rung leadership stepping in at this point when we don't see, when there is no immediate relief for Arvind Kejriwal. RP Singh, bringing you back in again. We've seen BJP actually keenly following this investigation, this case as well. Does BJP's political fate, in a way, as far as Delhi is concerned, is it intertwined with Kejriwal's fate? What would you say to that?
Well, BJP's fate is with what we will promise and what we will deliver in coming days. But the fate of Mr. Kejriwal is intertwined with the water crisis in Delhi today. There are not a single place where I stay is called Rajendranagar, Pamposh Road. The MLA stays on the end of this road, and there's no water.
So why don't you ask Haryana
government
to
release water? No, Mr. Pawar,
why don't you ask Haryana government to release Delhi's share of water?
Let him finish. You will get your chance. Yes, Mr. RP Singh, continue.
So there's no water in Delhi today, and they are doing rhetoric by sitting on dharna, on Anshan and all. And people of Delhi know that 9.5 years in Delhi, and they can provide basics like water, and then basics like civic amenities, roads, infrastructure. I mean, there's not a single new hospital which has been built in last 9.5 years. Schools are collapsing. I mean, it's not my statement, it's the statement of the High Court judge, the Chief Justice of the High Court in Delhi, who hauled up the Education Secretary saying, why your schools are collapsing, what are you doing with the schools? So people will vote for that reason. People will see through that whom they voted for and what has he delivered on ground. And obviously they will boot him out because Hindi ki kahawat hai, kaat ki handi ek baar chadti hai, dohara teen baar nahi chad sakti. It has happened twice. People got swayed twice, but not this time. Be very clear on this, because the condition in Delhi, just wait for a few more days. You will be doing debate on, we are doing debate on water crisis recently. Now we'll be doing on water logging. Just wait for another 10 days.
Okay, you've made your point.
Give me a second. Give me another second. And after
one more second, yes. Anmol Pawar, please
air pollution. After 2 months, we're debating on air pollution. So this is how Delhi is. Delhi, they said they'll make London. They have turned Delhi into Somalia.
Right. Mr. R.P. Singh has made his point. Anmol Pawar, yes, would you want to respond? Also, the Delhi, we've seen that in Lok Sabha elections, the court, of course, gave time for Kejriwal to come out and campaign, but that was for a very short period of time. And honestly, maybe in terms of the number of seats that came through for Aam Aadmi Party this time around, there wasn't much of an impact, but that is open to debate, that you may not agree to. But we are seeing a number of issues which are cropping up, and the people of Delhi are actually looking at it. Of course, there are your ministers out on the streets looking at the issue, etc. You have seen all your ministers being active on it, but the people of Delhi would still want their chief minister to be out on the job. Again, as I ask, isn't it time for Aam Aadmi Party to look at that ahead? The Delhi elections are not this year, but it will be happening very soon. So ahead of that, we've seen Sisodia and other Aam Aadmi Party leader like Satyendra Jain in jail for a long time. Considering all of that, isn't it time for a rethink in the party?
Tanimaji, these questions were raised when the Honorable High Court passed a judgment against our leader, Mr. Sanjay Singh also. What happened in the Supreme Court? The Supreme Court said that even prima facie case is not made out. And the cases against Mr. Kejriwal and Mr. Sisodia will also meet the same fate. It's just a matter of time. We have already approached the Honorable Supreme Court. The hearing is to be held tomorrow. And as far as water is concerned, it is for Mr. R.P. Singh to answer. So there's an agreement between the 5 states. And it is the responsibility of Haryana to release 615 million gallons per day water to Delhi. But you are releasing only 513 million gallons per day since last 3 weeks. Let me complete.
Answer that.
This is the reason why there is shortage of water in Delhi. And you people are so insensitive that you don't care about the people of Delhi. Your 7 elected MPs are only doing matka ford. They are not focusing on resolving this issue. Even
I have very less time left.
Honorable Water Minister is in ICU. She was on fast for last 5 days. But despite that, she tried every means. She wrote letter to the Water Minister C.R. Patil, to Honorable Prime Minister.
Very short of
but
time.
You did not support.
Very short of time,
You
Mr.
did
Pawar.
not release the water to Delhi.
Quickly to what you're saying, Mr. R.P. Singh.
Well, Delhi has a treatment plant, overall treatment facility of 1,000 MGD. Delhi needs something like 1,300 MGD water every day. And they don't have a treatment plant.
Incorrect. Get your facts correct. Get your facts correct. Get your facts correct. You are not here just to peddle lies. You are not here just to peddle lies.
All right, I don't want a shouting match on this show. I will give Sajjan Kumar the last word. Sajjan Kumar, in 30 seconds. Both of you, please hold on. Sajjan Kumar, the last word to you. What do you think should be Aam Aadmi Party's strategy? Irrespective of the Supreme Court hearing tomorrow, what do you think should be the Aam Aadmi Party strategy as far as going ahead and in a way coming up with an answer to the administrative issue, or in terms of who should be actually running the show as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, in case they want their party to actually handle, handle this situation much better?
Now that elections are just almost 8 to 9 months away, but certainly the core plank of the Aam Aadmi Party, that is the everyday issue related governance, be it about the water, be it about the electricity and so many other welfare schemes, certainly there is a setback to that. The degree is still not severe, but there is a setback, and therefore the only breathing space that Kejriwal is have, that BJP still at the Delhi level doesn't have a face, doesn't have an anchor. So that is why it is the right time that they should kind of go for a fallback option of at least projecting a credible face.
Right.
Otherwise, it would be minus Kejriwal, it would be a fair game for BJP and Aam Aadmi Party.
Very solid advice there. I am unfortunately completely out of time. Anmol Pawar, RP Singh, Sajjan Kumar, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. And with that, it's a wrap on the show. Keep watching NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands.
NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, it's the opposition versus the government for the Speaker's post. The India bloc is in a huddle. We'll get you those details. Also, no relief for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. He will remain in Tihar jail. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. The government and opposition to go head-to-head tomorrow in a battle for the Lok Sabha Speaker's post, the first contest in decades after the government refused to give a commitment on the Deputy Speaker's post. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Rijiju says opposition can't lay conditions. The opposition bloc holds a meeting at Mallikarjun Kharge's residence. On the second day of Parliament, Rahul Gandhi takes oath as Member of Parliament for a fifth time, carries the Constitution during his swearing-in as Asaduddin Owaisi sparks a controversy by mentioning Palestine after his oath-taking. His remarks are expunged. Big setback to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. He will remain in Tihar for now after the Delhi High Court said the lower court didn't apply its mind when granting his bail and pointing to lapses. AAP says they will go now to the Supreme Court. The teen accused in the Pune Porsche accident case will be released from detention after the Bombay High Court ruled his arrest was illegal as he was still a child. 2 engineers were killed after he hit them in a speeding car. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange will be set free after he agreed to plead guilty in a US court to revealing military secrets, ending his years-long legal drama. He is en route to a remote US island to appear in court. And Tollywood film Kalki 2898 AD set to hit screens worldwide day after a dystopian drama starring Prabhas, Amitabh Bachchan and Deepika Padukone, with Kamal Hassan also making an appearance. Our top story now, and for the first time in decades since the 1950s, there's going to be an election for the Speaker's chair in Parliament tomorrow. This after the government failed to convince the opposition bloc, which is demanding the Deputy Speaker's position. The government said there will be no conditions and that the Deputy Speaker issue will be decided later. India bloc leaders are meeting at Mallikarjun Kharge's residence to discuss strategy, as its Congress's K. Suresh will be taking on Om Birla, the former speaker, who has once again been nominated for that position. Let's go across to Sunil Prabhu now, who joins us from outside Mr. Kharge's residence. And Sunil, while the numbers are clearly stacked in favor of the NDA, yet the opposition doesn't want to let this go without giving them a tough fight. Also, earlier there was some divisions within the India bloc, with the Trinamool Congress upset that they weren't consulted, but now they're also attending the meeting at Kharge's residence.
That's right, Mr. Derek O'Brien, as well as Mr. Kalyan Banerjee, have been asked to be present at the dinner hosted by Mr. Kharge for all floor leaders. There are around 20 leaders who have all trooped in to Tenrajaji Marg, the residence of Mr. Kharge, to discuss the modalities and to show that they are united and they cannot be ignored. The 18th Lok Sabha, as you rightly know, as stated, has started off on a confrontation rather than a consensus building or cooperation. What we have seen from the pro-term speaker to the issue of a speaker and a deputy speaker, there has been no attempt at finding a balance and ensuring that Parliament will function. So clearly, both sides making it clear that they're not going to give in, and ultimately, as you rightly pointed out, for the first time post-emergency, there was one election, and first, of course, in the first Lok Sabha, there was a contest for the Speaker's post. But otherwise, convention has always been that the Speaker should be a man of the House, a person who can carry everybody along, and that's the reason why they've always tried to build a consensus. This time around, there hasn't been that effort. Mr. Om Birla, as you're well aware, has been a former speaker. He has the distinction of also, amongst the opposition, suspending 115, the maximum ever in independent India. And it's in that backdrop, we will have to wait and see how he performs in the next few days and months as the 18th Lok Sabha gets off to a start.
All right, so combative start to the 18th Lok Sabha. Thanks so much, Sunil, for joining us with that. So after decades, as Sunil was pointing out, the Speaker's post is going to see this contest tomorrow, though, as we mentioned, the numbers stacked in the NDA favor. But we will see the opposition bloc's 8-time Congress MP K. Suresh from Kerala, who is going up against NDA's Om Birla. Here's a look at a report of all the developments through the day.
It's a contest for the Speaker's post. NDA's Om Birla versus India Bloc's K. Suresh. For the first time in decades, an election for the Speaker's chair after the Treasury benches and opposition failed to arrive at a consensus.
ऑपोजिशन, पूरी ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है, हमने सब के सब से बात की है, पूरे ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है कि हम स्पीकर को सपोर्ट करेंगे, मगर कन्वेंशन ये है कि डेप्यूटी स्पीकर ऑपोजिशन को मिलना चाहिए।
जब हम कंसेंसस की बात करते हैं तो फिर उसमें कंडीशन लगाना ठीक नहीं है। स्पीकर का पद हम कंसेंसस करके पहले बनाया जाए, फिर डिप्टी स्पीकर का पद को आगे हम जरूर बात करेंगे, ये भी हमारे तरफ से हमने आश्वासन दिया था।
जब बालू जी और वेणुगोपाल जी से बात हुई, उसमें जिस प्रकार से एक पुरानी मानसिकता है कि हम डिक्टेट करेंगे टर्म्स को, उस मानसिकता को फिर से दिखाया गया कि नहीं, शर्त है कि पहले लोकसभा का उपाध्यक्ष कौन होगा वो पहले तय करें, फिर अध्यक्ष के लिए समर्थन मिलेगा.
The inaugural session of the 18th Lok Sabha has been about confrontation rather than consensus building. Clearly, for the first time, the Speaker's post is seeing a contest after many decades. The convention in the coalition era has been to give the opposition the Deputy Speaker's post to ensure a balance in Parliament.
राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा कि खड़गे जी ने
ऐसे जहाँ तक खड़गे जी का प्रश्न है, एक सीनियर लीडर हैं, मैं उनका सम्मान करता हूँ. कल से लेकर आज तक उनसे 3 बार हमारी बात हुई है.
The day began with the BJP seeking consensus over the reappointment of Om Birla as the Lok Sabha Speaker. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju held talks with the India bloc leaders. The NDA was told consensus depended on the opposition getting the Deputy Speaker's post.
They are saying that after the election, speaker election, we have to discuss the Deputy Speaker.
यूपीए ने तो दोनों बार दिया था डिप्टी स्पीकर, एक बार करिया मुंडा थे, एक बार अटवाल साहब थे, मुझे याद है.
We followed all the conventions when we came to power. But even Vajpayee time also they followed the convention. But Narendra Modi government came to power, they are not following convention. They are overlooking all the convention, Lok Sabha convention.
The opposition, bitten by its experience of the 17th Lok Sabha, refused to back the NDA Speaker nominee. Remember, the 17th Lok Sabha did not have a Deputy Speaker for all of 5 years. Om Birla, a 3-term MP from Kota in Rajasthan, is likely to win with a clear majority. But an election for a bipartisan post like the Speaker shows complete distrust between the two sides. The opposition concern is also the TMC's stand.
That whether I was communicated or not, I said no. Nobody from Congress party had any talk with me so long the nominations process was alive.
But will you support Mr. K. Suresh?
No, it's a party decision. I cannot tell myself alone.
This is Modi 3.0's first big test. A number more than the strength of the NDA will show good floor management. On the other side, an aggressive opposition is messaging that they aren't ready to give an elbow room to the government. With Vasudha Venugopal and Sunil Prabhu in New Delhi, this is Maria Shakir.
Now today, oath taking continued in Parliament for a second day. Tomorrow will be the Speaker's election. Rahul Gandhi took oath as Member of Parliament for a 5th time amid chants of Bharat Jodo and a copy of the Indian Constitution in his hand. He has been elected from 2 seats, Wayanad and Rai Bareli, and he's vacated Wayanad's seat that will now be contested by his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra.
I'm about to enter. Jai Hind, Jai Samvidhan.
An AIMIM leader, Asaduddin Owaisi, sparked a controversy after he mentioned Palestine after his oath-taking, triggering an uproar from the Treasury benches that led to the chair striking it off record. Owaisi, who's been elected from the Hyderabad seat for his 5th term, took oath in Urdu.
मैं असदुद्दीन ओवैसी, जिसे लोकसभा का रुकन मुंतखब किया गया है, अल्लाह के नाम से हल्फ उठाता हूं कि मैं भारत की आईन पर जो कानून के मुजब
To counter the opposition's constitution narrative during the first parliament session, BJP leaders led by Prime Minister Modi today put out social media posts to mark the 50th anniversary of emergency imposed by Indira Gandhi, who was, of course, the Congress Prime Minister, Congress leader and Prime Minister at the time. Now, the Congress hit back, accusing the Prime Minister of enforcing an undeclared emergency in the last 10 years. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge said the Prime Minister is raking up the past only to hide his failures.
देश को जेल खाना बना दिया गया था, लोकतंत्र को पूरी तरह दबोच दिया गया.
A day after the Prime Minister's comment, the opposition showcased its increased strength on the first day of the Lok Sabha with a copy of the Constitution in hand. While the BJP launched an offensive, the dark days against the Congress with its top guns holding programs on the emergency across states and districts. Early in the morning, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister held a press conference, followed by JP Nadda addressing an event against the emergency.
कांग्रेस आज भी उसी रास्ते पर चल रही है और उसी का परिणाम है। जहां भी कांग्रेस नेतृत्व की सरकारें हैं, उनका रवैया, उनकी कार्यप्रणाली, उनके द्वारा किए जाने वाले कृत्य इस बात के उदाहरण प्रस्तुत करते हैं।
मैं आप सबसे इतना जरूर चाहूंगा कि आप जिन लोगों ने इमरजेंसी देखी है, उनसे आप इस सप्ताह में जरूर मिलिए और उनसे आप जरा जानने का प्रयास कीजिए कि किस तरीके को भारत को पहुंचा दिया गया, कैसी परिस्थिति ला करके खड़ी कर दी थी कि उस समय जिन लोगों ने प्रजातंत्र की रक्षा के लिए अपनी आहुति दी थी, उसकी ताकत के कारण आज प्रजातंत्र मजबूत होकर के खड़ा है।
In UP, other BJP leaders like KP Maurya and Brajesh Pathak, both deputy chief ministers, also addressed programs against the emergency. The opposition has hit back at the Prime Minister's comment and the BJP's campaign.
The Prime Minister on the first day should have spoken about the NEET paper leak. He should have spoken about the railway tragedy, 40 people has died. Therefore, these are all the real issues. Stock market scam was there. Prime Minister is not ready to speak about that thing. We don't want to hear the lecture on emergency. It is an undeclared emergency now in India.
The opposition and the BJP's battle over the constitution continued on day 2 in Parliament.
I'm about to enter.
Bureau Report, NDTV.
And a big setback to the Delhi Chief Minister today. Arvind Kejriwal will remain in jail after the Delhi High Court upheld its interim stay on the order of the lower court which granted Kejriwal regular bail in the alleged liquor policy case. The High Court argued that the lower court, Delhi Rouse Avenue Court, didn't apply its mind when granting bail and pointing to what it said were lapses in the judgment. These included not giving the prosecution enough time to argue the application and failing to properly discuss conditions for release. Kejriwal was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the liquor policy case. Now, Aam Aadmi Party has said they will go to the Supreme Court.
जब आपने वो ऑर्डर ही नहीं देखा तो आपने उसको स्टे कर दिया। इसका मतलब ये है कि हाई कोर्ट प्रीजुडिस, पूर्वाग्रह से ग्रसित था। उन्होंने पहले ही कुछ जो है मन में सोचा हुआ था और ये बात सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी कहा कि हाई कोर्ट ने इसके ऊपर गलती की। तो मुझे लगता है कि किसी भी जज साहब के लिए बड़ा मुश्किल होता है कि पहले ही उन्होंने किसी ऑर्डर को बिना देखे उसको स्टे कर दिया हो, फिर जब वो ऑर्डर आए तो वो उसको कहें कि नहीं अब मैं इसको स्टे नहीं, उनको तो उस स्टे को और मजबूत करना है, उस स्टे को अब आगे जो है जस्टिफाई करना है। तो हम इसके लिए जो है आगे की लीगल स्ट्रेटजी बनाएंगे।
माननीय हाईकोर्ट के इस रूलिंग का हम स्वागत करते हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह की जानकारी मिल रही थी कि ट्रायल कोर्ट के वहाँ जो फैसला आया था उसमें कुछ विसंगतियाँ पाई गई हैं जो माननीय हाईकोर्ट ने भी कहा है, तो उस रूलिंग का हम स्वागत करते हैं। साथ ही साथ इस बात को भी स्पष्ट करते हैं कि माननीय हाईकोर्ट ने ही 9 अप्रैल को एक रूलिंग दी थी जिसमें कहा था कि अरविंद केजरीवाल की गिरफ्तारी कानूनी रूप से वैध है और जांच एजेंसी के पास सफिशिएंट एविडेंस है। हमें उस परिप्रेक्ष्य को भी ध्यान में रखना चाहिए और इसलिए मेरा मानना है कि इस शराब नीति घोटाले में जैसे जैसे तथ्य खुलेंगे, अरविंद केजरीवाल की भागीदारी निश्चित रूप से दिखाई भी देगी और स्पष्ट रूप से लोगों को पता चलेगा कि कितने करोड़ों रुपए का घोटाला अरविंद केजरीवाल के द्वारा किया गया है।
सर, अब आम आदमी पार्टी ये कह रही है कि वो इससे असहमत हैं और इसे अब वो चैलेंज करेंगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट में। वो कह रहे हैं कि बेल ऑर्डर को ऐसे नहीं रोका जा सकता।
देखिए, इस लोकतंत्र की विशेषता ये है कि यहाँ हर अपराधी को अपनी बात कहने का अवसर मिलता है, तो ये अवसर उनके पास भी है। अगर उनको असहमति लगती है तो माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट का दरवाज़ा खुला ही है, वहाँ वो जाएंगे ही और जो वहाँ से निर्णय आएगा वो हम सबको स्वीकार करना ही होगा।
The teen accused in the Pune Porsche accident case will be released from detention after the Bombay High Court ruled his arrest was illegal. The 17-year-old boy's late-night ride in the Porsche in May left 2 24-year-old engineers dead and sparked nationwide outrage. The court said, though, we are bound by the law and objectives of the Juvenile Justice Act and must treat him as any child in conflict with the law. He will be released now to his aunt as his parents are in jail for covering up his crime. After the recent spike in terror attacks in the Jammu region, security forces launched coordinated operations to flush out terrorists. And now those found harboring terrorists will be booked under the Enemy Agents Act, a stringent law under which the only punishments are life imprisonment or the death penalty. Here's a report.
Crackdown on terror suspects in Riyasi after the recent attack on a bus carrying yatris. Police sources say 3 more suspects have been detained following the arrest of a key accused who had sheltered and guided terrorists to carry out attack on the bus on June 17th. So far, more than 150 suspects have been detained for questioning, and those found to be involved in supporting foreign terrorists will be booked under the Enemy Agents Act, a stringent law under which the only punishments are life imprisonment or the death penalty.
ये फाइटर्स तो इस तरीके से कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दायरे में तो आने वाले नहीं हैं। ये तो विजय साहब जैसे कहते काइनेटिक एक्शन में इनको गोली मार के इनको ढेर करना है। इनको जो सपोर्ट की बात चल रही है उसकी अगर आप पूछ रहे हैं कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दायरे में, मैं किसी जगह पे कहा कि they will be treated as enemy agent.
After the recent spike in terror attacks in the Jammu region, security forces have launched coordinated operations to flush out terrorists in the mountains of the Pir Panjal region. While no terrorist involved in these attacks has been tracked down so far, police said they have arrested Hakam Deen, who allegedly provided shelter to the attackers, 3 foreign terrorists.
This person was involved in harboring the terrorists multiple times, along with providing food and shelter. The said person also acted as a guide and helped them in reaching the spot of incident.
As the focus of counter-insurgency operations has shifted to the mountains of Pir Panjal region and other areas of Jammu, a large number of suspects have been detained as part of a major security crackdown. But tracking down highly trained and well-entrenched militants in the region still remains a major challenge. In Srinagar, Nazir Masoodi, NDTV. Now the big international news. After a 14-year fight for freedom, transparency activist Julian Assange, who founded WikiLeaks, is out of a tiny prison cell in the UK as part of a deal with the US where he will admit to a single charge of being guilty in exchange for his freedom. WikiLeaks' dump of lakhs of documents had revealed the bitter reality about the US wars in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Come on, fire. It's this 2010 footage of a US attack helicopter opening fire on civilians in Baghdad, including 2 Reuters news staff, that brought Julian Assange, the founder of WikiLeaks, into the crosshairs of the US legal system. A freedom of information champion instrumental in the leak of 91,000 secret documents of the US war in Afghanistan, Julian Assange's activism brought home the reality of some of America's most brutal military actions around the world. This included 4 lakh classified military files which chronicle the Iraq war, followed by the release of thousands of US diplomatic cables with candid views of foreign leaders. As America and its closest allies closed in on Assange, WikiLeaks came under intense pressure. In October 2011, Assange told NDTV WikiLeaks could cease to exist.
It is a possibility that the establishment will win. Certainly, it has been difficult for us over the last 11 months to have been removed from 95% of our donations and revenue. We have been surviving on cash reserves the last 11 months. But that's not a situation that can continue. If it does continue, then it is inevitable that sometime during next year, WikiLeaks will completely run out of money, and that will be the end of the organization.
By this time, though, the writing was already on the wall for Assange. For the next 14 years, he would be in a battle to fight for his freedom. Julian Assange is now headed to a court in Saipan, a US Commonwealth island in the Pacific, where he may plead guilty on a single charge and then be released for time already spent behind bars. He then returned home to Australia. US prosecutors say Assange did not want to travel to the continental United States. Vishnu Shom, NDTV.
Now some entertainment news from the land of Bahubali, RRR and Pushpa comes Kalki at 2898 AD, a futuristic film billed as India's most expensive with an ensemble cast including Prabhas, Amitabh Bachchan, Kamal Hassan and Deepika Padukone. NDTV Zuma Sudhir with the details.
इस वर्ल्ड का आखिरी शहर काशी कहते हैं कि ऊपर पानी है
पूरी दुनिया से सब छीन लोगे तो सब कुछ तो होगा ही
Kalki 2898 AD has been described as an Indian epic.
Supreme Yaskin.
Hi. Dystopian science fiction action thriller with rebel star Prabhas in the lead.
इस दुनिया में बस एक ही साइड होती है खुद की साइड
Deepika Padukone and Amitabh Bachchan.
एक जान के अंदर दूसरी जान
आपने अपनी गर्भ में एक भगवान को स्थान दिया है मैं बचा लूंगा
With Kamal Hassan playing a cameo.
डरो मत एक नया युग आ रहा है
The fact that, we are able to mix mythology with something futuristic is so unique.
Yeah,
A lot of times, at my age, and people say, sir, when are you going to do a film something like Hollywood? I tell them, when is Hollywood going to do a film something like us?
The film is written and directed by Nag Ashwin, whose Mahanati, a biopic on yesteryear actress Savitri, won multiple honors. His wife Priyanka Dutt and her sister Swapna Dutt have produced the 600 crore rupees film under the Vaijayanti Movies banner.
He for some reason went on saying in his own words, I'd say, that this is something India deserves now. We will have to tell this sort of storytelling in India. We have to have our own, stories like this.
We're in it and I'm not able to sleep because I don't know if we will be able to make it because you have to make every single thing in this film, like pen to paper to every single thing. And they're deadlines, they're big actors, and so we had like a lot of sleepless nights, and then we got into it.
Kamal Hassan says visuals like these have never been seen before in Indian cinema.
Nobody has seen a villain talk like that or a hero behave like that. Everything was new about it. I can tell you, people are going to be shocked when they see Kalki with the kind of effort that has been put in. And these visuals are just unbelievable.
सुबह ये लड़ाई झगड़ा क्यों बची कितना अच्छा सपना देख रहा था
While the film uses a lot of computer graphics, a futuristic vehicle in the film, Bujji, was built in partnership with the Mahindra Group.
It was made by Mahindra and JM Motors and also a lot of young Indian engineers.
It's just unbelievable.
I think to be able to find that balance between technology that's available to you but to also keep the performances real, I think is what makes this movie and this experience very special.
The film was announced soon after the success of Mahanati, and subsequently there was COVID, and then July 2021 they put up a grand set at the Ramoji Film City, and it was supposed to be released in May of this year, but because of elections it got postponed to the 27th of June, when already of course everywhere you can see the posters. There's a lot of interest about this because this is something that is spanning millenniums from the time of the Mahabharata 3012 BC to 2898 AD, which is supposed to be the Kali Yuga or the Kalki's time. In Hyderabad with camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
And some more entertainment news. The trailer for actor Kamal Hassan's Indian 2 has been released. It's a sequel to the 1996 blockbuster Indian. Directed by Shankar, Anirudh has scored the music. Ravi Varman has done the cinematography. NDTV Sam Daniel spoke exclusively to Kamal Hassan.
Thank you very much for your time. The film has relevance all the more now, so after 28 years.
Yes, it does. Thanks to all the corruption that still exists. And they asked me a pertinent question. How is this corruption still intact? We are all responsible.
That is why it's still intact.
Lastly, about your experience of doing the makeup for Senapati role. It took hours and you couldn't even eat properly at that time.
Well, by now I'm used to it. Only thing is the result, if it's gratifying, all the pain is worth it. Thank you.
Last question, working with Mr. Shankar after so many years.
We have, what all we lacked in the first part, we made up with plus more. Be it the budget, the technicians, the technicality and the gadgets.
When is the third episode, third film, part 3?
After the release and the success of this.
Thank you very much and all the best. That was Mr. Kamal Hassan talking to us in Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
All right, and with that, it's a wrap from me. News updates continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented
NDTV.
Hello everyone, this is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil. Under attack from the opposition over alleged attempts to change the constitution, the BJP has fallen back on the emergency card. In fact, BJP continues to use emergency as one of its strongest weapons against the Congress. On day one of the inaugural session of the 18th Lok Sabha, Prime Minister Narendra Modi mentioned emergency. Today marks the 50 years of the dark chapter. BJP today came out all guns blazing from multiple cities, from BJP headquarters in Delhi to Lucknow, from BJP President JP Nadda to Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. The Congress has called it an attempt to divert from its own failures. We have a big newsmaker coming up shortly. Former Vice President of India, M. Venkaiah Naidu, shares his experience of emergency days. But first up, here's what happened today.
देश को जेल खाना बना दिया गया था, लोकतंत्र को पूरी तरह दबोच दिया गया।
A day after the Prime Minister's comment, the opposition showcased its increased strength on the first day of the Lok Sabha with a copy of the Constitution in hand. While the BJP launched an offensive, the dark days against the Congress with its top guns holding programs on the emergency across states and districts. Early in the morning, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister held a press conference, followed by JP Nadda addressing an event against the emergency.
कांग्रेस आज भी
उसी रास्ते पर चल रही है और उसी का परिणाम है जहां भी कांग्रेस नेतृत्व की सरकारें हैं उनका रवैया, उनकी कार्यप्रणाली, उनके द्वारा किए जाने वाले कृत्य इस बात के उदाहरण प्रस्तुत करते हैं।
मैं आप सबसे इतना जरूर चाहूंगा कि आप जिन लोगों ने इमरजेंसी देखी है उनसे आप इस सप्ताह में जरूर मिलिए और उनसे आप जरा जानने का प्रयास कीजिए कि किस तरीके को भारत को पहुंचा दिया गया, कैसी परिस्थिति ला करके खड़ी कर दी थी कि उस समय जिन लोगों ने प्रजातंत्र की रक्षा के लिए अपनी आहुति दी थी उसकी ताकत के कारण आज प्रजातंत्र मजबूत होकर के खड़ा है।
In UP, other BJP leaders like KP Maurya and Brajesh Pathak, both deputy chief ministers, also addressed programs against the emergency. The opposition has hit back at the Prime Minister's comment and the BJP's campaign.
The Prime Minister on the first day should have spoken about the NEET paper leak. He should have spoken about the railway tragedy, 40 people has died. Therefore, these are all the real issues. Stock market scam was there. Prime Minister is not ready to speak about that thing. We don't want to hear the lecture on emergency. It is an undeclared emergency now in India.
The opposition and the BJP's battle over the constitution continued on day 2 in Parliament.
I am about to enter.
Bureau Report, NDTV.
We have a very special interview lined up. Venkaiah Naidu, former Vice President of India, has spoken about his own experience during the emergency era. In fact, he spent 17 months and 21 days inside the jail. Joining me now on the show, Salman Soz, spokesperson of the Congress. We have Shazia Ilmi representing the BJP. Nirja Chaudhary, senior journalist, is also joining us. I'm going to begin with you, Shazia. 50 years later, the BJP has brought emergency on the surface again. Why does the BJP see this as a potent issue?
Well, of course, it is a potent issue. It goes on to show what Congress party is capable of. And it also goes on to show that the party which has its MPs, playing about the copies of Constitution, actually what it means and what it stands for. Because these are the people who talked about BJP in disparaging terms and made a fake narrative that this party will come to power with an absolute majority once again and change the Constitution. Surely, I mean, I think the title is Look Who's Talking. A party that has toppled, that has used Article 356 90 times, 50 times alone by Indira Gandhi and toppled 3 state governments. A party that has gone ahead and used and amended the Constitution 75 times. A party that imposed emergency, which was the darkest days of our independent history, needs to be told as to what it is. And when it makes these fake allegations and this creates this fake narrative and this falsehood and says, oh, actually, Samvidhan khatre mein hai because of BJP, I think it needs to be shown the mirror, not once, but many times over. If you look at the governments of E.M. Namboodiripad in Kerala or MGR, or later when NTR was getting treatment, or even Sharad Pawar, it was them. If you look at what happened when Anna Hazare Andolan was going on, something that, of course, Arvind Kejriwal has forgotten, but we all remember how an octogenarian Anna Hazare was thrown into the jail, how the civil liberties were trampled upon, how much we got beaten up during Nirbhaya Andolan, people like me who were on the streets, all done by the Congress party. So Congress party must embrace its past and cannot run away.
So you have
from
to embrace the past. You have to embrace the past, Salman Soz, because all these optics of standing with the Constitution is all very well. But when it comes to those days, those 21 months, the Congress really hasn't, condemned it outrightly. Do you think when we are looking at the 50th anniversary, there should have been a statement from the Congress chief and also from the Gandhis, not the manner in which it is being said, that there is an undeclared emergency. Hitting back may not be the right answer.